This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 590, Defeat. The Time Realm, which has been strengthened to the 8th level, is not enough to tear apart this 8-armed snake prison? This is a bit ridiculous. Could it be that there is something special about these two 6th level 8-armed snake demons? Yes, they can control the 8-armed snake prison, this extremely powerful bloodline magical power, which itself shows that their bloodline is extraordinary, far beyond ordinary 8-armed snake demons. After noticing that the Time Realm was suppressed by the double 8-armed snake prison, Song Chi had many thoughts in his mind. In the end, he basically concluded that the identities of the two 6th level 8-armed snake demons in front of him were definitely not simple. After confirming this, he was not panicked at all, but instead had a higher interest in his heart. The current combat power of the Tianxu Sanqiong was such that it could even defeat the dominant creatures. It basically killed creatures of the same level indiscriminately, which made the battle even more boring. At present, the combat power of these two 6th level 8-armed snake demons was obviously far beyond that of ordinary 6th level 8-armed snake demons. They could just be used to test the current combat power of the Tianxu Sanqiong. Without canceling the Time Realm, Song Chi changed his mind and activated a new part on the warship again. Buzz buzz buzz. Threads of black and white energy continued to emanate from the Tianxu Sanqiong. Before the two 6th level 8-armed snake demons in front and behind attacked again, the black and white energy quickly condensed into 18 black and white chess pieces in the sky above the double 8-armed snake prison. These chess pieces were surrounded by extremely rich power of the law of time. At the moment when it was completely condensed, the mysterious power of the law quickly gathered into a chain of laws. This chain of laws extended infinitely, and finally successfully connected the 36 chess pieces together. At this point, the starry sky chessboard constructed by 36 black and white chess pieces finally emerged completely. The moment the time chessboard was successfully constructed, the infinite power of time completely filled the double 8-armed snake prison below. The double 8-armed snake prison that the Time world could not escape before began to expand rapidly at this moment. Crack! Crack! The cracking sound coming from the domain barrier was clearly audible. At the moment when the double 8-armed snake prison was about to completely collapse, the two 8-armed snake demons responded in time. A large amount of blood and energy evaporated rapidly around them. And finally a terrifying 8-armed phantom with a height of more than hundreds of thousands of meters condensed above their heads. It was another inherited magical power of the 8-armed snake demon clan snake magic phase. For a moment, the aura emitted by the two 6th level 8-armed snake demons increased tenfold. From this point, it can be seen that Song Chi's previous guess was absolutely correct. When ordinary 8-armed snake demons use this snake magic phase magical power, at most they can increase their combat power by 3 to 5 times. But the two in front of them have increased it tenfold, which is enough to prove the excellence of their blood. As the combat power of the two main masters, who released the 8-armed snake prison sword, the power of the 8-armed snake prison itself naturally also received a corresponding increase. However, what surprised the two 6th level 8-armed snake demons was that, even so, the collapse of the double 8-armed snake prison did not stop. And the collapse time was only delayed for a while. In the end, the double 8-armed snake prison was still torn from the inside by the time chessboard hanging high above their heads. Time chessboard is a colorful mythological component. As one of its characteristics, the time chessboard is naturally more powerful than imagined, even if it is only a time chessboard constructed with a minimum of 36 chess pieces. Its power is far greater than the Time Realm. Buzz buzz buzz. Song Chi was not surprised. As the master of the time chessboard, no creature could understand this component better than him. So when it tore the double 8-armed snake prison, he was mentally prepared. Taking advantage of the fact that the mythical mecha giant transformed by Tianxu Sanqiong lost its multiple restrictions and regained freedom, he immediately rushed towards the 6th level 8-armed snake demon in front of him. The tip of the meteorite spear pointed directly at the vertical pupil of the 8-armed snake demon. As long as the spear wrapped with a large amount of space law power could penetrate its eye socket, it would be able to crush its head in an instant. However, this 8-armed snake demon, whose bloodline was extremely good, could not be as easy to deal with as the two before. Although the meteorite spear thrust out with all its strength had difficulty penetrating the thick blood-colored vapor on its body surface, it was difficult to advance even a little under the 8-armed snake demon's perfected earth law. As if he had expected it, Song Chi's face was not panicked. In his double pupils, the perfected light law was beating rapidly. Under the human-machine sympathy in the form of mythical mecha, the mythical mecha giant transformed by Tianqiu Sangqiong had starlight falling from the depths of the void crack on its head. The torn space crack was expanding rapidly, until the projection of the Death Star completely broke free of the space crack and hung above the head of the mythical mecha giant. Under the shining of the Death Star, the energy on the surface of the mythical mecha giant was surging, and compared with the combat power increase of the sublimated mecha giant transformed by the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the blood-colored steam around the 6th level 8-armed snake demon on the opposite side was constantly eroded by the falling starlight. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine High Overload Explosion activated. As the jet propulsion device transformed from the engine under the legs of the mythical mecha giant suddenly exploded. The powerful thrust drove the mecha giant to continue to move forward with all its strength, coupled with the blessing of the starlight of death. The great earth law used by the 6th level 8-armed snake demon to block the meteorite spear finally couldn't hold on any longer. Puff! The meteorite spear, which was no longer blocked, once again fiercely pierced into one of the vertical pupils of the 8-armed snake demon. Without waiting for the other party to roar, the space law that completely exploded in its head completely took its life. With the death of the third 6th order 8-armed snake demon, the last remaining 8-armed snake demon finally felt a strong fear, and had lost the courage and confidence to continue fighting the Tianqiu Sangqiong. It suddenly turned around and rushed towards the Sky Snake Mothership with the blessing of the snake demon magic. However, Song Qi was obviously unwilling to let the other party go. The killing of the 6th order 8-armed snake demon just now directly increased the cumulative progress of the soul-devouring altar by 2%. This is far beyond the comparison of the other 6th order 8-armed snake demons. It is not difficult to see that these two obviously good-born 6th order 8-armed snake demons have soul strength far exceeding that of the same order and race. However, just as the Tianqiu Sangqiong was about to catch up with the other party, a tall figure suddenly rushed out from a large celestial snake mothership at the end of the distant vision. A ray of golden light flashed across the figure, which was more than tens of thousands of kilometers tall. The next second, its figure had crossed millions of kilometers and arrived at the battlefield of the Song family fleet. To be more precise, this 7th order 8-armed snake demon master directly blocked the 6th order 8-armed snake demon being chased by Song Qi. The towering figure exudes a law force field that is unique to 7th level creatures. Under the cover of this law force field, the pressure that the Tianqiu Sangqiong endured is difficult to describe in words. It has only been less than 2 seconds since the opponent flashed over, and the double-layer energy shield on the surface of the Tianqiu Sangqiong has collapsed, and the remaining yin-yang counter-annihilation shield is also dimming at a fast speed. Fortunately, after being strengthened to the 8th level, the yin-yang combination attached to the component itself, the special ability can achieve continuous self-repair. And with the neutron star pulse of the neutron star core armor, the yin and yang counter-attack annihilation shield is still quite strong. However, the time chessboard domain that was so powerful before was now completely crushed by the law force field around the 8-armed snake demon, and could not cause much impact on it. Song Qi understood that this was because too few time chess pieces were used to construct the time chessboard, and the power of the constructed chessboard domain was not enough to deal with a true dominant creature. Moreover, this 8-armed snake demon master cannot be considered an ordinary master. The 5th level genetic bloodline power makes them the most powerful beings among the creatures of the same level. Just when Song Qi was thinking about whether to use his trump card to protect himself, a violent space fluctuation came from the rear of the Song family fleet. Soon, Dinghai Longxiang accurately flashed to the front of the mythical mecha giant transformed by Tianqiu Sangqiong. A star destroyer and an 8-armed snake demon master confronted each other head-on. This small change was more like the fuse that completely ignited the peak confrontation between the two sides. As the Dinghai Longxiang and the 8-armed snake demon master flew up in tacit understanding, their own battlefield was pulled to the starry sky billions of miles away, and the 7-level creatures in the two kingdoms and the 8-armed snake demon fleet on the opposite side all took action. For a time, 7 star destroyers and 7 8-armed snake demon masters rose into the sky one after another, opening up 7 dominant battlefields in the distant starry sky, in addition to the 14 7th-level combat forces that took action one after another. The main fleets of various forces that had been silent in the rear also entered the battlefield one after another, and provided support to the 6 battlefields outside the Great Wall of Civilization. At this moment, the battle entered the most intense stage. While looking at the battlefield where the Dinghai Longxiang was in the distant sky, Song Qi did not let go of the 6th level 8-armed snake demon. under the simultaneous action of the living being annihilation arrow, the Zen seal, the external, the time-stop black hole, and the collapse. Song Chi successfully killed the 6th level 8-armed snake demon with a good bloodline. As expected, this 8-armed snake demon also gave the soul-devouring altar 2% of the cumulative progress. After killing this 8-armed snake demon, the cumulative progress of the soul-devouring altar has reached 90% of the first stage. It was not just Song Chi, nor was it just the battlefield of the Song family fleet. With the entry of the second fleet of the Two Kingdoms, the situation on many battlefields was tilting towards the Shinhua human fleet. As if sensing the bad situation, the 8-armed snake demon fleet quickly responded. Among the 10 large sky serpent motherships near the space wormhole tunnel, a tall figure flew out again. The moment they caught sight of this tall figure, most of the civilian captains of the Two Kingdoms of the Tianpan River system felt nervous and showed great panic. How could it be? 7 snake demon masters have already appeared, and even our 2 supervisors have joined the battle. How can they still have the strength of a master? Damn it, the strength of a master is enough to affect the direction of the entire battle. Compared to these civilian captains with limited knowledge, the captains from families, consortiums, and aristocratic families seem much calmer. Because they all know that the Yaoanlu royal family still has a silver-scaled Qilong. At this moment, the hatch of a certain extreme dreadnought of the Yaoanlu fleet suddenly opened, and a mini silver dragon swooped out of it the next second. As its size rapidly increased, this dominant silver-scaled Qilong quickly rushed towards the newly appeared 8-armed snake demon dominant in the distance. In this way, the 8th dominant battlefield was quickly opened. In this case, the advantage of the Shinhua human fleet could no longer be reversed. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking roar suddenly came from a certain dominant battlefield. And before the lower-level personnel of both sides could figure out what was happening, there were already earth-shaking howls resounding in the starry sky. All 8-armed snake demon warriors, listen up, retreat. Compared to the order from the 8-armed snake demon overlord, the captains of the Two Kingdoms of the Tianpan River system were obviously much more excited, because the voice that just sounded in their ears only said 2 words: pursue. From this point alone, it can be seen that the final result of the overlord's side on the battlefield was definitely that his side had the upper hand. Just like this, hundreds of millions of ordinary sky serpent warships changed their previous surging momentum, and how fierce they were when they attacked before, and how embarrassed they were at this moment. Under the pursuit of more than 200 million warships of the Shinhua human side, every moment, a large number of ordinary sky serpent warships were sunk. After a long time, the entrance area of the space wormhole in the starry sky ahead, only a staggering number of warship wreckages remained, including Shinhua warships, and ordinary starships of the Shinhua human side, but more were the wreckages of ordinary sky serpent warships, including several small sky serpent motherships, and a large sky serpent mothership. Song Wujiang voice soon rang out in the high-level communication group chat of the Song family. Okay, after the discussion of several Star Destroyer captains of the Two Kingdoms, we will first clean up the battlefield, and then officially advance to the Chipan River system in half a month. Hearing this, the ancestor of a battleship captain of the Philip family asked in a low voice in the group chat, Your Majesty King Dinghai, has the specific advancement plan in half a month been concluded? Has the specific vanguard fleet been determined? As soon as this question came out, many captains in the Star Destroyer communication group chat were concentrating, obviously paying great attention to it. It has not been finalized yet, but the number of fleets sent by each side has been determined. Our Morningstar Kingdom needs to send out a 20 million vanguard fleet, and the Yaoan Kingdom needs 50 million. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the entire group chat was already quite heavy. 20 million vanguard fleets. This is not a small number. You have to know that the entire fleet sent by the Morningstar Kingdom this time is only a little over 50 million. And after the previous battle, this number has dropped to less than 50 million. That is to say, after half a month, nearly half of them will have to be included in the vanguard fleet. The only thing that can comfort them may be that the vanguard fleet is also divided into 2 branches. The front fleet is more like the assault fleet that does not care about casualties, and the rear fleet is responsible for completely consolidating the territory occupied by the assault fleet, creating an environment for the main fleet at the back to build a defense line. As the affiliated forces of the Song family, they are likely to be the rear fleet, and the joint fleet of the Golden Horn Lu family and the Dusk family are the main members of the front fleet. Chapter 591 Red Plate. The area on the left side of the space wormhole, where the 3 fleets of the Yaoan Kingdom are located, the encrypted communication group chat constructed by the 3-star destroyers. Lu Shu, it can be confirmed that the kid from the Longji Song family used the Death Star arrival magic power of the Jiexing clan before Shen Wei, so the one who entered the secret realm first was the Longji Song family. Xiao Changqing, good boy, the Song family was still an ordinary 6th level clan at that time. Right? How dare you take advantage of us 3 families? Xiao Changqing, but no matter what, it is difficult for us to go and ask for punishment now. Not to mention that the War of Civilizations has already begun. Song Wujiang's strength alone is extraordinary. Shen Wei, that's right. According to his performance in the previous battle with the Snake Demon Master, the Dinghai Longxiang is equipped with at least 3 golden holy domain components. And the enhancement level is likely to be level 8, which is much stronger than the Morning Star Zongheng. Lu Shu, although the Longji Song family has gained power, don't forget that they are in the wrong. We don't need to use our power to force them. It's not too much to ask for a fair trade opportunity. Right? Hearing this, the other 2 people in the group chat suddenly remembered something and said in unison, you mean the 6th level time realm fruit? The information that the Song family has a 6th level time realm tree in their hands is no longer a secret. Before, Song Wujiang took out the 6th level time realm fruit without any cover at the Chigu auction, which was destined to spread this news to the ears of various large forces in the Panani system at the fastest speed. The reason why there was no disturbance was that the Song family was now strong enough. 1-star destroyer and 1 flagship of the 3-eyed clan were enough to protect a 6th level time realm tree. However, not daring to cause trouble did not mean that the various forces were not envious of the 6th level time realm fruit. Seeing the opportunity, the 3 families immediately set their sights on it. After the agreement, the 3 of them quickly found Song Wujiang on the other side of the wormhole. Morning Star Kingdom, Dragon Spine Song Family Fleet, Dinghai Longxiang Magnetic Wave Encrypted Group Chat Song Wujiang. Just as we expected, the 3-star destroyer captains of the Yaoan Kingdom just came to talk to me. They recognized the secret technique of Death Star arrival that Xiaoqi had used before. Song Xuan, Star Catastrophe Secret Technique Inheritance Monument, since it is in our hands, we will have to use the relevant secret techniques in the future, which cannot be concealed. It is best to solve this problem in advance now. Song Qi, Ancestor, what are their specific conditions? There were only a few people in the encrypted group chat, all of whom were core members of the family. So Song Wujiang had no scruples, and said directly, each of them wants to buy a 6th level time realm fruit from us in the future. Song Xingru, then what? Nothing else? Just as Song Xingru responded, this request was very low. So low that she thought she had heard it wrong. However, in the eyes of the other people in the group chat, this was a very normal request. After all, anyone can see that the momentum of their Song family has already been revealed. As long as there are no accidents in the subsequent wars, the family potential in the future will be unimaginable. In this case, anyone with a little bit of brains will know that the Song family can only be friendly in the future, and must not be hostile. As for the practices of the Morning Star family in the past, it is not difficult to guess. As a force that also occupies half of the resources of the secret realm of the Time Realm Tree, they believe that they also have a bright future. In this case, they are naturally unwilling to watch their neighbor, the Song family, rise up with them, and think of ways to suppress the Song family. After thinking back, Song Qi quickly said, this request is very suitable, but we cannot reveal the existence of more Time Realm trees in our hands. Even if we agree to them, we must declare that there is only one 6th level Time Realm tree, and the growth cycle is very slow. Even with the acceleration of the secret realm, it will take hundreds or thousands of years before we can trade with them. Don't worry. This is for sure. With our current strength, we can still defend a 6th level Time Realm tree. If we really expose more, I'm afraid those immortal giants will have to come to our door. In this way, the Song family and the 3 immortal families of the Yaoan Kingdom successively finalized a subsequent fair trade agreement. Driven by this agreement, the attitude of the 3 Yaoan immortal forces towards the Song family became a little better, and they even took the initiative to invite the Song family fleet to form an alliance with them. However, after considering for a moment, Song Wujiang still chose to refuse. The reason is very simple. Although the alliance with these 3 families will further improve security, their interests will also be reduced. The original intention of the Song family to form an alliance with the Qiguluo family was to strengthen their own voice without weakening their own interests. On the contrary, the safety of their own fleet was placed second. After all, not to mention the 8th level Jution market projection that Song Chi could summon. The Star Dragon Shark, the 3-headed 7th level dominant king insect, and other combat power that have not yet appeared in the family fleet are enough to ensure the safety of the fleet. As for the fear of encountering an 8th level 8-armed snake demon, if it really happened, it would be more than enough to protect itself by using the market projection and multiple 7th level combat forces to fight together. If it encountered 2 8th level 8-armed snake demons at once, even if it formed an alliance with the 3 forces of the Yaoan Kingdom, it would probably still be defeated. Time passed. Half a month later, at the entrance of the space wormhole, a total of 70 million warships were divided into 2 batches, and they successively sank into the wormhole corridor in front. 70 million warships. 40 million in the front. 30 million in the back. The 40 million Vanguard fleet includes the 10 million warships of the Golden Horn Lu family and other joint fleets in the Morningstar Kingdom, as well as the more than 20 million 5th and 6th level aristocratic fleets in the Yaoan Kingdom who are also willing to give it a try, and the millions of civilian fleets in the 2 kingdoms. The second batch of 30 million fleets are basically fleets of forces that have attached themselves to various immortal aristocratic families in advance. However, what everyone did not notice is that in the Vanguard fleet, there is also a 160,000 meter dreadnought hidden in the light and shadow. This dreadnought moved forward in the light and shadow. In addition, there were countless warships around, and the patrol radar was not working well, so no captain noticed its existence. This dreadnought was none other than the mirror image warship of the Tianxu Songqiong. Song Chi's idea was very simple. Since he couldn't use the Tianxu Songqiong itself to step on the mines, he didn't want to miss the opportunity to harvest more souls. So he simply sent the mirror image warship out. In this way, even if there was an accident, such as the arrangement of the 8-armed snake demon at the other end of the wormhole was far beyond imagination, or the space wormhole in the middle was destroyed by the 8-armed snake demon with special means, there would not be much loss. With the 10-year cooling time of mirror image itself, plus the dual cooling reduction of time chessboard and Pajuo Zen seal, it is actually only half a year, and it will pass in a moment. After traveling for several days, until a certain moment, the entrance of the space wormhole appeared in front of all the members of the Vanguard fleet. At this moment, the Vanguard fleet, which was already cautious, slowed down its speed. The Vanguard Fleet Command Group chat. How about it? Each party will lead the way with an advanced mobile war star and a million fleets, and after figuring out the situation outside the wormhole exit, we will rush out together. The one who spoke was the Extreme Dreadnought ancestor of the Jinjia Lu family. As the only Extreme Dreadnought captain on the Morningstar Kingdom side, he undoubtedly became the supreme commander of the Morningstar Kingdom's Vanguard fleet. Hearing this, several Extreme Dreadnought captains on the Yaoan Kingdom side also nodded in agreement. Okay, but you only have one team in the Morningstar Kingdom. Moving the War Star is fine, but a million fleets are not enough. You need 2 million. Hearing this request, the Jinjia Lu family of the Morningstar Kingdom and several other senior officials of the joint fleet discussed for a while, and finally pulled out another million warships from the civilian fleet. As for the Yaoan Kingdom, they had more than 30 million warships in total, divided into 3 teams. So they finally sent out 3 advanced mobile war stars, plus 3 million warships. In this way, 4 advanced mobile war stars were used as bridgeheads, and 4 million warships followed closely behind them, rushing straight to the wormhole exit. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as they rushed out of the wormhole exit, dense artillery roars came from all directions. For a moment, the 4 mobile war stars that had just rushed out of the wormhole, including 4 million warships, were all covered by the terrifying firepower network. As expected, on the Chipan River system side of the wormhole, the 8-armed snake demon had already made full preparations. The starry sky at the exit of the wormhole had already been surrounded by countless Sky Serpent warships. No matter how many warships rushed out of the wormhole tunnel, they would all be subjected to endless firepower attacks from all directions. Inside the wormhole, the Vanguard fleet chatted. No, if we rush out directly like this, let alone build a defense line, we will be considered successful if we can hold on for 10 minutes. That's right. We must find a way to directly rush into the Sky Serpent warships a million kilometers away. Only in this way can we open up the situation. Just as everyone was discussing, the ancestor of the Golden Horn Lu family spoke again. I have a group teleportation component that can teleport 10,000 warships at a time. However, If you want to break through the hundreds of millions of Sky Serpent warships with 10,000 warships, ordinary starships and Shinhua warships will not work. At least you have to start with cruisers. And let me emphasize one thing first. Since my Lu family has already taken out a group teleportation component, my Lu family will not participate in this charge. You can distribute the 10,000 places among your families. As the discussion continued, the 10,000 quota was finally determined. Except for the Lu family, the dozens of forces present at the scene sent at least hundreds of elite clansmen, including varying numbers of Zulu captains and battleship captains. Looking outside at this time, 2 of the 4 high-level mobile war stars had been blown up, and more than a quarter of the 4 million Vanguard fleet had sunk. There is no time. Everyone get ready. If we don't set off now, the Vanguard fleet that attracted firepower will die. As the golden-horned Lu clan patriarch spoke, the 10,000 previously selected warships quickly gathered around his ship. The next second, violent space fluctuations emerged in the wormhole. After a few breaths, the 10,000 warships in the space wormhole corridor disappeared, followed by a commotion from the outside world. Looking out, I saw that 1,000,000 kilometers away from the space wormhole, 10,000 Shinhua warships, which were at least cruisers, were accurately teleported to the countless Tianshi warships gathered here. Suddenly, the millions of Serpentine warships gathered here fell into chaos. The tens of thousands of Shinhua warships that had been prepared began to activate their own means, while the armor protection characteristics of the ship were activated. The warships with long-range group attack means were activated one after another. For a time, nearly 1,000,000 Serpentine warships were involved, causing considerable chaos. Seeing this opportunity, the more than 30 million warships that were still staying in the wormhole corridor received orders from their own tops. Do it! Buzz buzz buzz. More than 30 million warships rushed out of the space wormhole at the same time. At the moment of rushing out of the wormhole, the fleets that had received instructions in advance used the long-range group attack components on the warships. Song Chi was no exception. The power of his mind that was synchronized with the mirror warship swept around. When he captured the area with the most Sky Serpent warships, he activated the 10,000 symbols Purple Thunder Prison feature of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon on the mirror warship without hesitation. In an instant, the area where nearly 10 million Sky Serpent warships gathered condensed 10,000 Purple Sky Thunder symbols at the fastest speed. Just when these Sky Serpent warships sensed something was wrong and tried to control the warships to dodge, the tens of thousands of Purple Thunder talismans were all detonated. Between the splashing and explosion of thunder, there were also bursts of space collapse effects, which were the black hole collapse characteristics of the black hole evolution layer. At the moment when the two exploded at the same time, on the Tianxu Sangqiong, far away at the other end of the space wormhole, Song Chi raised his eyes, and the purple in his eyes continued to flow. Soul-devouring alter current soul-devouring progress, 4% of the second stage. That's right. The violent explosion just now. The soul-devouring progress directly soared from 92% of the first stage to 4% of the second stage. It is conceivable that just in that explosion, how many 8-armed snake demons were killed? Before he could think further, Song Wujiang reminder sounded in his ears. We have received the notice. The Vanguard fleet has achieved certain results, and is now engaged in a melee with the Sky Serpent fleet. Inspector Wang has sent a message that we can set off. A few days later, hundreds of millions of warships from the two kingdoms arrived at the end of the space corridor. Looking at the fierce battle outside the wormhole exit, the commanders of the two kingdoms issued orders to attack one after another. It is not difficult to see that, as time goes by, the Shinhua warships have gradually fallen into a disadvantage. Although the combat power of the Shinhua warships far exceeds that of the same level Sky Serpent warships, the difference in numbers between the two sides is too great. Therefore, the main fleet must join the battlefield as soon as possible. Only in this way can they completely control the perfect strategic point here, which can be used for both attack and defense. Boom! With the support of the main fleet, the Shinhua human fleet is full of fighting spirit. Just when the fleet leaders are ready to take this opportunity to take this strategic location in one go, several 7th level snake demon masters take action. They are not just fighting a small battle. As soon as they take action, they directly release the 4th level 7th level 8-armed snake prison, which completely covers the nearly 200 million Shinhua fleet. Chapter 592, The Remnants of the Rivalry Star. For a moment, all the warships of the Tianpan River system Shinhua humans were shrouded in the 4 layers of the 8-armed snake prison. The comprehensive suppression that Song Chi had endured before was now applied to all the captains, and was even stronger. After all, what was activated at this moment was the 7th level 8-armed snake prison, and it was 4 layers of superposition. As the large force rushed out of the space wormhole, the Tianxu Sangqiong was once again mired in the quagmire. In the main control room of the warship, Song Chi instinctively wanted to reactivate the time chessboard of the time chessboard component. Characteristics. As a colorful mythical quality component, if all the remaining 324 time chess pieces were used, he believed that it would definitely be enough to tear the 4th level 7th order 8-armed snake prison in the sky in one fell swoop. But when he calmed down, he immediately gave up this idea. The time chessboard strengthened to LV80 certainly has this power, but don't forget that, once the time chess pieces of the time chessboard are used, each piece will take 1 year to recondense. 360 pieces means 360 years, even after Zen Seal Inner Speed's effect. It will take decades to complete. No, decades may not be enough. After all, Posha Zen Seal is only a golden part, which will greatly reduce the cooling effect of the colored parts. As for the cooling reduction of time chessboard itself, this is the time required after the reduction. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, he will never use all the time chess pieces easily. In comparison, he believes that the Star Destroyer captains of the 2 kingdoms have their own preparations. Even a fearless captain like him was well aware of the 8-armed snake demon clan 8-armed snake prison magical power. There was no reason why the Star Destroyer captains didn't know about it. Since they knew about it, they were probably prepared in advance. Soon, the actions of the Fenglangjutsu Star Destroyer of the Yaoan Kingdom proved that Song Chi guess was correct. 8-armed snake prison. That's what you're waiting for. The calm and somewhat scary voice came from the Fenglangjutsu Star Destroyer. Before the multiple 8-armed snake demon lords around them changed color, a majestic black light had already spread out to the surroundings at a high speed with the Fenglangjutsu Star Destroyer at the center of the sphere. Black magic domain, sure enough, Lu Shu brought out the black domain component of their Lu royal family. Song Wujiang voice sounded in the encrypted group chat. This sentence instantly aroused a lot of interest in the group chat. Black magic domain, black supreme quality domain component. The several key information carried in this sentence obviously made Song Chi and others very curious. But everyone also knew that the current situation was not a suitable node for further questioning, so no one asked. They quickly scanned the surrounding starry sky, and soon they found something. As the so-called black magic domain expanded rapidly, the domain barrier of the 4-layer 8-armed snake prison in the sky began to show cracks. Obviously, the domain power stimulated by this black supreme quality component was extraordinary. However, even so, this black magic domain, which had obviously been strengthened to the 8th level, still failed to completely tear the 4-layer 8-armed snake prison apart. In the end, it was the other Star Destroyers of the Yaoan Kingdom and the Morning Star Kingdom that worked together, either the 8th level Golden Domain or the 7th level Golden Domain. Under the blessing of these multiple domains, the 4-layer 8-armed snake prison in the sky was completely shattered. When the strong suppressive force covering the warship completely dissipated, taking advantage of the opportunity when all the captains were on the alert, Song Chi controlled the 2 warships, the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong and the mirror image, with his mind, and activated the 10,000 symbols Purple Thunder prison feature of the Purple Thunder cannon. The next second, as many as 20,000 Purple Thunder symbols appeared in the area where the surrounding Tianxi warships were most densely packed, followed by a full-scale outbreak of endless thunder. After all the Purple Thunder symbols exploded, Song Chi looked at the soul-devouring altar component on the side. Current soul-devouring progress, 8% of the 2nd stage. As expected, with the rapid explosion of the Purple Sky Thunder prison of both sides, the soul-devouring progress of the soul-devouring altar has once again skyrocketed. This is not over yet. After the characteristics of the Purple Sky Thunder prison of the 10,000 symbols, Song Chi successively used the large-scale characteristics such as the Zhou-Tian Quantum Sword Formation and Black Hole Singularity Rapid Explosion. The group attack secondary guns on the warships never stopped, and they did everything possible to harvest an endless number of Sky Snake warships. Finally, under the desperate attack of the Tianpan River Fleet, the defense line arranged by the 8-armed snake demon of the Chipan River system completely collapsed. The 8-armed snake demon fleet followed several 8-armed snake demon overlords and retreated in 9 routes. At the same time, several Star Destroyers had encrypted group chats. "We can't let them run away like this. Otherwise we won't be able to divide our forces later. And the cleaning efficiency will be reduced countless times. Chase. Just like that. Under the gaze of countless captains, 7 Star Destroyers soared into the sky. They were divided into 2, and 3, chasing the 3 8-armed snake demon fleets that were left behind. After a while, 3 high-intensity energy collision prompts were received on the patrol radars of many Xinhua captains. Obviously, all 3 pursuit teams successfully caught up with the target. This violent energy collision lasted for about dozens of minutes. When the 7 Star Destroyers returned again, they also brought back the bodies of 2 7th-level 8-armed Snake Demon Masters. The only team that did not bring back the 8-armed Snake Demon Master was the 2 Star Destroyer captains of the Morning Star Kingdom, who were jointly pursuing. Song Family Star Destroyer encrypted communication group chat Song Wujiang. That Rosetta Morning Star is definitely still a Silver Fire Seed. Its battle power can only be regarded as a weak one among the 7th-level ships. It was petrified by the 8-armed Snake Demon Master at the first encounter. In a one-on-one battle, Ding Hai Longxiang failed to keep the opponent. Song Xuan, Silver Fire Seed. This is within our expectations. After all, the Morning Star family has only been passed down for 7,000 years. And they don't have such great luck as our family. As he said this, Song Xuan glanced at Song Qi and Song Yan. And it was obvious that he was referring to the 2 of them. It is already a great luck to have a Star Destroyer captain. And it would be abnormal to get a golden upgraded fire source that is as rare as the Black Supreme Wonder. As the parties discussed secretly, everyone's attention soon turned back to this battle. After this battle, the 2 kingdoms of the Tianpan River system were completely established in the Qipan River system. A month later, after many discussions, it was finally decided to let the 3-eyed clan flagship of the Longji Song family of the Morning Star Kingdom stay in the Wormhole tunnel. The fleets of several parties built a circle of starry sky defense lines, with the Wormhole tunnel as the center. This circle of defense lines was built according to the highest standards, and its own defensive capabilities were very good. If there was another 7th-level combat power, then everyone would no longer have to worry about the retreat problem. So after some discussion, it was finally decided to let the Song family 3-eyed clan dominant flagship guard as the absolute force to suppress the various fleets. The Star Destroyer is the key to ensure that the fleets can fully cleanse the Qipan River system in the future. Each ship is of great importance. In comparison, although the Song family 3-eyed clan dominant flagship also has a 7th-level combat power, its speed, flexibility, combat power and other aspects are far inferior to a normal Star Destroyer. It is naturally more appropriate to let it ensure the safety of the retreat of all parties. Of course, this decision was not made so easily just because it was appropriate. No matter how powerful the flagship of the 3-eyed clan was, it was still a 7th-level combat force. If it was allowed to guard here, it would mean that the Song family would lose a 7th-level combat force for nothing. The Song family was naturally unwilling to do so at first. After Song Wujiang argued with reason, all parties finally agreed that in the subsequent cleaning and plundering of the entire Qipan River system, all parties would give 10% of their gains to the Song family as a reward. After agreeing on this, the nearly 200 million fleets of the Qipan River system were divided into 7 teams, each heading to 7 different directions of the Qipan River system. Qipan River system, southwest side, Nanling Star region. After the fleets separated, the Song family fleet chose the southwest direction. Finally, after the fleet arrived at the Nanling Star region, they successfully joined a fleet that had been waiting there for a long time. This fleet was also led by a Star Destroyer, and the fleet numbered more than 12 million, which was almost the same as the number of the combined fleet of the Song family and its affiliated forces. Seeing this, the high-level members of the Song family quickly exclaimed in the group chat. As expected of an old-fashioned clan with a heritage of more than 20,000 years, it has just returned to the ranks of immortal clans, and it can pull out such a large number of fleets at one time. Compared to the exclamations of the Song family, the captains of other affiliated forces in the group chat were more curious. This seems to be a brand new fleet, which has never appeared before. It seems to be true, and there is also a Star Destroyer in charge. Where did it come from? Will there be a conflict with us? As more and more people raised doubts, Captain Julu of the Song family began to explain. Don't worry, this fleet is our Song family strategic ally. They are from the Chigu Luo family of the Jinpan River system. As soon as this explanation came out, whether it was the Song family members who had not known about it before, or the captains of those affiliated forces, They all had a bright look in their eyes at this moment. As captains who had just survived a star war, they knew too well the fragility of individual strength in such a star battlefield where billions of people were involved. In just the previous 2 battles, their entire fleet lost more than 1 million warships. The Golden Horn Loot family, which had always been the vanguard and cannon fodder, and the Eagle family and other joint fleets suffered even greater damage. It is said that the fleet of 12 million ships at the beginning has now only 8 million ships left. A full 1/3 reduction. In this case, an allied fleet of more than 12 million will definitely greatly enhance the overall strength of the fleet. With the 2-star destroyers in place, it can be imagined that in the next cleanup war, there will not be many 8-armed snake demons who dare to provoke their team. In this way, their subsequent casualties will naturally be greatly reduced, compared with the captain's joy about a new allied fleet. In the encrypted communication group chat of the Song family Star Destroyer, several core members of the Song family were discussing another matter in detail. Xiaoqi, since you have made up your mind, then go. The remnants of the Jiexing clan have only taken root in the Qipan River system for hundreds of years. They definitely have a lot of good things in their hands. It is indeed worth going over to take a look. But is one mirror battleship enough? The Star Robbers were an advanced civilization before, but now they are helpless. They may have some amazing cards in their hands. How about letting Xiaoyan go with us? I think it's okay. Let Xiaoyan go with us. Bring a dominant king worm and a market projection order. It should be enough to ensure safety. That's it. We have already joined the Luo family. We have 2 star destroyers. Xiaoqi, you still have a market projection order in your hand. Add the Sky Dragon Shark and the 2 dominant king worms left. Even if we really encounter an 8th level 8-armed snake demon, we can fight it. What they were discussing now was the remnants of the Jiexing clan who escaped during the Great Development War of the Yaoan Kingdom. Although they successfully intercepted a group of Jiexing clan in the secret realm, they were only part of the Jiexing clan. There were only a few golden treasures left in the hands of the Jiexing clan. The real good things had already been taken away by the Jiexing clan, who had been teleported away. The high-level officials of the Song family never forgot this. You know, the inheritance time of the Jiexing clan civilization is as long as hundreds of thousands of years, which is not shorter than the birth time of their entire Xinhua human civilization. The key is that their rulers have never been interrupted. In such a long time, how much foundation can an advanced civilization accumulate? In the eyes of the top leaders of the Song family, the Jiexing clan definitely has more resources. The resources they intercepted at the beginning may not even be half of their resources, or even less than a quarter. That is why the top leaders of the Song family discussed and used a lot of tracking methods. For example, they deliberately let go of some 4th level and 5th level Jiexing clan members and put tracking marks on them. Later, as long as one of them can successfully reunite with the escaped Jiexing clan members, they can follow the clues and find the escaped elite Jiexing clan members. However, this method obviously failed to work in the end, because it was not only the Song family who thought of this method. Many forces that participated in the Great Development War secretly carried out this operation. But in the end, they were easily resolved by the escaped Jiexing people. The tracking marks they left behind were all purified and cleared without exception. The reason why Song Qi still had enough confidence to find the existence of the other party was because of the Heavenly Fate Compass. When making the arrangements, the Song family also left a lot of Jiexing people's blood and bones by chance. With these things, hundreds of years ago, as soon as Song Qi obtained the Heavenly Fate Compass component, he successfully captured the gathering place of those who escaped from the Jiexing people. The reason why it was not officially taken until now was because the location where the Jiexing people were hiding was the core star field of the Qipan River system. With the strength of the Song family at that time, it was simply not possible to quietly penetrate into the Qipan River system controlled by the 8-armed snake demon. Now that the war has begun, there is no need to worry anymore. Chapter 593 Discovery. After the discussion, Song Yin did not stop. He and the mirror battleship of Tianqiu Sangqiong quietly left the battleship with hidden parts. Unless the fleet members noticed, they headed straight to the north of the Qipan River system. Battleship Magnetic Wave Communication Group Chat. Song Qi, brother, what level is your guidance now? Song Qi suddenly asked as the 2 battleships passed by. He remembered that the 2 of them almost completed the breakthrough of the 6th level guidance at the same time. And with the help of the 6th level full attribute training room, his guidance is still hovering at level 62. The practice after the 6th level is becoming more and more difficult. Song Yin replied quickly. LV 63. Song-Chi? Instantly, Song-Chi was full of doubts. With the help of several unique means such as tens of thousands of years of deep-sea clam pearls, and the full attribute training room, he was able to break through 2 levels in a row in decades. I originally thought that my training speed was fast enough. How come I reached level 3? Faced with his doubts, Song Yen did not hide it, and explained, the reason why my training speed is so fast, in addition to the special bonus of the previous Flame Covenant component, there are also reasons for me. When I first discovered the remains of the Flame God clan and accepted the inheritance of the 8th level Peak Flame God clan, the other party used a legendary spiritual object of the Flame God clan to evolve my physique into a special Flame God body. With the blessing of this Flame God body, I have a much higher efficiency than ordinary people in absorbing fire energy. And the same is true when I comprehend the laws of fire and secret arts. After hearing this explanation, Song-Chi suddenly understood. As the two chatted, time passed quickly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In order to maintain absolute secrecy during the passage, the two warships can usually only travel during the period when the concealment components are effective. In addition, the fleets have already been wreaking havoc in the Chipan River system, which makes the travel efficiency of the two warships even lower. It took a full half a year to reach the destination. In the dark starry sky, the two dreadnoughts are hidden in the void, and the two eyes in the warships are staring at the floating land floating in the starry sky opposite. The diameter of this floating land is only a few hundred light years, which is not noticeable among the 6th level floating lands. And because of this, no force in the Tianpan River system would have thought that the remnants of the Jieshan clan, who fled in a panic, would actually hide here. After all, according to normal logic, after experiencing a war of genocide, these lingering stray dogs are most likely scared out of their wits. Only by living in a higher level floating land, under the protection of the floating land shield of the high level floating land, can they regain a sufficient sense of security. But the result is that these Jieshan people do the exact opposite. If it weren't for the Heavenly Fate C-Nan-Pan component, the C-Nan tracing source feature repeatedly showed that many 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level Jieshan people that they let go eventually gathered here, and the Song family wouldn't believe it either. What do you mean, Big Brother? Is there any way to enter the floating land quietly without alerting the 8-armed snake demon and the robber star tribe inside the floating land? Looking at the 6th level floating land shield covering the surface of the floating land, Song-Chi looked a little troubled. Song Yen obviously didn't have a targeted method either, and shook his head quickly. At this time, both of them thought of Jing Ji and Jing Hu. When they broke into the Star Spirit Clan city, they used the special abilities of the two Phantom Mirror clan to sneak into the Star Spirit City formation quietly. Then how about this? The two discussed for a while, and finally decided on a plan. 2 days later, Buzz, accompanied by the emergence of violent space fluctuations, a space vortex channel with a large diameter suddenly appeared in the starry sky outside the 6th level Snake Light floating land. And then a dreadnought with a length of more than 100,000 meters rushed out of the jump channel. After seeing the way to the 6th level floating land, the dreadnought seemed extremely surprised. The next second, a strong white light began to gather at the bow of the dreadnought, and it was obviously charging the super main gun, and wanted to use this to test the strength of the floating land shield of this 6th level floating land. This change was naturally quickly reported to the high-level 8-armed snake demons on the surface of the floating land by the 8-armed snake demons patrolling the sky. Not long after, more than 100 level 5 and level 6 8-armed snake demons gathered at the end of the sky. The dreadnought did not pay attention to so much. After the super main gun completed the energy storage, it directly launched an attack. Inside the floating land shield, many 8-armed snake demons attacked one after another. The arms of the law gathered by the law of Earth stretched out from the floating land shield and slapped the hot beams that were shooting at them. After breaking out of the floating land shield, the original blessing of the floating land itself was greatly weakened, and the dreadnought super main gun that triggered the beam was obviously at least strengthened to the 8th level of the golden super main gun. So the final result was obvious. Even though there were many 8-armed snake demons, they still failed to completely block the hot beam. The beam with blazing flames finally fell on the 6th level floating land shield. Buzz! Suddenly, violent ripples were set off on the floating land shield. At the same time, far away on the other side of the floating land, the Tianqiu Sangqing mirror warship hidden in the void activated the sky-breaking cone component on the warship. As the sky-breaking beam accurately touched the floating land shield light curtain, The 6th level floating land shield also immediately sent out violent ripples. And at the point where the sky-breaking beam touched, a faint crack even appeared. The movement caused by this was obviously not small, but it was perfectly covered by the commotion caused by the hot beam on the other side. In the main control room, inside the mirror battleship, seeing that the initial effect of sky-breaking cone was not good, Song-Chi was not disappointed at all. The mirror's Pajuo Zen meditation seal component was activated. Under the Zen meditation seal inner speed feature, sky-breaking cone instantly completed cooling. And then the second sky-breaking light was shot out. This second sky-breaking light still landed accurately at the previous landing point. And suddenly, the floating land shield, which had only a faint crack, was torn open with a small hole. The reason why it is called a small opening is that the diameter of this small crack is only tens of centimeters. Not to mention the 160,000 meter long mirror warship. Even if Song-Chi himself is here, it is also difficult to pass through. However, Song-Chi is not in a hurry, but is full of joy. The next second, the hatch of the mirror warship opened, and then the miniature 6th level flame giant rushed out. After rushing out of the warship, the flame giant did not enlarge its size, but maintained its miniature form, and then easily passed through the small crack in front. As for the mirror battleship, because Song-Chi himself was not here, and the mirror battleship itself could not be taken back to the Shinhua Zuqiao, so according to reason, after the Yanling giant successfully entered the floating land shield, the mirror battleship still could not pass through. But don't forget that the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was mirrored by the mirror split component, not only replicated the golden components such as Posha Zen meditation seal, neutron star core armor, but also the black ultimate components such as divine mind chapter. Moreover, the divine mind chapter in the mirror battleship is bound to the flame giant at this moment. The flame giant inside the floating land shield suddenly touched the divine mind mark and activated the remote recall of the mirror battleship. The mirror battleship quickly turned into a light spot and was successfully summoned into the floating land by the flame giant. After completing this operation, the flame giant re-entered the battleship. Until then, the red flame boiling sea on the other side of the floating land stopped attacking and disappeared directly outside the 6th level snake light floating land. In the eyes of those 5th and 6th level 8-armed snake demons, it was just that the red flame boiling sea knew that it could not shake the floating land shield of the snake light floating land, so it had no choice but to retreat. However, the sudden episode made all the 8-armed snake demons on the snake light floating land uneasy. Thousands of light years away from the snake light floating land, the red flame boiling sea, which had just rushed out of the jump tunnel, received a message from the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror battleship. Super distance communication disk subdisk, it's done. It can be transmitted over. Hearing this, Song Yen did not hesitate at all, and looked at the high-dimensional portal component on the side. This component was one of the golden components that were cut off from the Jiexing clan. It had been loaded on the Akala before, and was temporarily lent to Song Yen to facilitate the two people's actions this time. As Song-Chi activated this golden component, and used the teleportation mark left in the cabin of the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror battleship as the landing point, Song Yen and the Qi and Juhai suddenly disappeared into the quiet starry sky. Snake Light floating land. Snake Light Mountains. As a super mountain range that runs from north to south on the Snake Light floating land. The Snake Light Mountain stretches for hundreds of light years, hiding countless exotic beasts and creatures. A certain section of the Snake Light Mountains, above the low altitude of the mountains, the mirror battleship hides in the void with the permanent hidden state of the void membrane component. Under the powerful feature of hiding authority is improved by 1 level. Even if the duration of the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl has ended, the mirror battleship has not been discovered by other creatures. Inside the mirror battleship, accompanied by a slight spatial fluctuation, Song Yen appeared out of thin air, and at the moment of teleportation, his brows flickered with a faint light. That was the red flame boiling sea which had just been automatically retracted into the Shinhua ancestral aperture. The first moment of teleportation, Song Yen noticed that the psionic energy in his body was still circulating in the heavens, and he looked surprised. You didn't seal the psionic energy in your body, 7th brother. Is this actively consuming the 6th level floating land origin, or is this mirror battleship not like a normal Shinhua battleship, restricting the entry of other Shinhua captains? You know Song Yen would ask this question. Although Song-Chi himself was hundreds of thousands of light years away, he still quickly transmitted his voice with his mind. This is the characteristic of the mirror battleship. It does not restrict the entry of other Shinhua captains. This is good. as the mirror battleship of Tianshu Sangqiong. Its combat power is amazing. It is not restricted by carrying other Xinhua captains. It may play a great role in the subsequent war. So, the remaining Jiexing clan are all hidden in the mountains below? After talking about the mirror battleship for a while, the two quickly turned their attention back to the mountain range below. According to the star map of the Tianming Xinanpan, the Jiexing clan were indeed hiding in this mountain range. But the two of them looked carefully many times with their double pupils. But they still could not find the hiding place of the Jiexing clan in this large mountain range, although they found many caves that seemed to be connected to the depths of the mountain or underground. Because the cave passages were tortuous, it was difficult to determine whether it was the entrance or exit of the Jiexing clan hiding place just by looking. As for sending puppet soldiers to investigate, it would be too easy to alert the enemy, so neither of them acted rashly. Wait, these star robbers seem to have concealed the 8-armed snake demon. Without the interference of the 8-armed snake demon, we have enough time to fight them. Well, but it can't be too long. This star field is the clearing area of Yao and Lu's family. I'm afraid that if it is delayed for too long, it will attract the main fleet of Yao and Lu's family. Then it will be limited to 1 year. If there are star robbers entering and leaving within 1 year, it would be the best. If not, then we will directly block this mountain range and conduct a carpet search. Time passed, and 9 months passed in a blink of an eye. It must be said that these Jiexing people are really patient. Before the red flame boiling sea took the initiative to show up, they didn't believe that these Jiexing people would not know. But after more than 9 months, these Jiexing people just didn't make any moves. Originally, Song Qi and the others had basically determined that they would have to force a move in 3 months, but they didn't expect that they would be given a surprise in the last 2 months. Half a month later, the Sky Intelligence brain suddenly sent a prompt sound. Attention, level 5 life energy has appeared in cave T12. This is the order Song Qi gave to Qiongtian intelligent brain. Once a new life appears, give a prompt immediately. The two of them turned their eyes and looked at the cave marked as T12. The next second, joy appeared in their eyes. Level 5 Jiexing clan, it's basically correct. This cave T12 should be the entrance and exit of their hiding place. After confirming this, the two still didn't act rashly. It's the last step now, and they don't mind being more cautious. Under the eyes of the two, this 5th level Jiexing clan walked out of the cave with great vigilance and caution, and scanned left and right for several times to make sure that there was no abnormality. And then it flew out of the mountains. In this way, the mirror battleship just followed in the void, until it was a long distance away from the Snake Light mountain range. And then the mirror battleship quickly attacked. It was said to be a full-strength attack, but in fact it was just a matter of a moment. The combat power of the Tianshu Sangqiong was there, and the combat power of the mirror battleship, which almost replicated all the parts of the Tianshu Sangqiong, was naturally needless to say. It controlled this 5th level Jiexing clan in one encounter. Then they used the slave parts to enslave them. Needless to say, the heavenly power control ring that was strengthened to the 8th level easily enslaved them. After that, the two began to question the 5th level Jiexing clan. After asking everything the Jiexing clan knew, the two looked at each other, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. Because according to the 5th level Jiexing clan, the hiding place of the remaining Jiexing clan was not deep in the mountains or underground, but a secret place. Chapter 590 for the inheritance of hundreds of thousands of years of advanced civilization. There is another key point. The cave where the other party just appeared is not the entrance to the secret realm. These caves are connected to each other, which means that the two did not act rashly, otherwise they would have alerted the enemy, and would not have gained anything. After asking about the specific route, the two did not hesitate. Inside the mirror battleship, the fixed sky-locking heaven seal component was activated. After a period of energy storage, a blockade space that almost covered the entire mountain range appeared out of thin air, covering a large area around it. At the same time, the hatch of the mirror battleship opened, and Song Yin rushed out. After quickly summoning the flame-boiling sea, he also activated a space blockade component on the battleship without hesitation. Not long after, the second layer of space blockade formation appeared. Double-layer space blockade. This can effectively avoid subsequent exposure problems. Although the two space blockade components are only silver quality, they have been strengthened to the 7th level. Even if a 7th level creature takes action personally, it is impossible to break them easily. Besides, there is no 7th level dominant creature on the floating land of the Snake Light. After the two dreadnoughts finished their group chat, Song Qi looked at Song Yin in his mind, and then quickly transmitted his voice. Do it. Buzz buzz buzz. The engines of the two dreadnoughts roared violently, and they flew all the way to the cave in the distance, as a mountain range that stretches for hundreds of light years. The height of this mountain range is naturally far beyond imagination, and the entrances of the caves on the mountain are also terrifyingly large. Even if two dreadnoughts of more than 100,000 meters are immersed in it, there will be no collision problem at all. Following the route provided by the 5th level Jiexing clan, Song Qi and the others quickly found the entrance to the secret realm hidden deep in the mountain. The Tianshu Sanqiong was in front, and the Lion Juhai was behind. The two warships quickly sank into the entrance of the space vortex. After a rapid space change, the two appeared above a bright sky. However, before the two could react, a large amount of artillery roars had already sounded from below. Obviously, the Jiexing clan in this secret realm discovered the two invading dreadnoughts at the first time. Unfortunately, this level of attack could not pose any substantial threat to the two dreadnoughts. It seems that there are only a few cats left in these star robbers. According to my patrol radar, there are only 4 level 6 creatures around, and not many level 5 creatures. However, this secret realm. After hearing what Song Yin said, Song Qi remotely controlled mind also nodded. These star robbers are indeed no longer a threat. As for this secret realm, it should be a primitive secret realm. If the entrance to the secret realm is turned back to the Dragon Ridge continent, it can add a little more foundation to the family. As they spoke, the two of them looked determined. Just in case, let's get rid of all the star robbers in the secret realm as soon as possible. Then the two dreadnoughts took action separately. Of course, before taking action, Song Yin left the Tiger Turtle King bug in place and asked it to guard the exit of the secret realm to prevent the star robbers from escaping from here. A few minutes later, the roar of artillery fire continued to sound in this primitive secret realm. This process lasted for several hours. When the two warships reunited again, it also meant that the star robbers in the secret realm had been completely cleared out. Battleship Communication Channel. Song Yin. This secret realm is called the Death Tribulation Secret Realm. It is also of a very high grade among the primitive secret realms. It seems to be the fundamental secret realm of the Tribulation Star Clan. Song Qi. That's right. This Death Tribulation Secret Realm produces a special resource called Death Tribulation Core, which can enhance the perception of the law of light below the perfect level. During the communication, Song Yin was about to count all the gains looted from various places in the secret realm, but was interrupted by Song Qi. Wait, let's move this primitive secret realm back to the Dragon Ridge continent first. Cheepan River System, Southwest Star Region, Joint Fleet of Song Family and Luo Family. Encrypted group chat of Dinghai Longxiang Song Qi. We have dealt with the remaining Jiexing clan. Song Xingru, how is it? What is the harvest? Song Qi, we have not counted it yet. The main thing is that we found a primitive secret realm left by the Jiexing clan. I have to go back to Longji continent and move that secret realm back. Song Wujiang, another primitive secret realm? Before the Yaoan Kingdom's pioneering war ended, the 3 Yaoan families found no less than 3 primitive secret realms. There is still one? It is worthy of being a civilization with a heritage of more than hundreds of thousands of years. After explaining it to several ancestors, Song Qi went to the 10th Straight Vein Fleet again, and borrowed the Secret Realm Binder component from his grandfather's battleship Wrath of the Mad Lion. Secret Realm Binder LV-40. Quality, purple. Features, Secret Realm Entrance Opener. This component was obtained from the White Tower floating land, and it can freely open the entrance to a secret realm. However, its quality is only purple, and it is highly unlikely to be effective for an original secret realm, so Song Qi took out a 5th level and a 6th level silver apple respectively, and directly evolved this component to red quality. Then, a slight spatial fluctuation was heard from the main control room of Tianshu Sanqiong, and Song Qi himself disappeared in the warship. In Zhudiangsu city, Song Qi just appeared and disappeared again soon, without staying for long. In Snake Light floating land, Song Qi figure quietly emerged inside the mirror warship. Before the official operation, Song Qi set up a spatial anchor point inside the mirror warship, just in case of unexpected situations, and it just happened to be used now. For this reason, he also cancelled the spatial anchor points originally left in City of Holy Light, Silver Plate floating land, Gold Plate floating land, etc., including the one in Longyuan City on the Red Star continent. There is no way, there are not enough space anchor points. One in the Dragon Ridge continent, one in the Starry Sky, one in the Yenshin clan ruins, one in the Tianxu Sanqiong, and one in this mirror warship. It is full, there is no space at all. The Death Tribulation Secret Realm Sky, seeing Song Qi appear in the mirror warship, Song Yan was not surprised at all, took the LV-60 Secret Realm binder sent by Song Qi, he loaded it on the Fiery Sea without hesitation. After that, he completed the binding of the Death Tribulation Secret Realm with this red quality component. After that, the two dreadnoughts left the original Secret Realm one after another. Deep in the mountain space, the Tiger Rayo King Worm, under Song Qi command, used its own dominant power to crush the original entrance to the Death Secret Realm. After that, it would no longer be possible to enter the Death Secret Realm through this place. After doing this, Song Yan recalled the Fiery Sea boiling. And then Song Qi took him back to the Dragon Ridge continent with the Dimensional Space Stone. On the hillside of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Inside the cave, at the entrance to the Song family secret realm. With the help of the Fiery Sea, a new secret realm entrance was opened in the cave. With this secret realm entrance, the number of secret realm entrances in the cave has reached nearly 10. Of course, there are only 2 original secret realms. And the rest are broken secret realms and Star Sea secret realms. After doing this, Song Qi and the others began to formally count all the gains. This counting process took several hours, because there were too many things. 3 hours later, the two had a list in their hands. For black ultimate treasures. For gold holy treasures. 10 silver legendary treasures. 84 red and below treasures. 50 strands of 8th level floating land origin. 9,000 strands of 7th level floating land origin. 5 strands of chaos energy. 2 pieces of black hole debris. 1,000 pieces of eternal stone bricks. 10 standard units of death cores. 50 pieces of 7th level master true spirits. 3 pieces of 8th level master true spirits. 1 drop of 7th level master source blood. 32 drops of 6th level biological source blood. 200,000 titanium crystals. A map of the distribution of resources in the former Death Star field. A number of various mineral resources. There are so many things. So many that even with the knowledge of Song Qi and the others, it is still a bit dazzling. After completing the inventory, the two did not stay for long, but directly returned to the Song family fleet far away in the Qipan River system through Song Qi. As for the mirror warships still left in the Snake Light floating land, there is no need to worry about them. Song Qi has brought back the Flame Giant, and he only needs to use the same method to recall it remotely. Dinghai Longxiang encrypted group chat Song Qi. We have left the 5 strands of chaotic energy in the Dragon Ridge continent. Now we only need more than 10 strands to complete the 3rd repair of the Dragon Whale Palace. Song Xiuan, let's put this aside for now. Chaos Qi is not that easy to get. An advanced civilization that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Plus the previous interception has only collected 7 strands. You can imagine how rare it is. At present, the Chaos Qi in the hands of those small and medium-sized forces in the major galaxies has basically been acquired by us. The future can only depend on the harvest from the Qipan galaxy. As for the Star Sea Wonders, as they chatted, everyone's eyes quickly shifted to the Star Sea Wonders, especially the 4 Black Wonders and the 4 Golden Wonders. In comparison, the number of silver and red items is limited, which is probably because they intercepted most of them last time. Swish. Song Qi and Song Yan uploaded multiple screenshots of the attributes in the group chat, which are all black and gold items. Black Ultimate, Death Star Shell, Titan Giant Hardcore, Star Spirit Soil, Time Tower Gold Sanctuary, Death Star Spirit Stone, Starlight High Energy Particle Flow, True Dragon Scale, Flame Spirit. Among these 8 items, 3 cannot be converted into shipboard parts, namely the Black Ultimate Quality Star Spirit Soil, Time Tower, and the Gold Sanctuary Quality True Dragon Scale. However, the Time Tower is somewhat magical. Although it cannot be transformed into a shipborne component, it has its own space inside. This space has a special time acceleration effect. For example, if 20 days pass inside, only 1 day will pass in the outside world. Moreover, even if you stay in it for 20 days, your personal lifespan will still only count the time progress in the outside world. Unfortunately, the same creature can only enter this time tower once in his life and stay in it for a maximum of 20 years, which is 1 year in the outside world. But even so, this component is still extremely powerful. The high-level members of the Song family intend to keep it in the Dragon Ridge continent and use it to train the younger generation of the family in the future. In this way, the talented children in the family will have 19 more years than outsiders in the future. As for star spirit soil and vacuum scale, they will be sent to the Wonder Exchange shop in the market by Song Chi. In addition to these three, the other 5 items can be transformed into shipboard parts. Wonderful item, Death Star Shell Layer. Quality, black. Transformable, Death Star Shell Armor. Note, a star shell that broke away from the ancient Death Star in the multiverse era. After a long period of evolution, turned into a black star sea wonder of the highest quality. Death Star Shell Armor LV0. Quality, black. Features, hull armor protection value increased by 170%. Feature 2, true defense. Feature 3, once the hull armor is damaged, it will repair itself by 1% every 10 seconds. Feature 4, the hull strength of the loaded warship is increased by 170%. Feature 5, Starlight Healing. Feature 6, Death Star Shell Guardian. Special item, Titan Giant Hardcore. Quality, black. Transformable, Titan Hardcore Engine. Note, after an 8th level Titan Giant fell, its hardcore remained, and finally turned into a special item under special circumstances. Titan Hardcore Engine LV0. Quality, black. Features, engine energy supply effect increased by 170%. Feature 2, engine thrust increased by 170%. Feature 3, engine psionic energy pool storage increased by 3 times. These 2 black ultimate parts, the properties are non-inferior, but for Song Chi, the attraction is just that. After all, whether it is Neutron Star Core Armor or Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine, they will only be better than the other 2. What? Neutron Star Core Armor is only gold, and this Death Star Shell Armor is black? Don't be silly. Neutron Star Core Armor is only 1 step away from the ultimate black quality, and it won't take long to complete the transformation. The key is that several characteristics of Neutron Star Core Armor are much stronger than this Death Star Shell Armor. Regarding the distribution of these 2 parts, everyone discussed it many times in the encrypted group chat. In the end, the Death Star Shell Armor was taken by Song Wujiang, and the Titan Core Engine was given to Song Yen. As for the Flame Star Hull Armor and a golden engine that the 2 replaced, the Flame Star Hull Armor was given to Song Xingru. After all, Song Xingru followed the law of fire, which was very suitable. The golden engine replaced by the Flame Boiling Sea was given to Song Wujiang. The Dinghai Longxiang is still equipped with a silver engine, and the energy supply is now somewhat overwhelmed. Soon, everyone looked at the remaining 3 golden holy wonders. The 3 wonders were an energy shield and a terracotta warrior component. As for the last one, it made Song Chi eyes light up. Wonder, Starlight High Energy Particle Stream. Quality, gold. Transformable, Starlight Particle Energy Shield. Note, a large number of high-energy starlight particles evolved under special conditions, and finally turned into a star sea wonder. Starlight Particle Energy Shield LV0 quality, gold feature, real shield feature 2, energy shield value increased by 140%. Wonder, Flame Spirit. Quality, gold. Transformable, Flame Spirit Terracotta Warrior Tree. Note, a Flame Spirit Lord transformed after death. Flame Spirit Terracotta Warrior Tree LV0 quality, gold feature, Power of Strange Fire feature 2. The number of Terracotta Warriors that can be summoned is increased by 20 feature 3, Flame Spear. Chapter 595 Surprise Attack. For now, the only thing that Song Chi is somewhat interested in is the Flame Spirit Soldier Tree. It can summon special soldiers such as the Flame Spirit, and its upper limit of strengthening is not bad, far exceeding the 2 Soldier Tree components currently on the Tianqiu Sanqiong. As for the last Death Star Spirit Stone, it is a rare flash escape component. Rare item, Death Star Spirit Stone. Quality, gold. Transformable, Starlight Flash Spirit Stone Talisman. Note, a special light escape rare item transformed from a special ore. Starlight Flashing Spiritual Stone Talisman LV0. Quality, gold. Features, add 1000 light resistance to the mounted warship. Feature 2, add 1 additional number of possible evasions. Feature 3, when the mounted warship is evading, the evasion distance is doubled. Feature 4, random evasion. Feature 5, Starlight Flashing Spiritual Escape Consumption, 150 per second, psionic points, number of times, February 2nd. Effect, consumes 100,000 additional psionic points, instantly launches light evasion in the specified direction. The current maximum evasion distance is 100 kilometers. Buffer time, 72 hours. Upgrade requirements, 100 strands of floating land origin, 0 order, 10,000 psionic points, 1 ton of microlight stone. Note, this component needs to occupy 5 slots random escape flash. Consume 100,000 psionic points. Immediately flash in a random direction 1 light year. The cooling time is constant for 1 year. Starlight Flash Spirit Escape. Consume 200,000 psionic points, including but not limited to ignoring space blockade, warship confinement, forbidden magic field, time stillness and other control effects. Flash in the specified direction. The current maximum flash distance is 1 light year. The cooling time is constant for 50 years. This last component is surprisingly an extremely rare flash component, although it is not the rarest space flash component, but a light attribute flash component, but it does not affect its value at all. Not to mention the far greater distance of the escape orb. Song-Chi valued the last one. Starlight Flash Spirit Escape, which ignored the specified escape characteristics including multiple control effects, such as space and time. This characteristic alone was better than anything else. To give a simple example, if this component could be loaded on the Tianxu Sanqiong before, then there was no need to activate the mythical component time chessboard. And the suppression effect of the 8-armed snake prison of the 8-armed snake demon could be directly broken. Therefore, Song-Chi undoubtedly took the Starlight Shimmering Stone Talisman. After taking this part, Song-Chi stopped talking. After all, he had already taken one of the 5 parts. But several tribesmen in the group chat did not think so. Song-Xiuan, Shao-Chi. It seems that there are still 2 red quality terracotta warrior parts on your ship. This time, we can find the remaining forces of the Jiexing clan. All thanks to you. Take this flame elf terracotta warrior tree part as well. Song Yen, very reasonable. Song Xingru, I agree. Finally, Song-Chi took the Starlight Shine Stone Talisman and Flame Spirit Warrior Tree 2 parts. That's not all, he also got 20 of the 50 dominant true spirits. The other 30 were given 10 each by Song Wujiang and Song Yen, and the last 10 were equally divided between Song Xiuan, Song Xingru, and Song Shishing who guarded the Dragon-Rich continent. Song-Chi also got 10 strands of the 8th level Floating Land Origin, 1,000 strands of the 7th level Floating Land Origin, and 50,000 titanium crystals. As for the remaining Starlight Particle Energy Shield, it was brought back directly to Longji continent and handed over to Song Shishing. Of course, the Time Tower was also brought back. What caught Song-Chi attention the most was that after his elder brother Song Yin took the Titan Core engine, he asked for 2 most inconspicuous black hole debris. This made Song-Chi heart tremble. If I remember correctly, the black hole armor loaded on the Flame Boiling Sea is now of the highest quality black. If his guess is correct, these 2 black hole debris are the same as the neutron star core armor, and they are really for the black hole armor to devour and fuse. Song-Chi will know what that means. Song-Chi did not speculate on his own, and asked directly, brother, are the 2 pieces of black hole debris for the black hole armor to devour? Hearing this, Song Yin was surprised at first, and then quickly thought of the neutron star core armor loaded on the Tianxu Sanqiong. Without thinking too much, he nodded gently. Sure enough, Song-Chi clenched his fists, and was quite excited, since the guess was right. It means that the black hole armor is transforming towards the colorful mythical quality. Once the specified number of black hole debris are collected, it will completely evolve from the black ultimate quality to the colorful mythical quality. Based on this, Song-Chi could not help but think of the neutron star core armor as the ultimate celestial body that can be compared with black holes in the multiverse era. Since the black hole armor corresponding to the black hole has the potential to transform into a colorful mythical wonder. Does that mean that the neutron star core armor is also the same? After the excitement, Song-Chi quickly came back to his senses, and his eyes fell on the 10 death cores. This resource can enhance the user's perception of the law of light, and only he can use it here, in the battleship control room. 22 7th level Master True Spirits were consumed, and the 2 parts, Starlight Shimmering Stone Talisman and Flame Elf Soldier Tree, were successfully strengthened to level 80. As the properties of the 2 parts increased greatly, Song-Chi looked at the 10 death cores. Space, time, and light. These 3 laws are related to the success rate of attacking the Star Destroyer in the future, and they are of great importance. He has already listed them as the first point to improve himself. However, This death core directly improves the perception of the law of light, rather than improving the efficiency of perception. The crystal of the law. Enlightenment cushion fake. The manifestation of the origin law of the market. And the starry sky throne of the Dragon Whale Palace cannot provide assistance. So he did not delay, and directly used the first death core in the battleship control room. Half a month later, the effect of the first death core completely ended, and Song-Chi quickly sensed his own understanding of the law of light. Soon his eyes sparkled. Just one death core directly increased his understanding of the law of light from 81% to 83.2%. It soared by 2.2%. After the surprise, Song-Chi quickly calmed down. He knew very well that this was only because it was the first time he used it, and the subsequent effects would only become weaker and weaker. Fortunately, the final result was acceptable. After all 10 death cores were used up, his understanding of the law of light officially broke through 90%, reaching 90.02%. Although it is still impossible to increase the success rate of the promotion to a Star Destroyer, but don't forget that it has only been a few decades since the Tianshu Sanqiong was promoted to a dreadnought, and it will take at least hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. With such a long time, he has enough confidence to continue to improve the perception of the law of light in the next few hundred years. And it's not just the perception of the law of light, space, time. If allowed, Song-Chi wants to raise the perception of the three laws to more than 90%. Even if it will be very difficult. As long as it can increase the success rate of promotion to the Star Destroyer, he will not retreat no matter how difficult it is. Star Destroyer Captain. That is a great existence in the Star Sea that can easily survive for 100,000 years. Only by reaching this level, a Shinhua captain can be considered to have a firm foothold in the Shinhua human civilization. Only by being promoted to Star Destroyer Captain can he completely control the Zutian market. Song-Chi has a hunch that once he becomes a Star Destroyer Captain, even if the secrets of Zutian market are exposed to outsiders, he will have the confidence to face all the prying eyes. By then, Zutian market will be completely under his control, and no one can take it away from him. Time flies, 5 years go by in a flash. In the southwest of the Chipan River system, a large fleet of nearly 30 million people is moving in the starry sky. It is the alliance fleet of the Song family and the Luo family. In these 5 years, the two alliance fleets have successively captured 2 level 6 live floating lands, 3 level 6 resource floating lands, and dozens of level 5 and below floating lands, and the resources plundered are countless. During this period, all the plundered resources were distributed according to the ratio of 6.25 for the Song family, 3.5 for the Luo family, and 0.25 for the other vassal fleets, and no one had any objection to this. After all, in the past 5 years, the Song family has revealed a Star Destroyer, a dominant flagship, and a half-step dominant void demon, which is terrifyingly powerful. It is precisely because of the many top fighters of the Song family that the joint fleet was able to sweep most of the southwest region of the Chipan River system in 5 years without encountering any effective resistance. After the Luo family fleet joined the Joint Fleet Communication Group chat, the number of people in the fleet's high-level communication group chat has now exceeded 800, and the weakest are all 4th-level Zulu captains. At this moment, the group chat is discussing the follow-up progress. Song Wujiang. According to the news from other parties, 1 month and 10 days ago, Yaoan Lu's fleet and Beiqiangshan fleet successfully killed 2 8-armed snake demon masters. Strictly speaking, there should be only 5 7th-level 8-armed snake demons left in the Chipan River system. Luo Yi, 5 7th-level 8-armed snake demons, which means that the Chipan River system is likely to be unable to organize a large-scale frontal war, which is a good thing for us. Luo Yi, since the news has been confirmed, can we put our previous plan on the agenda? Luo Yi, who is the newly promoted Star Destroyer Captain of Chigu Luo clan, as the only 2 Star Destroyer captains in the joint fleet, has a high voice, as he proposed the action plan again. The discussion in the group chat gradually increased. Song Xuan, Lord Luo Yi. The plan we decided on before was originally scheduled to be implemented 5 years later. After all, it is a floating land that has just entered the 7th level. There must be a 7th level master in it. Is it too hasty to act now? Luo Yuan, Brother Xuan. Although what you said is true, don't forget that there are only 4 7th level life-type floating lands in the entire Chipan River system. Once the 3 families of the Yaoan Kingdom complete the occupation of a 7th level floating land first, they may come to attack us. What I mean is, it is better to act early and feel at ease. For a while. The clans of the two families were completely divided into two factions. For the Song family, there are still at least 5 remaining snake demon masters in the Chepan River system, plus the blessing of the original will of the 7th level floating land. If they are really ambushed, even if they have the starry sky dragon shark and the 3-headed master king insect in their hands, it is still extremely dangerous. As for the market projection order, Tianqiu Sangqiong has not yet been promoted to a star destroyer, so it is better not to expose it if possible. As long as we wait for a while, when the number of snake demon masters in the Chepan River system is reduced to less than 3, then no matter what happens, they will be invincible. And the people of the Luo family are obviously more radical. Just when the two families were holding their own opinions, Song Wujiang suddenly received a message. Xinhua Network Chepan River System LAN, the Xinhua fleet has entered the Chepan River System for more than 5 years. 5 years is naturally enough to establish a basic Xinhua network system. The message Song Wujiang received at this moment was sent by the Inspector Wang through the river land unique to the Star Destroyer captain. The Morning Star family fleet was attacked by the 8-armed snake demon army led by 2 8-armed snake demon overlords. Hope the Song family fleet will provide support as soon as possible. This sudden message interrupted the dispute in the joint fleet. The Morning Star Royal Fleet was attacked? In the fleet communication group chat, more than 800 Zulu captains were all shocked at the same time. But this was only the first moment. And then everyone had different thoughts. Among these people, most of them showed no impatience. The relationship between the Morning Star family fleet and them, after all, was not that good. Especially the captains of the Song family, whose faces were more indifferent. Finally, Song Wujiang took the initiative to say, "Okay, we must provide support, otherwise, once it is considered as a passive response, the Xianqin Xinhua Zuding will not let it go easily." As he said, he paused. "However, support is extremely urgent and cannot be delayed. My suggestion is to send an elite team to go. As for the specific personnel, Brother Luoyi, do you have any ideas?" The 2 Star Destroyer captains looked at each other, and the next second they nodded in tacit agreement. Luoyi quickly said, "As a force in the Jinpan River system, our Luo family is not familiar with the forces of the Morning Star Kingdom. And the joint fleet also needs a Star Destroyer to take charge. So our Luo family will not participate in this matter." The Luo family took the initiative to remove themselves. And the subsequent development of the matter is self-evident. A whole elite team of 20 warships. All of them are from the Song family. As for whether there will be any accidents during the subsequent journey, this naturally depends on the luck of the Song family elite team. If there is any accident that causes a delay in support, it is also due to the irresistible factor, isn't it? No one can say anything. Moreover, this elite team includes a Star Destroyer, 3 dreadnoughts, and several battleships. The lineup is very strong, and outsiders cannot accuse the Song family of being perfunctory or not conscientious. Of course, the team does not include the Tianqiu Sangqiong. After all, the Song family large force is still in the joint fleet. Naturally, it is impossible to hand it over to the Luo family without any defense. At this moment, there were 2 Overlord King bugs left in the Tianqiu Sangqiong, plus a market projection order, so he could ensure the absolute safety of the family fleet no matter what accidents happened to the fleet. Soon, a total of 23 support ships set off at high speed, and disappeared from the sight of the joint fleet in the blink of an eye. Chapter 596 Accident. In the Dark Star Sea, more than 20 warships were flying along. Perhaps because they needed to take care of more than 10 chasing ships, the Star Destroyers and Dreadnoughts at the front of the fleet were not moving fast. Yes, this was the elite support team of the Song family. This time, the multiple teams that cleaned up the Chepan River system, the star regions that the Morning Star family fleet and the Song family joint fleet were responsible for were just adjacent. The distance between the two sides would not exceed 200,000 light years, which was why the inspector of the Wang family of Langya chose to ask the Song family for help. Less than 200,000 light years. With the speed of the Song family elite fleet, it actually won't take much time, after all. The general star map of the Chepan River system is not lacking in the hands of each family. If the Song family really wants to provide support as quickly as possible, they only need to activate the Chicheong jump in the mirror battleship in Song Chi Hand, and they can bring everyone to the destination at once. The key is that the mirror battleship does not have the manning limit of the Xinhua battleship, and there is no need to pay any price. However, the Chicheong jump on the Tianqiu Sangqiong ability, no one outsiders know it yet, so in the eyes of other captains, Song family support this time is impeccable. Just with more than 10 chasing ships on the road, Even if it is sailing at full speed, it is hard to say whether it can reach the Morning Star family fleet within a month, and by then, I am afraid that the opportunity will be gone. 2 days after the Song family support fleet set out, more than 100,000 light-years away, the battlefield of the Morning Star family fleet. Beyond a level 6 peak floating land, countless sky snake warships, the 8-armed snake demons are fighting with a Shinhoi human fleet of more than 20 million. 2 days ago, the Morning Star family fleet was leading its troops to attack the level 6 peak life floating land not far away. However, a large group of sky serpent warships and 8-armed snake demons suddenly appeared inside the floating land, including 2 level 7 snake demon masters. Caught off guard, the Morning Star family fleet was unable to evacuate and instantly fell into a bitter battle with the other side. Several light years away from the melee forces, the 2 master battlefields were right here. It can be seen that under the full force attack of the 2 8-armed snake demon masters, the 2 star destroyers obviously chose to defend and counterattack. The inspector ship sent by the Wang family of Langia was fine. After all, he was born in a wealthy family of Xianqin. His combat power was enough to compete with the top 7th level snake demon master of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. However, the Morning Star Zongheng was different. As a newly promoted star destroyer that had only been promoted for a few hundred years, the Silver Seed of Fire limited the combat power of the Morning Star Zongheng. In addition, the hull armory was equipped with was only of silver legendary quality. Under the close combat of a snake demon master of the same level, the Morning Star Zongheng was gradually suppressed. As for using the speed advantage of the Shinhua warship to implement the kite tactics, that's too much of a stretch. This is a medium-sized starry sky fleet battlefield. If that's the case, the 8-armed snake demon master will probably turn around and go to the ordinary fleet battlefield. At that time, with the addition of a 7th level master, the battlefield situation will probably be reversed in an instant. Clang! Another sharp sound of flesh and alloy armor rang out. Under the iron fists of the 8-armed snake demon master, the Morning Star Zongheng, the already terrible ship armor, was torn open again with a huge crack. Warning, the warship is under attack from outside. The current hull armor is damaged by 72%, and the hull is damaged by 47%. Please repair as soon as possible. Morning Star in the main control room, with the prompt sound of the semi-automatic shipborne intelligence coming to her ears, Rosetta Morning Star, who felt that the time was right, activated a silver repair component on the ship. Soon, the hull armor that was originally damaged by more than 70% was almost completely repaired, and even the hull was mostly repaired. At the same time, the 8-armed snake demon master who noticed this change had the earth law surging all over his body, and the perfect level of earth law quickly gathered in his snake eyes. Before Rosetta Morningstar could react, the inherited magical power of the 8-armed snake demon clan, Petrification Ray, had already been fired. However, the Morning Star was equipped with a golden sanctuary quality energy shield, and it was a gold energy shield that matched its own energy shield. So the energy shield that had failed to work in the previous close combat actually played a significant role at this moment. Originally, the petrification ray fired by the 7th level snake demon overlord would have petrified the Morning Star for at least 5 seconds. But after being offset by the gold energy shield, the Morning Star was only petrified for more than 2 seconds. But this was obviously enough. On the other side, the ship of the Inspector Wang was also affected by the petrification ray. But it was only petrified for a little over a second. When the 2 star destroyers were freed from the petrification state, there was no trace of the 2 snake demon masters in the starry sky. No. Go back. On the warship communication channel, Rosetta Morningstar shouted urgently. And the next second, the 2 star destroyers started to jump at the same time. However, this jump process requires a certain amount of time to charge. At this time, the significance of understanding different laws can be seen. If there is a star destroyer captain who follows the space law here, with the blessing of the perfect level of space law, even the most ordinary orange or red flash escape parts can easily escape several light years at a time. In comparison, star destroyer captains, who follow other rules, must have silver or even gold quality evasion components on their ships. By the time the 2 star destroyers returned to the fleet battlefield outside the level 6 peak floating land, more than 90% of the 8-armed snake demon army had already withdrawn to the interior of the floating land. Seeing this scene, the 2 star destroyer captains looked at each other. This is troublesome. They are trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. We must notify the Song family as soon as possible. Rosetta, we have to rush to support them now. Hearing the solemn words of the Inspector King, Rosetta Morningstar on the opposite side pretended to think carefully for a moment. And then he shook his head and said, "Mr. Inspector, I don't think it's appropriate. We don't know where the two Snake Demon Masters just now went. Once we leave, they may suddenly come back. Rosetta, you should know that the three families in Yalan Kingdom are still pushing forward with all their strength. The other three level 7 floating lands all need Snake Demon Masters to be in charge. The two Snake Demon Masters must have returned through high-quality transmission components. There is no danger to the fleet." As soon as the Inspector Wang finished speaking, Rosetta Morningstar immediately said, "Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for one. Isn't it? You?" He was originally going to scold her. But for some reason, the Inspector Wang suddenly looked at Rosetta Morningstar deeply, but didn't say anything more, but immediately logged into the Xinhui network and sent a warning message to Song Wujiang, the joint fleet of the Song family and the Luo family. After Song Wujiang and other top fighters of the Song family left, the top combat power of the joint fleet was greatly weakened. So the Luo family did not mention the 7th level live floating land near the center of the Chipan River system. The fleet sailed slowly in the starry sky. This time, their target was changed to a level 6 floating land of life. But at this moment, the Tianshu Sangqiong in the center of the fleet suddenly sounded a rapid alarm. Warning, several medium-sized serpentine motherships were found 180 light-years away. Warning, 180. Warning. 3 consecutive alarms made Song Chi heart hang high. He first issued a level 1 alert order in the family group chat, and then announced the news in the joint fleet group chat. Just as the entire fleet's top brass was in an uproar, the starry sky in the middle of the fleet, which stretched for billions of miles, suddenly changed. A towering 8-armed figure tore through the space, 2 8-armed snake demons, each over 10,000 kilometers tall, stretched out their palms. Infinite energy gathered from above the fleet, and in an instant, it turned into 2 giant energy palms, with the power of domination that could shatter the starry sky, and slammed towards the core fleet of the Song and Luo families in the middle of the fleet. Because of Song Chi reminder, the Song family warships activated the warship protection characteristics in advance, and at the same time, Song Chi also activated the Dark Star Black Turtle armor component that had just been unloaded from the Akala. Suddenly, all 50,000 Xinhua warships near Tianshu Sangqiong were immediately bound, and the shield value of the warship energy shield and the hull armor protection value were greatly improved at this moment. However, if it only relied on this, it would naturally be impossible to resist the law energy handprint condensed by the Snake Demon Master with all his strength. In the center of the fleet, Chi Gu Luo's Star Destroyer and the Tiger King insect released by Song Chi at the first time flew towards the sky almost at the same time, and directly faced the 2 law handprints above. Boom! A shocking energy storm swept out with the official collision of the 4. Fortunately, the Tiger King Worm and Chi Gu Luo's Star Destroyer took the frontal bombardment. Although the energy storm was not weak, the damage caused was very limited. What was more eye-catching was the Xinhua warship group where Tianshu Sangqiong was located. Except for the dozen cruisers that were really unlucky, the other Xinhua captains were not seriously damaged. In comparison, the warship group on Chi Gu Luo's side had nearly 1,000 casualties. Before the Xinhua captains could breathe a sigh of relief, a third towering black shadow suddenly appeared in the energy storm above their heads. It was the third 8-armed Snake Demon Master. 3-headed Snake Demon Master. You think highly of our 2 families. In the main control room of Tianshu Sangqiong, Song Chi's face sank when he saw this scene, and then a sneer appeared on his face. As expected, the moment the third Snake Demon Master appeared, an inexplicable repressive force suddenly acted on Tianshu Sangqiong. In fact, it was not just the Tianshu Sangqiong. Nearly 1 million warships in the middle of the entire fleet were all trapped in the 8-armed snake prison dominated by this snake demon. For a moment, Song Chi felt that the control of the Tianshu Sangqiong was countless times more difficult. Every time he controlled the warship to move a little bit, his own mental power would be consumed a lot. The next second, the third 8-armed snake demon also stretched out his muscular right arm and pressed down towards the Song family fleet below. Seeing this, Song Chi did not hesitate and directly activated the Angel King True Spirit Guardian of the Angel Kingship Wings component. Characteristics. If the other party is really allowed to crush it like this, with double golden energy shields and hull armor, including the Holy Light shield given by Angel Kingship Wings, the Tianshu Sangqiong does not need to worry about sinking. However, the tens of thousands of elite members of the Song family here, including a small number of members of the dependent family and the Luo family, may face the danger of annihilation. Under the comprehensive suppression of the 7th level 8-armed snake prison, the condensation of the Angel King's true spirit phantom was obviously much slower than before, but it was finally completed before the Snake Demon Master's palm fell. Unfortunately, the Angel King's true spirit shadow was barely condensed, and it would take a little time to completely condense. Under the slap of the Serpent Demon Overlord's palm, the Angel King's true spirit shadow only lasted less than 10 seconds. But this was enough, because Song Qi had already used this buffer to complete the energy storage of the next component. After the Angel King's true spirit shadow completely dimmed, a blood spear shadow with a length of more than 1 million meters followed. Boom! The blood spear collided with the palm of the Snake Demon Master, and the second energy storm swept again. This time, even with the Snake Demon Master's terrifying body, a huge wound was cut on the palm of his hand, and pale silver blood spilled from it. This made the third 8-armed Snake Demon Master feel doubtful, and his arm, that was pressing down, also paused slightly. However, this was not over yet. The next second, the black hole singularity hidden on the blood spear also completely exploded. The singularity condensed by 100,000 points of black hole energy. The power contained in it can be imagined. At the moment when the micro black hole condensed, the already injured palm of the 8-armed Snake Demon Lord was shattered by the terrifying tearing and squeezing force of the black hole, and the flesh on the palm was a mess. After that, the weakness mark of the God of Hunting that was applied earlier also exploded, and the secondary damage followed. Under this series of attacks, the palm of the 8-armed Snake Demon was completely shattered, and from the wrist, the entire palm completely turned into a ball of blood mist. Roar! Above his head, the Snake Demon Master, who had just appeared not long ago, roared several times in pain, and finally could only endure the pain and quickly retract his right arm. However, he was a master creature after all, and his physique was amazing. This injury seemed serious, but as his blood and energy evaporated, and he actively burned his life force, his broken right palm began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, his palm grew again. At the same time, the other two Snake Demon Masters hidden in the crack in the void also stepped out of the crack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The starry sky energy is buzzing, as if they have sensed the difficulty of the joint fleet. After appearing, the two Snake Demon Masters also activated the 8-armed Snake Prison magical power immediately. Although the 8-armed Snake Prison is one of the strongest magical powers of the 8-armed Snake Demon civilization, it is extremely difficult to comprehend, but that is for ordinary 8-armed Snake Demons. For the 8-armed Snake Demons, who can achieve the Master level, which bloodline would be simple, therefore, it is not surprising that they can control the magical power of the 8-armed Snake Prison. However, this is a disaster for the captains of the two fleets. Under the triple 7th level 8-armed Snake Prison, even the Tianqiu Sangqiong is a little shaky, not to mention the ordinary 3rd and 4th level Xinhua warships. Chapter 597 Bombardment. At the critical moment, the starry sky not far away suddenly rippled. The next second, the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror battleship had already appeared from the space corridor. Song Wujiang, Song Xuan, Song Xingru and others quickly rushed out of the mirror battleship and quickly summoned their own battleships. The Dinghai Longxiang rushed out at a high speed and rushed to one of the 7th level Snake Demon Masters in a moment. In addition to the Luo family Star Destroyer and the Tiger-eared King Insect that attacked almost at the same time, all three Snake Demon Masters were stopped at once. The moment Song Wujiang and others rushed back via the mirror warship, the three suddenly appeared 8-armed Snake Demons. Their faces all changed. They originally wanted to use the time to lure the tiger away from the mountain to launch a blitzkrieg, and they had never considered that the Song family support fleet, which had been away for several days, could return so quickly. Now that the Dinghai Longxiang had rejoined the battlefield, and with the unexpected tiger-torn King Worm, they reacted quickly, turned their bodies, and the dominance power in their bodies was turned to the extreme at this moment. The next moment, the three of them fled towards the distant starry sky at the same time. Everyone, pay attention. Do your best to stop the 8-armed Snake Demon Master on the far left. Suddenly, a communication subcomponent on the Tianqiu Sangqiong sent a message, and then Song Qi quickly responded. Under the cover of the dissipating triple 8-armed Snake Prison that had not yet ended, he activated the Starlight Shine Stone Talisman component that he had just obtained. The next second, the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which was suppressed and its speed was reduced to the extreme, suddenly turned into a ball of light and disappeared on the spot. Although the components were successful, the escape was also greatly affected. At least the components that could escape more than 10 light years at a time did not even reach hundreds of millions of kilometers this time. Fortunately, this still allowed the Tianxu Sangqiong to catch up with one of the three-headed snake demon masters that was escaping at high speed. Specifically, the one farthest to the right. Then, multiple components on the Tianxu Sangqiong were activated at the same time. God Binding Chain Void God Binding. Fixing on Locking Heaven Seal. Heaven Prisoner Chain Posha Zen Seal. Zen Seal Outer Time Stop. The targets of these components are all the Snake Demon Master in front, but because of the influence of the 8-armed Snake Prison, the power of the three has been greatly weakened. However, the Snake Demon Master is not an ordinary enemy, and his reaction is amazing. The moment the Tianxu Sangqiong completed the flash escape, he reacted immediately. The power of the Master and the perfect level of the Law of Earth surged around him. Before the means activated by the three components acted on him, an 8-armed snake demon phantom as high as tens of thousands of kilometers condensed above his head. It was the magical power of snake magic form. With the blessing of the ancient snake magic form, the aura of the snake demon master surged several times. The two special chains shot out from the void were blocked by the shadow of the Dharma form. The God Binding Chain was the first to break. After all, it was just a red component. The Heaven Prisoner Chain was much stronger. It successfully passed through the shadow of the Dharma form and wrapped around the body of the Snake Demon Master. However, it was already damaged by half. Under the terrifying physique of the Snake Demon Master, it could not hold on for even a second. It was also completely broken along with the God Binding Chain. Then came the golden light stimulated by the Zen Seal Outer Time Stop. After passing through the virtual shadow of the snake magic image, the golden light dimmed again. Although it succeeded in making the body of the 8-armed snake demon stagnate in the original place, it is conceivable that this time will definitely not last long. As expected, in less than 2 seconds, the Snake Demon Master had already broken free from the time-stop state. While continuing to fly towards the dark starry sky ahead, he did not forget to fight back at the Tianxu Sangqiong. The giant 8-armed snake magic image slapped one of its arms backwards, carrying the 7th level peak power, and carrying a large number of space cracks along the way, slapping towards the Tianxu Sangqiong behind. Almost subconsciously, Song Qi was about to activate the neutron star fission feature. However, he soon stopped this action and let the warship go straight up without any other defensive measures. Boom! The snake magic phase handprint collided with the energy light shield on the outer layer of the Tianxu Sangqiong, and a terrifying energy storm followed. In the warship's main control room, Song Qi's attention was mostly focused on the prompt sound of the Qiongtian intelligent brain. The reason why he did not take any defensive measures was to test the current defense of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Angel Kingship Wings, Yin-Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield, Black Hole Evolution Layer, Neutron Star Core Armor. After being strengthened to the 8th level, Song Qi himself really didn't know what level the defensive attribute of Tianxu Sangqiong had reached. The attack launched by the Snake Demon Master at the moment was when he was escaping. It was difficult to cause damage again in the future. It could not threaten the sinking of Tianxu Sangqiong. It was perfect for testing. Soon, the prompt sound in my ear rang one after another. Attention, under external high-intensity energy attack, the Holy Light Shield has been shattered. Attention, under external high-intensity energy attack, the current battleship energy shield is damaged by 16%. Please repair it in time. Attention, under the energy shield value is damaged by 32%. Please repair it in time. Finally, the damage level of the Yin-Yang shield was fixed at 32%. After first shattering the Holy Light Shield with the general protection value of the Yin-Yang shield, it can also consume 32% of the energy shield value. It must be said that the power of this attack is amazing enough. However, in general, this result is still within Song Qi acceptable range. You know, this is a full-strength attack of a Snake Demon Master, with the dual blessing of the 8-armed Snake Prison and the Snake Magic Phase. Strictly speaking, this attack definitely has the power of the 7th level peak. Even so, it still only knocked off 32% of the shield value of the Tianxu Sangqiong's energy shield. What does this mean? It means that the current defense of the Tianxu Sangqiong has barely reached the level of the 7th level peak. In addition to the multiple self-healing abilities of the battleship itself, even if it really faces a 7th level peak 8-armed snake demon, I'm afraid it can hold on for a while. After the small surprise, Song Qi quickly came back to his senses. He had a basic understanding of the defensive properties of the ship, and now he had only one task left. He had to do his best to stop the 8-armed snake demon master in front. The fleets of the two kingdoms had entered the Chepan River system for several years. During this period, only the three families of the Yaoan kingdom had the record of killing the 7th level 8-armed snake demon. Although this was due to the lack of foundation of the Morning Star Kingdom, no one could say anything about it. However, the lack of foundation cannot affect the subsequent distribution of benefits. The distribution of benefits after the war is only linked to the fleet's own performance. In other words, only by successfully killing a snake demon master can one be qualified to be equal to the three families of the Yaoan kingdom in the subsequent distribution of territory. Looking around at the back, seeing that the Star Destroyer cannon of the Dinghai Longxiang has not yet completed its energy storage, Song Qi is about to use the Zen Seal Inner Speed feature to activate the Zen Seal Outer Time Stop for the second time. However, at this time, a space fluctuation came from the side of Tianxu Sanqiong, which was the flame-boiling sea that returned with the mirror battleship. Suddenly, a scroll with wisps of flame shot out from the hull of the flame-boiling sea. Secret Covenant of Flame Son of Fire Scroll Finance Scroll. This scroll passed through the layer of snake magic shadow around the 8-armed snake demon overlord, and the same as the previous Zen Meditation Seal Outer Time Stop feature. The 8-armed snake demon overlord fell into stagnation again. The immobilization time of this Ding scroll is almost the same as that of Posha's Zen Seal, and it also lasted less than 2 seconds. After that, Song Qi connected the second Zen Seal External Time Stop feature, when this 7th level 8-armed snake demon completely broke free from the immobilization state. The attack of Dinghai Longxiang was already roaring. The Black Ultimate Quality Star Destroyer Cannon. The enhancement level has reached LV80. Coupled with the ultimate attack feature of Annihilation Star Shattering Strike, this attack can be said to be devastating. Even though Song Wujiang did not activate the Super Energy Storage feature due to the limited charging time, the Flame God Annihilation Cannon, which was enhanced to level 8, had a 75% chance of triggering double critical damage with each attack. And this time the Annihilation Star Shattering Strike just happened to be successfully triggered. The original attack had almost severely damaged the Snake Demon Master, and after the double critical damage was triggered, the body of the Snake Demon Master was directly pierced, and a blood hole with a diameter of thousands of attacks appeared on its chest. Not long after, this rank 7 8-armed Snake Demon completely lost its life force. However, after this attack, the other two rank 7 8-armed Snake Demons that had escaped had already disappeared, and it was impossible to continue chasing them. In the main control room of the Tianxu Sanqiong, Song Qi stared at the radar map in front of him. Eye of Heaven, this golden patrol radar showed that the two disappeared 8-armed snake demon masters had successfully reunited with the medium-sized Sky Serpent mothership 180 light-years away. If he really wanted to chase them, he could still catch up, but after thinking about it, he finally chose to give up. Even if he really catches up, if he wants to stop the other party completely, he must either use the market projection order, or summon the second Overlord King Bug on the battleship, and use the mythical component time chessboard. Obviously, no matter which of the two options, it is obviously not what Song Qi and the Song family want to see. Needless to say, the consequences of rashly using the market projection order are that before he is promoted to the Star Destroyer captain, there is a high chance that the Zhutian market will be seized by outsiders. The second method, not only will it easily expose that they have a dominant Zerg Queen, the Zerg Queen, but also the cooling time of each characteristic of time chessboard is not short, which is really unnecessary. Moreover, it will inevitably attract the attention of the great 8th level beings of the 8-armed snake demon civilization, which is not worth the loss. Of course, the key is that they have successfully killed a 7th level 8-armed snake demon, and they are qualified to have an equal dialogue with the three families of the Yaoan kingdom in the future. Shaoqi, I leave it to you. Looking at the 8-armed corpse floating quietly in the starry sky, Song Wujiang spoke directly to Song Qi. Soon, Tianxu Sanqiong used the super body shrinking card component to absorb the corpse in front of it into the warship. With the status of the Dinghai Longxiang Star Destroyer, it is naturally enough to refine the 7th level 8-armed snake demon corpse by itself. But, after all, both parties are at the same level, and the time required is bound to be considerable. In comparison, the refining speed of the Lord of the Market behind Song Qi is dozens of times faster, so it goes without saying how to choose. As for Qi Gu Luo clan, they did not express any opinions until Tianxu Sanqiong successfully took the corpse into the warship. The combat power displayed by the Song clan this time was obviously far beyond their information. Now they no longer put themselves on an equal footing with the Song clan. Moreover, after just killing the 7th level 8-armed snake demon, their Star Destroyer was tightly controlled by the triple 8-armed snake prison from beginning to end, and did not help at all from beginning to end. Joint Fleet Communication Group Chat Luo-E. I didn't expect these 8-armed snake demons to play the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. If the Song clan had not come back to help in time, I'm afraid our entire fleet would face a huge crisis. Song Wujiang, this is indeed a bit unexpected. Under the pressure from the 3 families of the Yaoan Kingdom, they actually chose this way to break the deadlock. However, with the loss of another 7th level master, there are only 4 7th level 8-armed snake demons left in the Chipan River system. They have lost the ability to confront us head-on. Song Xuan, in other words, the Chipan River system will most likely be swept slowly for decades. Perhaps, it is time for us to start the operation against the 7th level floating land. Longji Continent, a secret room connected to the core of the origin of the floating land under the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. A huge black tower tens of thousands of meters high stands in this large secret room. Under the black tower, a large number of Song clan members are gathering at this moment. According to the information given by the family, this black tower is called Time Tower. 1 year in the outside world is 50 years inside. And our age imprint will only be calculated according to the outside time, and it will not really consume our 50 years of life. Yes, I also heard that this black tower can accommodate 10,000 people to practice and comprehend at the same time. Many people are about to complete a year, and it will be our turn soon. I heard that a few years ago, a brother of the clan had just comprehended the law of light. He went into the Time Tower and came out with a comprehension of the law of light that exceeded 1%. While the 3rd level clansmen were discussing, on the highest level of the Time Tower, in the dark space, a dreadnought was quietly suspended in the air. In the control room of the dreadnought, Song Qi sat cross-legged on the illusory golden throne. The time energy and laws derived and gathered by the time chessboard flowed around him. In his palm, a silver-quality high-level time law crystal was tightly grasped by him, and a large amount of divine thoughts flowed into it. And he tried his best to comprehend the starry sea time law contained in it. At a certain moment, Song Qi's eyes suddenly opened. At the center of his eyebrows, the martial arts eye was also opened, and in his vertical pupil, the majestic time law flowed. It's a great success. It's worthy of being a black supreme quality wonder. Song Qi stood up, and the time law that had entered the great success level flowed around him. In the past 50 years, it can be said that he has gained a lot. Chapter 598 Support. As a black supreme wonder before, under normal conditions, its time acceleration was only 20 years, and only a few thousand people were allowed to enter at the same time. With the blessing of the Dragon Spine continent, a 7th level floating land, this has increased to 50 years and 10,000 people. In fact, if it is completely integrated with the origin core of a 7th level floating land, this data will most likely be further improved. Unfortunately, the Dragon Spine continent has already been integrated with the Dragon Whale Palace, and the Song family naturally cannot allow it to be integrated with this time tower. It doesn't mean that a piece of floating land can only be fused with one star sea wonder. If the level of the floating land itself is higher than or equal to the wonder to be fused, with its huge volume far exceeding the life units of lower and same levels, it can fuse multiple star sea wonders. However, the Dragon Spine continent and this Dragon Whale Palace and Time Tower are different. Both are currently of black supreme quality. The quality of the components is far higher than the level of the Dragon Spine continent itself. It is already a bit stretched to drive one of the wonders with the power of the floating land itself. If a second one is fused, this limitation will be further increased. After becoming familiar with the law of time that had reached its peak, Song Qi recalled the warship, and then turned and left the time tower space. This strange object can only be entered once by a single creature in a lifetime. It has been exactly 50 years since he entered, and it is time to leave. In these 50 years, he did not comprehend the laws of space and light, but concentrated on comprehending the law of time. Because the time tower itself is a black time-related strange object, there is an extra blessing for comprehending the law of time inside it. Look! In just 50 years, his understanding of the law of time has increased from 60% at the beginning to 71%. You know, under normal circumstances, it would take more than 1,000 years to complete this. Hello, Grandpa Qi. My grandson greets the grandpa. Hello, Grandpa Qi. The moment Song Qi appeared outside the black tower, A lot of respectful calls suddenly rang out around him. Today, he has long been a famous ancestor in the clan, and in the hearts of the younger generations of the family. He has long been a legendary idol-like figure. Song-Chi smiled and nodded. He still valued these younger generations of the clan very much. They were the hope for the future of the clan. Among these people, he saw many ordinary clan members who were only in their 20s and had not yet awakened the seeds of the flame. In addition, they were basically those clan members who had no hope of breaking through and wanted to see if they could use the extra 50 years to complete the breakthrough of the guiding technique. As for those little geniuses who could comprehend the power of the law at the 3rd level, there were not many of them. Only dozens of them. This was because the Song family had risen all the way, and there were many rare soul resources produced in the tens of thousands of light years of territory under its command. Otherwise, the number would be even smaller. This is normal. After all, there are only a few people who can transform their minds into the state of mind at the 3rd level. There are dozens of people in this group now, which means that among the younger generations of the Song family, at least 100 people have successfully comprehended the laws at the 3rd level. Although this number cannot completely match those immortal families with a heritage of more than 10,000 years, it is not worse than that of the Morning Star family. Moreover, with the blessing of this time tower in the future, the speed of the Song family initial law comprehension will far exceed that of outsiders. When they break through the 4th level guidance technique and pass the law amplitude period, this gap will be further widened. However, when he saw the majority of the tribesmen who had not yet awakened the seeds of the flame, he shook his head gently. The spatial law surrounded his whole body, and the next second he disappeared in front of all the tribesmen. He knew very well why these tribesmen who had not yet awakened came here. It was nothing more than that their guidance skills before awakening were too low. All of them had guidance skills that did not exceed level 3. In this case, the success rate of subsequent awakening was limited. So the various branches of the family sent them here to let them use the 50 years in the time tower to improve their own guidance skills as much as possible. However, this also means that they will no longer be able to enter the time tower in the future. Compared with those clan members who have awakened normally, their starting point is lower than others. This is obviously not what the family leaders want to see. But there is no other way. 10,000 people each time. Even if it is only 10 years, it is still 100,000 people. Although there are many people in the Song family, the number of people who have awakened the power of the law is less than 10,000. Even if those clan members who have broken through with the help of the time tower are added, it is far from reaching 100,000. Using the gap in the middle on those clansmen who have not yet awakened, this can be regarded as making the best use of it, and increasing the awakening success rate of the new generation of clansmen as much as possible. After all, no one can guarantee that. These clansmen who practice the guiding technique very slowly in the early stage will not have any adventures in the future, and it is impossible for such amazing people to appear. Right? Cheepan River System, Snake King Floating Land. As the only 7th level life-type floating land in the southwest of the Cheepan River System, Snake King Floating Land was promoted to the 7th level in just a few thousand years. Although this number is longer than the Song family inheritance time, compared with the long evolution time of the 7th level floating land, the floating land that has only been promoted for thousands of years is indeed only a very shallow floating land among the 7th level floating lands. At this moment, this 7th level floating land has long been covered by artillery fire. Under the command of the top leaders of various families, tens of millions of warships continue to bombard the floating land shield with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers in the distance. This process has lasted for more than 10 years. It is not that the firepower of the joint fleet is weak, but that the floating land shield of the 7th level floating land is too strong. In terms of volume alone, it is probably much larger than an 8th level star sea life. However, after more than 10 years of continuous bombardment, no matter how strong the floating land shield is, no matter how fast it recovers, without the threat of a high-level 8-armed snake demon, the joint fleets of Song and Luo almost focused their fire without any scruples. And with the assistance of 2 star destroyers, even the level 7 floating land shield is now on the verge of collapse. Song family Dehai Longxiang encrypted group chat Song Xiuan. Xiaoqi is back just in time. The floating land shield of the Snake King Fulu is about to collapse. Be prepared. Song Qi understood the meaning of this statement. It not only told them to be careful of the possible risks in a level 7 floating land, but also showed the importance of a level 7 floating land, and asked everyone to be prepared to plunder. A level 7 floating land is the center of the southwest star field of the Chepan River system. The resources contained on it must be beyond imagination. The Luo family and its affiliated families must not be allowed to do anything secretly. Half a month later, under the attack characteristics of the Black Flame God Annihilation Cannon of the Dinghai Longxiang, the floating land shield of the Snake King floating land was completely shattered. At this point, this 7th level floating land was like a completely stripped woman, and it was naked in front of tens of millions of United Fleet personnel. Attention all units. Follow the previously designated search area and move freely. Remember, at least one person in each team must hold the projection subcomponents of our 2 star destroyers. Once you encounter a 7th level Snake Demon Master, you must activate the subcomponents as soon as possible and summon our flagship projection support. In the United Fleet's General Communication Group chat, Song Wujiang exhortation sounded again. The next second, the entire fleet was divided into 3. The Song family team, the Luo family team, and the dependent forces under the 2 families, each of which swept down to the area they had designated. During this process, the Song and Luo families were fine. After all, they both had star destroyers. The tens of millions of dependent fleets were completely different. In the past 10 years, although no 7th level 8-armed snake demon had been seen from beginning to end, the fleet leaders speculated that the remaining few 8-armed snake demon masters in the Chepan River system had probably gathered on the same floating land to resist or accumulate capital for evacuation. But it is precisely because it is impossible to determine which 7th level floating land they will gather on that makes people more terrified. Even if they hold the projection components of the Song and Luo star destroyers in their hands, they still cannot give them a complete sense of security. In comparison, the top leaders of the Song family are much more at ease. For no other reason. The 2 snake demon masters who escaped did not suffer serious injuries in the previous luring away the tiger from the mountain. But they also left some blood. With the help of these remaining things, Song Qi used the Si Nan chasing source of Heavenly Fate Si Nan Pan characteristics. It has been confirmed in advance that the 2 8-armed snake demons are not on this Snake King floating land. To be more precise, they are all gathered on another 7th level floating land hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Snake King floating land. And that 7th level floating land, if I remember correctly, it is under the charge of Dongli Xiao family, one of the 3 Yaoan families. In this regard, the Song family did not take the initiative to remind them. It is not that they are cold-blooded, but the attitude of the 3 immortal families of Yaoan towards their own family has always been not good. Since that is the case, they naturally will not go over to please deliberately. What the result will be depends on their own fate. 500,000 light years away from the Snake King floating land, in the north of the Chepan River system, there is the Snake Eye floating land. As one of the 4 level 7 life floating lands in the Chepan River system, the Snake Eye floating land is not comparable to the Snake King floating land. It has been promoted to level 7 for tens of thousands of years. Now the diameter of the floating land exceeds 20,000 light years. It is a level 7 floating land with a deep foundation. Outside the floating land shield, the more than 50 million joint fleets affiliated with the Dongli Xiao family are focusing their fire. Just like the Snake King floating land. After a long period of wear and tear, the floating land shield of the Snake Eye floating land was already shaky. The floating land shield of the Snake Eye floating land was certainly much stronger than that of the Snake King floating land. But the number of fleets on the Xiao family also far exceeded that of the Song and Luo families. So this led to the situation where both sides broke through the floating land shield at almost the same time. In addition to the Snake Eye floating land, the Star Destroyer of the Dongli Xiao family once again fired a Star Destroyer beam. And at the same time, the 2 advanced mobile battle stars at the front of their fleet also activated the Empire's heavy orbital cannon. Under the combined efforts of the 3, the floating shield of the Snake Eye floating land was also broken. Then, the Xiao family fleet was divided into 4. In addition to the Xiao family team, the 20 million ordinary clan forces of the Yaoan kingdom that it was affiliated with were divided into 3, each with about 7 million ships. The Yaoan kingdom is different from the Morning Star kingdom. The Morning Star kingdom was established not long ago, and the number of clan forces in the country is still small. However, the Yaoan kingdom is different. After more than 10,000 years of development and mergers, a large number of clans of all sizes have been formed. For example, the fleet affiliated with the Xiao family of Dongli includes dozens of small and medium-sized clans. The reason why they were divided into 3 groups was because the leaders of these 3 groups were all extreme dreadnoughts. However, It was not that these forces really only had a fleet of several million, but that their choices were different. They were different from the Morning Star Kingdom, which directly supported one family. Basically, each family had a team attached to the Lu family, the Shen family, and the Shao family. To put it bluntly, they were betting separately, and no matter what the final result was, the family inheritance would not be cut off. After the teams were divided, the four fleets flew straight towards the surface of the floating land below. The target of the Dongli Shao fleet was the largest city on the Snake Eye floating land, Snake Eye City. As the first city on the Snake Eye floating land, Snake Eye City was the residence of countless 8-armed snake demons. Even in the previous communication between the Star Destroyer captains, everyone once speculated that in the Snake Eye City on the Snake Eye floating land, there might be a teleportation array connecting to other river systems of the 8-armed snake demon civilization further north. As an old immortal family, the Shao family response plan was very smooth. They did not directly let their 30 million warships approach the Snake Eye City below. Instead, like the Song family, they summoned more than 5 digits of 4th-level special technology mechas, and let these 4th-level mecha units go over to test first. However, they obviously underestimated the danger they faced. Buzz buzz buzz. After 4 consecutive space fluctuations, a snake demon master appeared at each of the 4 corners above the Shao family fleet. After the 4 8-armed snake demons appeared, without any unnecessary movements, they directly activated the magical power of 8-armed snake prison. Under the cover of the 4th-level 7th-order 8-armed snake prison, its power can be imagined. Not to mention those 1st and 2nd-order Xinhua warships. The tens of millions of ordinary starships of the Dongli Shao family were the first to fail at this moment. The hulls of a large number of ordinary starships were deformed and twisted, and finally they were squeezed into pieces of alloy steel plates. Countless ordinary Shao family members inside were killed and injured. This sudden change shocked all the senior executives of the Shao family. Fortunately, the captain of the Shao family Star Destroyer was calm enough. Under his command, the captain of an extreme dreadnought of the Shao family first activated a strategic-level component of the Silver Group defense type, and then activated projection components on several dreadnoughts. In an instant, 7 Star Destroyer projections gathered above the fleet one after another. They were the other Star Destroyers of the 2 kingdoms. With the appearance of the 7 Star Destroyer projections, they also began to activate their own domain components. For a time, multiple domain forces stimulated by silver or gold components launched a confrontation with the 4-layer 8-armed snake prison in the sky. With the blessing of these multiple domains, Shao ordinary warships finally escaped the oppression of the 4-layer 8-armed snake prison, and landed downwards one after another. But before they could show their joy, the next second, they were shrouded in fear again. In the Snake Eye City below, an astonishing number of Sky Serpent warships and 8-armed snake demons suddenly rushed out, including 3 unfamiliar snake demon masters. Damn it, it's the support from the 8-armed snake demon river system community in the north. Chapter 599 70 years. Stop it, bastard. Black Gold Guardian. No. No. My ship has been damaged by more than 70%. The warship is about to sink. In the endless melee, the members of the Dongli Shao fleet were completely suppressed. Because of the support from the 8-armed snake demon river community, the number of Sky Snake warships and 8-armed snake demons that emerged from the Snake Eye City below was several times that of the Shao fleet. Under the overwhelming number, plus the fact that there were not a few high-level 8-armed snake demons, almost every moment, a large number of Shao warships sank. Compared with the battlefield of ordinary warships, the situation on the battlefield of the Overlord in the sky is equally not optimistic. Counting the 3 snake demon overlords who came to support, there are as many as 7 level 7 8-armed snake demons on the Snake Eye floating land at this moment. On the side of Xinhua civilization, all the supporters are projections of various Star Destroyers. Under the dual influence of weakened combat power and no entity, the situation on the battlefield is obvious. The 7 Star Destroyer projections are completely suppressed by the 6 Snake Demon Overlords, and the battlefield where Morning Star Zongheng is located is even more exaggerated. In a short period of time, the battleship projections have been worn out to the extreme and are about to completely dissipate. In comparison, the Luo family Star Destroyer, which had the shortest promotion time, performed significantly better. Although this was related to the fact that it fought side by side with the Dinghai Longxiang. It was undeniable that the Qi Gu Luo family, which had been passed down for more than 20,000 years, had accumulated a huge foundation far beyond that of ordinary clan forces. which was the ultimate key. Even though Luo had only barely been promoted to the 7th level, and would not be able to advance any further in the future, he still obtained a ray of golden promotion fire source, which upgraded his own fire seed to golden quality. Under this premise, many parts of his ship were strengthened to the 8th level, and the battleship's combat power surpassed the Morning Star, which had been promoted to a star destroyer for hundreds of years. As the shadows of the snake demons spread, the battleship projection of Morning Star was defeated first. Seeing this, Luo's star destroyer could only take over. However, everyone present knew that this was just a stopgap measure. As time went on, the battlefield situation would only gradually turn to the side of the 8-armed snake demon. After all, projections are just projections. They cannot be compared with the warships in terms of sustained combat capability. About 10 minutes later, the 7-star destroyer projections had dimmed to a certain extent, and were not far from completely disappearing. At this time, Xiao Changqing finally made up his mind, and his voice was heard in several surrounding star destroyer projections. Everyone, the Snake Eye floating land can be divided equally among the families in the future, and I only ask that the real bodies come to support. Hearing this, everyone was not surprised, and they all seemed to have guessed that Xiao Changqing would speak. The current battle situation is very clear. If there is no support, it is only a matter of time before the Dongli Xiao family 30 million fleet is completely wiped out. Moreover, it is unknown whether Xiao Changqing can save his life. In this case, the best way is to seek the main bodies of the star destroyers from various companies to come to help. However, it is obvious that this is not an easy task. With the 7 8-armed snake demon masters, and the blessing of the Snake Eye floating land origin core, the captains of the star destroyers from various companies really need to come to support. But they need to bear considerable risks. On Xiao Changqing's side, he needs to pay a reward that is enough for everyone to take the risk. Just a share of the snake pupil floating land, this is not enough. Shen Wei, Changqing, just a 7th level floating land, this is not enough. The first to speak was Yaoan Beiqiong King. Shen Wei. Although the 3 families of Yaoan Kingdom have joined forces, it does not mean that they will unconditionally support. When it comes to fighting for benefits, no one will care about these. After Shen Wei, no one spoke again, but it is not difficult to see from their flickering eyes that they all agreed with what Shen Wei said. Xiao Changqing's face condensed, while struggling with the 7th level peak snake demon master in front of him, and quickly said, then add 6 more Bodhi enlightenment fruits. Hearing the words Bodhi enlightenment fruits, the eyes of several star destroyer captains suddenly sparkled. Bodhi enlightenment fruits, as the name suggests, is a legendary spiritual fruit that can improve one's own enlightenment. It is produced from the Bodhi enlightenment tree, a top spiritual root in the star sea. Although it is not a starry sky plant, its own value is comparable to the rare starry sky plant silver apple mother tree. Bodhi enlightenment fruit cannot permanently improve enlightenment. Its effect lasts for 100 years. Once consumed, then the next 100 years will increase the enlightenment of the eater by 500%. And with this opportunity, the eater can greatly improve his own law perception. Even for the star destroyer captain whose law has been perfected, this Bodhi enlightenment fruit can also have a great effect. After the law is perfected, it does not mean that it has reached the limit. In fact, after the star destroyer captain's mind is transformed into the true spirit state, he can use this perfect law to try to communicate with the sea of original laws of the broken star sea. Legend has it that in the sea of origin laws of the star sea, there is a starry sky road that is even more superior to the laws of the star sea. That is the key to entering the mythical rank. For the star destroyer captains, who have initially achieved the 7th rank, their perfect level of laws are just a narrow bridge connecting the sea of origin laws of the star sea. With the help of this bridge of laws, they can only barely connect to the sea of origin laws. And the exploration progress is extremely slow. Above the bridge of laws, there are 2 more realms, namely Road of Laws and Lord of Laws. With every step forward, the speed at which the 7th rank creatures explore the sea of origin laws will skyrocket. Especially the 3rd stage Lord of Laws. At this level, the master of living beings will be able to freely swim in the sea of origin laws, and only in this way will there be a possibility of searching for the illusory avenue of the sea of stars. This Bodhi enlightenment fruit is the spiritual fruit that can promote the law bridge of the star destroyer captain himself, just like King Yao and Lu Shu, whose law strength has already reached the peak of the bridge of laws over the long years. If he gets another Bodhi enlightenment fruit, maybe he can directly enter the Road of Laws stage. Brother Changqing, did the Bodhi enlightenment tree that your Xiao family obtained in the ruins of the fairyland really produce such a large number of Bodhi enlightenment fruits? Although everyone was very excited about the universal Bodhi enlightenment fruits, they did not immediately agree in their understanding. The Bodhi enlightenment tree that the Shao family obtained at the beginning produced Bodhi enlightenment fruits very slowly. Even if the Shao family had some adventure in the past 10,000 years, and transplanted it into the secret realm to accelerate its duration, the Shao family itself had so many clansmen there. How could it be possible to leave such a large number of Bodhi enlightenment fruits? If it was just what Shao Chongqing said in a hurry. Even though he would not break his promise as the king of Yaoundongli, he would not know when he would get the Bodhi enlightenment fruit. The 6 people present were not rookies, so they would not be fooled by his empty promise. Fortunately, Shao Chongqing was not talking nonsense, and he directly took out 6 silver spiritual fruits in the communication group chat. Yes, it is the Bodhi enlightenment fruit. Lu Shu, okay. I agree. The main body of Feng Langjutsu will jump here in 10 minutes. Shen Wei, me too. With the temptation of Bodhi enlightenment fruit. It didn't take long for all 6 Star Destroyer captains to agree. At the same time, the 6 Star Destroyers in different star regions of the Qipan River system took action one after another. Song Luo Joint Fleet Communication Group Chat Luo Yi, Brother Wujiang. How are you going to get there? Facing Luo Yi question, Song Wujiang raised his eyebrows. Your ship doesn't have ultra-long-range active jump features? With the Luo family background, this is really surprising. But Luo Yi quickly shook his head and explained, Luo Yi, it's not that there are none, but the price is not small, so if Brother Wujiang can take it with you, that would be great. As he said that, he paused, and then changed his words. Of course, as a reward, I am willing to take out a silver wonder that cannot be transformed into shipboard parts. The Song family has been purchasing silver wonders that cannot be transformed into shipboard parts. This is no secret in the entire Tianpan River system, and you can find out with a little research. So Luo Yi simply started with this. Soon, Song Wujiang agreed. But just when Luo Yi was thinking about how Song Wujiang would take him to the Snake Eye floating land, Song Wujiang's next words surprised him. Recall the warship? Luo Yi reacted strongly to this sentence. But Song Wujiang could understand. He did not say much, but took the lead in recalling the Dinghai Longxiang, and turned to board the dark dreadnought not far away. As a Xinhua captain, the Xinhua warship is equivalent to his life. Not only the support of his military force, but also the core to ensure the captain's life. Asking a Xinhua captain to recall the warship is tantamount to asking them to take the initiative to withdraw their means of life-saving and hand their lives to outsiders. Fortunately, seeing Song Wujiang take the initiative to demonstrate himself, Luo Yi suppressed his disgust. When the recalled warship boarded the dark dreadnought, a sense of weightlessness quickly enveloped him. Not long after, the feeling of weightlessness reached a limit, followed by a spinning world. When Luo Yi flew out of the battleship hatch again, he found himself in the starry sky outside the Snake Eye floating land. Looking down, he could still vaguely see the fleet of warships fighting in the sky above the floating land. The two did not delay, summoned the battleships, and rushed straight to the distant domination battlefield. Compared with the other Star Destroyer captains, they arrived relatively late. The good news was that Lu Shu had summoned his silver scale Qilong first, which barely stabilized the battlefield and did not let the domination battlefield fall into a complete disadvantage. With the addition of 2 Star Destroyers, including the Dinghai Longxiang, the battle situation stabilized immediately. Finally, even with the extra silver-scaled Qilong that Lu Shu brought, even though the 8-armed snake demon had the blessing of the floating land origin, the two sides still maintained a balance on the battlefield. As time went on, more and more Xinhua warships arrived, and the balance on the ordinary battlefield began to gradually tilt towards the Xinhua human civilization. After a few hours, the 7 8-armed snake demon lords completely lost their patience. They did not continue to entangle with the 7 Star Destroyer captains, but gradually retreated to the Snake Eye city below with the assistance of the 8-armed snake prison. 7 Star Destroyer captains in group chat. Lu Shu, if I'm not mistaken, they are preparing to withdraw. Shen Wei, it's almost certain. This Qipan River system is closer to our Xinhua human river system community. It is considered a bridgehead for the 8-armed snake demon civilization to be stationed on our side. The 8-armed snake demon civilization has not arranged too many combat forces here. This battle situation has become one-sided. They will naturally not stay in this Qipan River system. Song Wujiang, I heard that in the adjacent 8-armed snake demon river system community, there are basically 8-level 8-armed snake demons in charge. I don't know if it's true or not. Shao Chongqing, The 8-armed snake demon river group is smaller than our Shinhoi human river group. It seems that there are only more than 800 river groups. However, based on their excellent bloodline, the number of 8th level 8-armed snake demons is not small. I personally think this is very likely. Luo Yi, how to fight. 8th level creatures with top bloodlines are not something that ordinary star destroyers can resist. Even His Majesty Lu Shu may find it difficult to resist. Hearing what Luo Yi said, Lu Shu shook his head. Thenglangjiaxu, although it has entered the ranks of extreme star destroyers, it can fight ordinary 8th level creatures, but it cannot fight against the top races in the Star Sea, such as the 8-armed snake demon. Wangli, don't worry about this. The Divine Dynasty Galaxy ship will arrive at that time. Once the 8th level 8-armed snake demon comes to the scene, Captain of the Galaxy will take action. Until the inspector sent by the Divine Dynasty confirmed it personally, the captains of the Star Destroyers of the two kingdoms breathed a sigh of relief. This can be regarded as eliminating their worries in their hearts. The Galaxy ship is an 8th level warship unit of the Shinhoi human civilization. Its combat power will only be stronger than the 8th level 8-armed snake demon. With the Galaxy ship in charge, there is no need to worry about these things. Time passed, and 70 years passed in a blink of an eye. Because the main force of the 8-armed snake demon had withdrawn, in the past 70 years, the fleets of the two kingdoms have not carried out large-scale wars again, and all of them have focused on conquering the floating lands in the Star Sea. Look, after 70 years, the results are remarkable. More than 90% of the vast star field of the entire Chipan River system, which stretches for millions of light years, has fallen into the hands of the various forces of the two kingdoms, and the harvest is not small. In the distribution among all parties, the joint fleets of the Song and Luo families finally obtained nearly 300,000 light-years of territory, of which the Song and Luo families occupied 260,000 light-years, and the other affiliated forces were divided into 30,000 light-years. In addition, each of the three Yaoan families obtained 150,000 light-years of territory, and the joint fleets of the major 6th-level clans under their command divided 100,000 light-years. As for the joint fleets of the Morning Star family and the Golden Horn Lu family, they will share the remaining 140,000 light-years. Song Family Fleet, Dinghai Longxiang Encrypted Communication Group Chat. Song Xiuan, Xiaoqi, come over here. That day, Song Xiuan suddenly called Song Qi, and when Song Qi and the Akalanatha reunited, Song Xiuan quickly said, Xiaoqi, I got a message not long ago about a 7th-level starry sky plant. Are you interested? Hearing this, Song Qi eyes lit up. Chapter 600 Ancient War Tree 7th Order Starry Sky Plant. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the target that Song Qi has been searching for the past 100 or 200 years. What he is looking for urgently is the tree heart of the 7th Order Starry Sky Plant, which is the key for the 6th Order Silver Apple Mother Tree to try to break through the 7th Order. The many 6th Order Starry Sky Plant tree hearts obtained in these years have already pushed the Silver Apple Mother Tree to the limit of the 6th Order. As long as he can get a 7th Order Starry Sky Plant tree heart, the Silver Apple Mother Tree can immediately try to break through the 7th Order. As long as the breakthrough is successful, the Silver Apple Mother Tree can continuously produce the 7th level Silver Apple, with many red parts still on the Tianshu Sangqiong. The 7th level Silver Apple is what he urgently needs. Seeing that Song Qi showed great interest, Song Xiuan did not hide it, and quickly told him the situation. A few minutes later, Song Qi, who had learned the whole situation, fell into deep thought. According to Song Xiuan, the news came from a 6th-level 8-armed snake demon. 1,000 years ago, he had found a 7th-level ancient war tree in a river system of the 8-armed snake demon river system community. As a type of starry sky plant, the ancient war tree is one of the most powerful and potential ones. It is said that the power of the ancient war tree is usually comparable to that of the starry sky beasts of the same level. As for their potential, the legend of the mythical ancient war tree has always been circulating in the boundless broken star sea. However, the good news is that the ancient war tree that the 6th-level 8-armed snake demon saw 1,000 years ago has just broken through to the 7th level. Although 1,000 years have passed for the existence of starry sky plants, it is just a blink of an eye. In other words, this ancient war tree is still at the initial stage of entering the 7th level. For Song Qi, this is undoubtedly good news. How about it? Do you need a few fearless captains from the family to accompany you? Seeing that Song Qi was still hesitant to speak, Song Xiuan took the initiative to ask. However, Song Qi quickly shook his head and rejected the proposal. No. The fleet is about to go to the real territory of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. The peak combat power of the fleet is absolutely indispensable. I can't leave this ship, so let the mirror battleship go. Hearing this, Song Xiuan frowned and was about to say something. But Song Qi spoke first. My mirror battleship is not weak. And with a Tiger King insect, I can summon my real body projection at a critical moment. In addition, I bring a market projection order, which I believe is enough to deal with it. There is no need to worry, Ancestor. Having said this, Song Xiuan naturally did not say anything more, but directly told Song Qi the specific river system where the 7th level ancient war tree was located. The Snake Mother Galaxy, which is located at the edge of the 8-armed snake demon galaxy community, but not in the southwest area adjacent to the Xinhua Human 5-Pan galaxy group, but on the southeast side. This also makes it 300 million light-years away from the Qi Pan galaxy. Even if the mirror battleship has been traveling with the Qiqun Leap feature, it still took more than 4 years. Of course, this is because the mirror battleship cannot replicate the time chessboard part, otherwise. With the universal cooling reduction of the colored mythical parts, this time can be reduced by half. The Snake Mother Galaxy, Central Star Region. As a galaxy not far from the Xinhua Human Galaxy community, the Snake Mother Galaxy has already been involved in a war. But it is not the Xianqin Divine Dynasty that attacks this galaxy, but the Qi Divine Dynasty among the 4 great dynasties. However, compared with the vast starry sky battlefield at the southern end of the galaxy, this Central Star region seems extremely peaceful. On this day, an uninvited guest broke the peace of the Central Star region of this galaxy. After the violent space fluctuations, the pitch-black mirror warship rushed out of the jump tunnel. Inside the warship, there was a voice of divine thought. Not bad. This most critical jump did not have any accidents. The reason for this feeling was that during a jump not long ago, Red Sky Jump hit a floating land in the Star Sea again. The key point was that it was a floating land in the Star Sea where a large number of 8-armed snake demons gathered, which caused a lot of commotion. Finally, it was hard to get away. After reacting, the mirror warship quickly flew in a certain direction. This is the direction to a low-level floating land not far away. Since Song Qi first came to the Snake Mother River system, he needs to get a star map. Although he got the distance and location coordinates of the 7th level ancient war tree from the original ancestor, he can go there directly. But the Snake Mother River system is a completely unfamiliar river system after all, not to mention that it is a river system where a large-scale war is taking place. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be an 8th level 8-armed snake demon in this river system. Song Qi has to be careful. With the dual blessing of the Void Membrane with permanent invisibility effect, and the Mirage of the Mirage Dragon Pearl, it is not too easy to get a rough map of the Milky Way. A few days later, outside a certain level 3 floating land, the mirror warship was quietly suspended. In the main control room of the warship, Song Qi carefully checked the star map he had just received through his mind. According to the star map, he found the location of the level 7 ancient war tree, located on the west side of the Snake Mother River system, more than 200,000 light-years away from the war star field on the south side below. Not bad. After determining the location of the ancient war tree, the mirror battleship stayed in place for a while, until the red sky transition feature cooled down again. In the west of the Snake Mother River system, the ancient tree star field has a starry sky plant that has grown in the Snake Mother River system for more than 100,000 years. It is impossible to say that the 8-armed snake demon leaders have never discovered the existence of this ancient war tree. In fact, the 8-armed snake demon civilization not only discovered the existence of the ancient war tree tens of thousands of years ago, but also named this star field after it. The two sides reached a deal. The 8-armed snake demon civilization allowed the ancient war tree to grow, and the ancient war tree provided a fruit of war every 1,000 years without actively harming the 8-armed snake demon people. Fruit of war is the fruit of the ancient war tree. Although it cannot prolong life, it allows the user to control the law of chaos, a top law of the Star Sea, which undoubtedly greatly increases its own value. You should know that the law of chaos is not listed as a universal law in the Star Sea due to its special nature, because ordinary creatures cannot comprehend this law by themselves. This law only exists in the Abyss community, or it is comprehended through special means such as Fruit of War. In short, the law of chaos is an extremely rare and powerful law in the Broken Star Sea. If ordinary creatures can comprehend it by themselves, it is completely not weaker than the two strongest laws of time and space. Ancient Tree Star Region, hundreds of light years away from the 7th level ancient war tree. Inside the mirror battleship, the Mirror Eye of Heaven radar is currently displaying a very clear remote monitoring picture. In the center of this light curtain is the 7th level Ancient War Tree. This Ancient War Tree is over 100,000 kilometers tall, and it is rooted in the void of the star sea, and its roots, which are full of chaotic laws, are constantly absorbing a large amount of energy from the void of the star sea to nourish its huge body. The ancient tree was lush and covered with leaves, occupying a large area of the starry sky. On its branches, there were huge fruits hanging, which were the fruits of war that he had bred. Song Chi didn't care about these fruits of war. For him now, no matter how powerful the law of chaos was, it had no appeal. After all, he was a person who had already comprehended the 3 laws. And he was also a fellow practitioner of time and space. So what about the law of chaos? After carefully observing it for more than 10 minutes, Song Chi's eyes moved around, as if thinking about something. It is basically certain that this ancient war tree is still at the early stage of the 7th stage. After thinking this in his heart, Song Chi no longer hesitated, and controlled the mirror battleship to start the normal jump, and jumped directly to the location of the ancient war tree. In his eyes, as long as this ancient war tree is still at the early stage of the 7th stage, it is enough. With the combat power of the mirror battleship, it is enough to give it a try. It is detected that the high-intensity energy from the outside world is continuously affecting the battleship. Currently, the shield of holy light, it is being eroded. It can only be said that it is a kind of starry sky plant that contains the law of chaos. Even though the Tianqiu Sanqiong is still more than 1 billion miles away from its main body after the 2nd jump, the starry sky is already filled with manic chaotic power. And this is just the beginning. The 7th level Ancient War Tree was the first to notice the approach of the mirror battleship, and quickly responded. The high-intensity energy outside is increasing rapidly currently. Holy Light Shield. The speed of erosion increased by 140%. Obviously, it was just the most normal concentration of chaotic power before, and now with the appearance of the mirror battleship, the Ancient War Tree is releasing more chaotic power with all its strength. Song Chi will not retreat because of this. White light began to condense at the bow of the mirror battleship, and began to try to attack with the main gun. After only 2 rounds, Song Chi took the initiative to stop. Sure enough, the method of slowly wearing away from a distance does not work. Ancient War Tree has its own special war domain, and can ignore the means of attack outside the domain. After confirming this, he quickly activated the escape orb component, and the mirror warship quickly rushed into the war field. He was not surprised by this result. After all, in the records of the family and the human civilization, there were introductions to this war field. The previous attempt was just a fantasy. Seeing that there was no space to drill, he directly controlled the mirror warship to rush into the war field. The moment the warship rushed into the war field, Song Chi suddenly felt the repressive force coming from all directions. Just like the 8-armed snake prison magical power that the 8-armed snake demon had used before. The degree of suppression of foreign invaders in this war field is even greater than that of the 8-armed snake prison. Moreover, after the mirror battleship entered this war field, a large number of tree roots full of chaotic power suddenly shot out from the surrounding void. There is no doubt that the roots of this 7th level ancient war tree have already spread to every corner of this void. These chaotic tree roots extended at the fastest speed, tightly surrounding the mirror battleship, and obviously intended to restrain the mirror battleship. However, this is what Song Chi is most confident about. With the Golden Blood Battle Monument strengthened to the 8th level, how can the permanent control immunity state be just talk? Confirming that these chaotic vines extending from the void cannot cause any impact on the mirror battleship, Song Chi mind raced, and launched a full-scale counterattack. Starry sky plants, they rely most on their own huge vitality, so Song Chi first targeted this point. All Souls Destruction Bow the Living Annihilation Arrow. It was activated immediately, and the true immortal quantum sword light of the Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort. Outside, after confirming that their own restraints had no effect on the mirror battleship, these chaotic tree roots extending from the void changed their strategies. From the previous entanglement to whipping. Swish. Swish. As the dim light flickered, cracks in the void followed. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the power of these chaotic tree roots is. Because of the hundreds of millions of light years apart, even if the quality of the chapter of divine thought is high, it is difficult for Song Chi to achieve perfect remote control. So Song Chi directly transferred all the control rights of the battleship to the replica Cheontian intelligent brain system. under the precise control of the Sky Intelligence brain. The mirror battleship dodged the massive chaotic tree roots that were coming at it. Unfortunately, this ancient war tree had grown here for more than 100,000 years, and its roots had already covered the entire starry sky. There were too many chaotic tree roots. So many that it was impossible to dodge them. In a short time, the holy light shield was shattered by the dual influence of the chaotic power and the chaotic tree roots. And the yin-yang shield was exposed to the outside starry sky for the first time. Fortunately, the energy storage of the mirror battleship had been completed at this time. And the life annihilation arrow and the true immortal quantum sword light burst out one after another. The annihilation arrow and quantum sword light landed on the trunk of the 7th level ancient war tree successively. But the trunk of this ancient war tree was surrounded by a large amount of chaos law and life force. Although the annihilation arrow and quantum sword light broke through the perfect level of chaos law defense, leaving a large gap on the trunk of the ancient tree, it was soon filled up under the rich life energy. Of course, it was not completely without any effect, at least under the vitality annihilation effect of the life annihilation arrow. The life energy surrounding the ancient war tree was eliminated by half. Unfortunately, the cooling time of the life annihilation arrow feature is not short. By the time it cools down for the second time, the ancient war tree will probably have fully recovered from the energy replenishment of its huge root system. Thinking of this, Song-Chi considered for a moment and quickly made a decision. He turned his mind and looked at the 5th level Jiexing clan in the mirror battleship. To be more precise, it was the market projection order in his hand. As long as he can get the heart of the ancient war tree, the silver apple mother tree will most likely produce 7th level silver apples continuously in the future. What does the 7th level silver apple represent? It is a piece of silver legendary treasure. Based on this, how could Song-Chi be stingy with a silver treasure at this moment? However, he did not rush to act, but waited for the All Souls Destruction Bao-S Living Annihilation Arrow feature to cool down again. After the feature cooled down again, he activated it again immediately. However, this time, it was not just one feature, but also Blood Spear's Blood Judgment and the Weakness Mark of the Hunting God, and the Black Hole Singularity Rapid Explosion of the Black Hole Evolution Layer, and many other characteristics. Song-Chi's idea was simple. The vitality of the 7th level Ancient War Tree was too strong. The quasi-8th level Jutian Market Projection summoned by the Market Projection Order alone could not ensure that the opponent would be eliminated in one go. At present, he should first consume a large amount of his vitality, which would reduce the pressure of the subsequent Jutian Market Projection, to prevent more trouble. Chapter 601 7th Level Silver Apple Mother Tree, the response method chosen by the Sky Intelligence Brain, can be said to be perfect, with multiple characteristic effects. Just one Blood Judgment, which triggered the Weakness Mark of the Hunting God, caused unimaginable damage to the Ancient War Tree in front. Not only was all the life energy in the outer layer consumed, but it even pierced a hole of astonishing diameter on the towering trunk of the Ancient War Tree. Hum! 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 The branches and leaves of the ancient starry sky tree were shaking wildly, making the entire starry sky seem to tremble, and there seemed to be an unknown howl echoing in my ears. But this was not the point. Ancient War Tree had already made another move. The law of chaos was rapidly condensing on the trunk of the ancient tree, and in the blink of an eye, a giant illusory cross mark condensed on the top of its branches and leaves. War Trial. Song-Chi recognized the cross mark at the first time, and was also very clear about the power of the magical power that the ancient war tree had displayed at this moment. Its specific function is similar to the time chessboard feature of the time chessboard, which can conduct an inescapable chaotic trial on the designated target. Once the trial is successful, it will be like a creature pulled into the high-dimensional space of the time chessboard, and its strength will be forcibly weakened by one level. However, this magical power inspired by the 7th level ancient war tree in its incomparable madness has now ushered in the greatest challenge. Buzz! Before seeing the person, I heard his voice first. I saw a sharp sword sound coming from the warfield space. The next second, a giant sword shadow shot out from afar. This sword shadow was condensed by the two laws of space and light. The speed of shooting was difficult to describe. It passed through the cross judgment mark triggered by the ancient war tree. Then I saw the judgment mark full of chaotic laws collapsed. Until this time, the purple mist projection above the dark mirror warship in the distance emerged belatedly. It can be clearly seen that the purple mist projection is surrounded by boundless sword energy. If it is not the Flying Sword State secret technique on the Evil Sword secret technique inheritance monument that the Song family accidentally obtained in the Red Star continent, then what is it? This is not over yet. After defeating the War Judgment Mark with one blow, under the control of Song Qi himself in the Zutian market, the Zutian market projection with quasi-8th level power attacked again. The Sword Light Phantom rushed. And this time it was no longer Evil Sword Chant, but Sword Light Differentiation. The Sword Light shot out changed from 1 to 9. And finally the 9 Sword Lights of Fusion Law easily penetrated the trunk of the 7th level Ancient War Tree one after another. After this attack, the vitality of the 7th level Ancient War Tree was weakened to the extreme. A 7th level Starry Sky plant that has grown for more than 100,000 years was easily severely damaged. But in Song Qi view, this is more like a matter of course. The one who attacked was the market projection, as an existence whose status must exceed the ordinary mythical rank, even if the projection strength is always half a level weaker than the normal combat power. It still has a solid quasi-8th level power, which is definitely not something a 7th level Starry Sky plant can contend with. Just as Song Qi was about to finish off the opponent, the next move of the Ancient War Tree was indeed shocking. The surrounding chaotic energy and laws began to interweave. At first, it didn't feel anything, but when their concentration exceeded a certain limit, Song Qi, who descended through the market projection, suddenly looked around. He saw a large number of chaotic laws and energy overlapping in all directions, completely blocking the passages inside and outside the war field. At the same time, the 7th level Ancient War Tree in the center of the field, although its vitality was extremely dim, also gathered a large number of chaotic laws at this moment. No, the domain is isolated. The chaotic energy is extremely active, and this Ancient War Tree is preparing to self-destruct. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Song Qi responded immediately. First, he connected the interior of the mirror battleship with his mind and activated the Posha Zen seal in the Sky Intelligence brain. He wanted to use the Zen seal external time stop feature to control the opponent for a second or two. And his own purple mist energy was not idle either, and continued to rush towards the Ancient War Tree, wanting to take advantage of this gap to completely kill the opponent. However, the limitation of War Domain is still there. Even if it has little effect on the market projection with quasi-8th level power, it is not without any effect. Moreover, the ability of the mirror battleship to activate itself has nothing to do with the market projection. Finally, the Sky Brain reacted the fastest. It calculated that it might be difficult to interrupt the opponent with its own speed. So while it attacked, it also activated a Projection Emperor Stone on the mirror battleship. It also used the Zen Seal internal speed on this Projection Emperor Stone. Effect, under this condition, above the mirror battleship, within the coverage of the projection of the Zutian market, the projection of the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong quickly condensed. Because the mind is originally one, there is no need to waste time. At the moment when the projection of the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong condensed, Song Qi activated the time chessboard component of the battleship projection. To be more precise, it is the time cage property of the time chessboard component. The activation of this mythological property is much faster than the Diana seal outer time stop of the Posha Zen seal. After all, the characteristics of the golden parts are still greatly restricted by the war field itself, and the characteristics of the mythical parts are not included in this category. Almost the next second after the Tianxu Sangqiong projection condensed, the 7th level Ancient War Tree that tried to self-destruct in front was directly sealed with the power of time and completely disappeared in the starry sky. As for its specific whereabouts, it was naturally sealed in a high-dimensional closed time place. Taking advantage of this time node, Song Qi let the virtual C projection of Tianxu Sangqiong move forward. Or in other words, start neutron star fission. The characteristic of approaching the original area of the 7th level Ancient War Tree is more suitable. And then the characteristic of high energy particle storm is activated. The motivation for all these responses is actually very simple. Nothing more than one. To prevent the 7th level Ancient War Tree from self-destructing. Only in this way can the other party leave the heart of the Ancient War Tree, so that the series of actions before will not be in vain. After making all preparations, Song Qi took the initiative to cancel the time and cage. The effect of the self-destructing 7th order Ancient War Tree appeared again in the starry sky. However, unlike before, although the Ancient War Tree was still in the final stage of self-destruction, it was completely enveloped in an endless stream of high-energy particles. Under the sweeping storm of this large amount of high-energy particles, The ancient war tree, which had only the last bit of life energy left, was completely wiped out by the high-energy particle storm. At the moment when the 7th Order ancient war tree died completely, the self-destruction it had triggered was naturally eliminated. And the same was true for the war field. Before the mirror warship came over at the fastest speed, the virtual sea projection of Tianxu Sangqiong had already made its next move. The warship projection, which originally had no entity, slowly transformed into a physical state at some point. After the virtual real conversion, Song Qi took action himself and dug out the heart of the ancient war tree at the fastest speed. In addition, there was the 7th level life crystal in its trunk, which is a resource that is nurtured in all plants. It can accelerate the growth of various plants and improve the survival rate of plants. In addition to these two, the rest were the 12 fruits of war that were picked by accident. These were all the fruits left by the ancient war tree over the past 100,000 years. And Song Qi collected them all. As for these 12 fruits of war, Song Qi only planned to collect them as a special resource in his own hands, or put them in the market as a special commodity. After all, they were rare resources that could allow creatures to directly perceive the law of chaos. And he might meet a creature that knew the value of them. In the end, Song Qi did not even spare the trunk of the ancient war tree. He used the super body shrinkage card to greatly shrink it, and then brought it back to the family fleet through the virtual sea projection of the Tianxu Sangqiong, which had transformed into a physical body. Although the trunk of the ancient war tree had its tree core and life crystal taken away, and its value was reduced by 80% to 90%, it was still a 7th level starry sky plant of astonishing size. The huge energy it had absorbed over more than 100,000 years was there. Even if it had become a corpse, there was still a lot of energy left in its trunk. Song Qi's idea is to extract the master's true spirit first, and then send it to the cultivation secret realm on the main body. There are many rare plants transplanted in the cultivation secret realm. This ancient war tree trunk can increase the energy concentration and fertility in the cultivation secret realm, which is enough to increase the growth rate of various plants in the secret realm. As for the master source blood, this thing cannot be extracted by starry sky plants. It is exclusive to flesh and blood creatures. Just like flesh and blood creatures cannot produce starry sky plant tree hearts. After doing all this, the hatch of the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was far away in the Song family fleet, suddenly opened, and the miniature Yanli giant rushed out. It was about to activate the bound chapter of divine thoughts to recall the mirror battleship. But it finally stopped the action. The fleets under the 2 kingdoms of the Tianpan River system are still on their way. Instead of recalling the mirror battleship and letting it waste time with the main force, it is better to let it act independently on the Snake Eye floating land. The Tianpan River system is located in the Wupan River system group, which was previously called the Wupan River system group. However, this is not the case. The reason why it is called the Wupan River system group is that there were only 5 river systems controlled by the human civilization in the past. However, in fact, the number of river systems that are truly gathered together is 6. To be more precise, it is the Lupan River system, as for which 6 pans are there. I believe there is no need to say more. They are the Chipan River system newly occupied by the 2 kingdoms of the Tianpan River system. The Chipan River system originally belonged to the Xinhua human river system community. It was just a bridgehead for the 8-armed snake demon civilization before. Now that the Chipan River system has been taken back, the 2 kingdoms' fleets are now heading to the real 8-armed snake demon territory. The real 8-armed snake demon river system community, and the intersecting area between it and the Xinhua human river system community, has a large area of void space between the starry sky, including the junction of the Lupan River system group and the 8-armed snake demon river system community. The Chipan River system is the northernmost of the Lupan River system group. Going further north, the real 8-armed snake demon river system community is just a star sea void belt with a diameter of tens of thousands of light years between the two. At this moment, the fleets of the 2 kingdoms are shuttling through this star sea void belt at the fastest speed. For high-level warships such as battleships, dreadnoughts, and star destroyers, tens of thousands of light years may not be a long distance. A few or a dozen star jumps may be enough. But now it is a fleet of more than 200 million ships, including a large number of ordinary starships. Ordinary starships only have the ability to jump short distances. And that's not all. To ensure that they travel stably and efficiently, it is necessary to build teleportation stargates at certain distances, and to establish logistics support bases. Speaking of logistics, the Song family has made a lot of money in this area. both before the war and now. Before the war, they learned about the civilization war 100 years in advance. And they knew it first. Now, according to Song Chi, ability to freely travel between the War Star Field and the Dragon-rich continent, including the Red Star Super Dimension continent, plus large-scale storage devices such as Dimensional Space Stone and Flame God Clan Space Bracelet. Various logistics materials can be easily transported back and forth. Taking this opportunity, the Song family sold a large amount of strategic materials and logistical resources at high prices, even without counting the allocated profits. They made a lot of money. Moreover, the Song family performed very well in the battlefield of the Chipan River system. The territory under their command was allocated to 140,000 light years, which was an astonishing profit. The Kingdom of Morning Star, the joint fleet of the Song and Luo families, the central area of the Song family team, the Tianxu Sanqiong Dreadnought, the main control room of the battleship. Accompanied by a slight spatial fluctuation, Song Chi disappeared in the battleship. When he reappeared, he was already inside the cultivation secret realm. He held the 7th level ancient war tree heart in his hand, and walked slowly towards the silver apple mother tree. As if sensing something, the 6th level peak silver apple mother tree shook violently as soon as Song Chi entered the secret realm, and a large amount of energy surged around it. Without any hesitation, Song Chi directly threw the ancient war tree heart to the silver apple mother tree. Suddenly, the silver apple mother tree was like a magnet, sucking the ancient war tree heart towards itself at an extremely fast speed. Then came the fusion of the war ancient tree heart and the silver apple mother tree trunk. This process lasted for several days, because the cultivation secret realm itself had long been strengthened to the 7th level. It was enough to support the advancement of the silver apple mother tree. So Song Chi did not continue to strengthen it. At present, he was already short of the master's true spirit. Although the war ancient tree could be refined into dozens of copies later, there was really no need to rush to strengthen this cultivation secret realm. There were no 8th level plants in the secret realm, and the 7th level cultivation secret realm was enough. 3 days later, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from the cultivation secret realm, and then Song Chi saw with his own eyes that the silver apple mother tree had soared from hundreds of thousands of meters to tens of thousands of kilometers, and officially entered the 7th level. Chapter 602, Ascension Platform and the Primordial Immortal Realm. Looking at the silver apple mother tree that was officially promoted to the 7th level, Song Chi was overjoyed. The silver apple mother tree had long been bound to the cultivation secret realm, and could not provide additional combat assistance, but its own value was higher than the value of the combat power of many masters. The 7th level silver apple was enough to upgrade the red wonder to the silver wonder, which meant that Song Chi would be able to stably produce silver legendary wonders in the future, which was of great significance. Just the current loading parts on the Tianxu Sanqiong alone, many of which require the use of the 7th level silver apple. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several years have passed. In the past few years, the Tianpan River Joint Fleet successfully passed through the Void Zone and formally entered the territory of the 8-armed Snake Demon River community. The first river they entered was the river called Snake Fang. As the marginal river system of the 8-armed Snake Demon River community, the area of the Snake Fang River system is not large, only a little over 800,000 light years, but the number of 8-armed Snake Demon armies gathered inside the river system is indeed quite large. Among them, the number of ordinary Sky Serpent warships alone exceeded 300 million. As for the high-level 8-armed Snake Demons, including those evacuated from the Chipan River system, there were as many as 10 7th-level Snake Demon Masters, and there was even an 8th-level Snake Demon Master hiding behind. Fortunately, according to the 2 Divine Dynasty inspectors, their Shinhua human side had also rushed over a galaxy ship. But this galaxy ship reached a tacit understanding with the 8th-level 8-armed Snake Demon on the other side, and neither of them showed up directly. Communication group chat of 7-star destroyers. Rosetta Morningstar, Supervisor Wang, can you tell me in detail which galaxy captain from the Divine Dynasty is coming this time? Rosetta's question. Almost all the attention of the people in the communication group chat was mobilized, and they were obviously very concerned about this question. Wang Li, who was born in the Langya River system of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty, did not show any impatience. Seeing that Rosetta Morningstar's voice was sincere, he gave an answer after a moment of hesitation. However, this answer was obviously a bit surprising. The captain of the galaxy ship who came this time, he is not from the Divine Dynasty, but from the Blood Sway Dynasty under the Divine Dynasty. The Blood-Sway Dynasty? The faces of the people first flashed a little strange, but then quickly turned back. For the more than 20 Xinhua kingdoms under the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, the captains of the Star Destroyers are still very familiar with them. Except for the 6 kingdoms of the Panani system that do not have a galaxy ship captain for the time being, the Divine Dynasty has another 17 kingdoms, including 4 dynasties with 8th-level galaxy ships, including the prosperous Tang Dynasty that Song Qi had been to. And the Blood-Sway Dynasty is one of them. The Blood-Sway Dynasty, this is an extremely powerful dynasty. There are 3 immortal giant forces inside. I wonder who is coming? At this time, Lu Shu broke the thoughts of everyone in the group chat and asked again. The Blood-Sway Yang family royal family Zhenyuan Palace, the first generation Zhenyuan king. Yang Song. Sir! Hearing that it was this person, the eyes of several Star Destroyer captains in the Qifan River system were immediately determined, no longer worried as before. The first Zhenyuan king of the Blood-Sway Dynasty, that was a strong man, who had achieved the status of captain of the galaxy for more than 100,000 years. When he tore apart the 8th-level alien race with his bare hands, they were not even born yet. With this ruthless man in charge, there was no need to worry about the 8th-level 8-armed snake demon behind the scenes. Song Qi was not aware of the exchange between several Star Destroyer captains in the fleet. At this moment, he was not in the fleet, but in the market of the heavens. One of each of the 3 storage capsules, this is the origin of the floating land. Silver 3 to 5 type fully automatic magic mecha, I want them all. Can I freely exchange my purple quality fire seed treasure for a treasure of the same level in the shop? Unlike the silence of the past, today is the day when the market trading opens once a month. Hundreds of thousands of alien races gather in this Shutian market, so lively. Although the fleet has been on the road for the past few years, Song Qi did not waste this time. He handed over the control of Tianxu Sanqiong to the Qiongtian intelligent brain, and he himself has been staying in this Shutian market. Either practice or comprehend the law. The monthly market transaction also started as usual. I thought this transaction would be the same as the previous one, and there would not be much change. But Song Qi soon noticed something unusual. Zhou Ping from the prehistoric continent was out of character. After entering the market, he went straight to the silver house of the Goblin Luke, and then bought a lot of silver model fully automatic magic mechas from the silver house. For this kind of mecha, Luke has been selling it in the store for hundreds of years, so Song Qi naturally knew about it. This type of mecha is a small mecha that is only slightly larger than an ordinary person. It is more useful for exploration or as cannon fodder in large-scale ground wars. Zhou Ping large purchases this time make people wonder whether the Luofu sword sect behind him is involved in a war. In this regard, Song Qi, who is a little confused and curious, is ready to ask. At present, the identity of the Lord of the Market is definitely not suitable, and he has to borrow the identity of a merchant of the 4-armed Blue Blood clan. After a while, Song Qi, who changed his vest, pretended to walk to Zhou Ping's side unintentionally. Brother Zhou Ping, is there a war in the Hongwang continent? Do you need more of these cannon fodder mechas? My new fully automatic combat robot also has standard second-order combat power. Are you interested? This man is now a Yuaning cultivator, a senior elder of the Luofu sword sect, and is no longer the young outer disciple who first entered the market. However, even so, after hearing that it was the Blue Blood clan who asked, he still maintained enough attention and did not hide too much. In this regard, Song Qi knew that this was because of his amazing background and the background of his character with many goods in his hands. Not really. There was no war in the prehistoric continent, and the Luofu sword sect behind me did not launch a sect war. The reason why we need to buy these mechas in large quantities is that there are large-scale immortal ruins in the prehistoric continent. It's just that there are many dangers in these immortal ruins, so a large number of cannon fodder are needed to explore the way. As for the new combat robots in Brother Launchua's hands, let's start with 1,000. Whether we need more in the future, we will talk about it later. Okay. After hearing the words immortal ruins, Song Qi's eyes showed a hint of realization, but he soon lost interest. Of course, he was not completely uninterested, since it involves immortals. According to the classification of Broken Star Sea Immortal Cultivation Civilization, they are the existence of the 7th level master level. Even if it is only the lowest 7th level true immortal, there is a high probability that some good things will be left behind. With the current strength of Luofu sword sect, they will surely be able to get a lot of good things from it, if they take those that they can't use to the market for trading. They may even encounter some unexpected surprises. Soon, Zhou Ping bought thousands of different second and third level mechas from House of Silver and Song Qi. And Song Qi soon stopped following them. But the facts did not end there. Hongguang Continent, Zhongzhou Region. As the most prosperous region of the 6th level floating land of the Hongguang Continent, Zhongzhou Region was once a place where a large number of high-level cultivators gathered. However, due to many wars, the spiritual veins under the earth were broken up, causing the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire state to drop sharply. Over time, high and middle level cultivators kept leaving, which led to the current situation of Zhongzhou Region withering. However, recently the Zhongzhou Region seems to have returned to its peak. A large number of immortal cultivators have come from all directions and gathered here again. Among them are high-level cultivators such as Yuanying and Huashan, and even many returning to the True One. The immortal ruins discovered this time are underground in the Zhongzhou Region. They are very wide, almost covering half of the Zhongzhou Region. It is precisely because the ruins are so huge that all parties have determined that they are ancient immortal ruins. The headquarters of the Luofu sword sect in the Zhongzhou Region. After Zhou Ping return, the exploration speed of the Luofu sword sect has greatly accelerated. The middle-level cultivators of the sword sect each brought a steel puppet and continued to explore the underground ruins. As time went by, the Luofu sword sect discovered and gained more and more, including some rare red and silver treasures, including some skills and Taoist inheritance. On this day, a Jindan sect member of the Luofu sword sect controlled several mechas and attacked a formation in the underground ruins. Boom boom boom! Amid the fierce roar of artillery fire, these formations, which had been eroded for countless tens of thousands of years, and whose power had long been reduced to 1/100th of what it was, were constantly blasted by the magic lasers or nuclear rays emitted by dozens of mechas. The Jindan monk was gradually advancing towards the center of the formation. Boom! Occasionally, this brutal breaking of the formation would cause the explosion of the formation or a series of formation bands, resulting in the continuous reduction of these Pathfinder mechas. But the Jindan monk did not care about this. According to the order he received, the sect could have as many iron puppets as he wanted, and there was no need to worry about it. Look! After another large formation exploded, the iron mechas under his command were completely consumed. Seeing this, he hurriedly turned around and left the ruins. When he came out, another sect monk soon replaced him, who also brought more than a dozen iron mechas. The subsequent actions he took were likely to be the same as the former. This exploration process lasted for about half a month. On this day, a big news came from the Luofu sword sect headquarters. The underground ruins once again wiped out a large array of ruins, and a big discovery was made. As the news spread, a large number of Luofu sword sect leaders rushed to the underground, including not only sect elders like Zhou Ping, but also the sect master who had just broken through to the return to void stage. After hundreds of years of harvesting a large amount of resources, including some super elixirs that Song Qi had obtained from the fragments of the Immortal Realm continent, the sword sect master finally succeeded in breaking through to the return to void stage. This was also the reason why the Luofu sword sect dared to use the mecha purchase from the market to explore. There are not many forces with Fan Chushini in charge in this prehistoric continent. For this reason, basically no one dares to provoke them. The high-ranking officials of Luofu sword sect followed their leader closely, and came all the way to the depths of the underground ruins. Finally, they stopped somewhere. Sect master, it is the super large white jade platform in front. The disciples who discovered it before are very sure that when the formation band was just broken, there was a faint spiritual power fluctuation on this stone platform. On the side, a great elder of the sword sect, who broke through the transformation of the gods 100 years ago, explained. However, at this moment, the leader of Luofu's sword sect had his eyes wide open, and did not pay any attention to the voice in his ears. Seeing such a big reaction, the surrounding sword sect leaders seemed to understand that the white jade stone platform in front of them was not simple. After a long silence, seeing that their leader had not spoken yet, another transformation supreme elder also asked a question. Sect master, is this stone platform the legendary ancient teleportation array? If it is really an ancient teleportation array, can you figure out where it is connected to? The first impression after seeing this large stone platform was that the high-ranking members of the sword sect subconsciously thought that it was a teleportation platform, because it was very similar to the teleportation platforms that exist today. However, The answer given by the sword sect leader made them tremble in their hearts. No. This is not an ancient teleportation array, but an ancient ascension platform. As soon as the word ascension platform came out, all the high-ranking members of the Luofu sword sect around them immediately trembled in their hearts. The Luofu sword sect is now considered a giant force in the prehistoric continent, and some secrets have long been known to the high-ranking members of the sect. This ascension platform is the most important one. Ascension platform, as the name suggests, is a platform for guiding immortals to ascend. It is said that in ancient times, there were many such ascension platforms, which were the key to guiding the ancient immortal sects to overcome the tribulation and become immortals. The reason why everyone reacted so strongly was because they all knew that after the ancient catastrophe, the world collapsed and no one in the world could ascend to immortality. This is common sense in the entire prehistoric continent. This time, an ascension platform was placed in front of them, which made everyone imagine, is this ascension platform still useful? By using this ascension platform, can Confucian, who is now on the continent, ascend to the immortal world in broad daylight and go to the mythical fairyland? Hongwang continent has been cut off from the immortal world for hundreds of thousands of years. Is this ascension platform still useful? Can the immortal road that has been cut off for a long time be resumed? Just as everyone was thinking about it, an elder seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Master, this ascension platform is extremely involved. Should we block the news as soon as possible? Hearing this, the leader of the sword sect was not moved. Just at this moment, a strange sound came from the side, followed by an old voice. Old sword, this ascension platform is related to the delay of the entire Hongwang continent's immortal path. You, the Luofu sword sect, can't afford it. Turning around, I saw a group of monks in Taoist robes appearing from the other side. Tai immortal sect. The person who came was the first immortal force in the entire Hongwang continent. Tai immortal sect. The leader was Wuyazi, one of the three returning to the void of Tai immortal sect. It was not just Tai immortal sect. Not long after, three more forces came one after another. They were all giant forces in the prehistoric continent, with returning to the void cultivators in charge. Looking at Luofu sword sect, compared to the elders and true disciples who showed obvious hostility, the sword sect master had a very calm expression. He just said indifferently, if you really want to hide it, I would not have mentioned the name of this ascension platform before. The key point now is whether this ascension platform can still be used, and whether it can really allow us to go to the legendary fairyland. Chapter 603 Immortal Continent. An ancient legend passed down from generation to generation once said that, before the ancient catastrophe, there were many people in the prehistoric continent who ascended to the immortal world, and used special means to get in touch with the prehistoric continent, proving the existence of the vast immortal world. However, after the catastrophe, the prehistoric continent was enveloped by unknown energy. Not only did it lose contact with the immortal world, it could not even communicate with the outside world for hundreds of thousands of years. For the vast number of immortal cultivators in the prehistoric continent, this is something that they can never let go. Now that there is a glimmer of hope through this ascension platform, the mood of the people present can be imagined. After careful discussion, the parties finally decided to work together to study this ascension platform. After putting aside their hostility, the parties started discussions. Ascension platform, as far as I know, in ancient times, it seems that only Return to the Void True One can activate it. Could it be possible for our ancestors to try it themselves? Soon, the first question appeared. However, some people expressed different opinions. I don't think so. After the ancient catastrophe, the world changed drastically. The extremely rich spiritual energy on the floating land dropped significantly. The number of returning cultivators is now more than 1,000 times less than that time? The same reason. The world has changed drastically. Maybe the restrictions on the Ascension platform have been greatly reduced. Now it's all speculation. The key is whether anyone is willing to take the initiative to try. After a discussion, each of the several families finally said 2 people. These selected cultivators were all Jindan cultivators. And they were all the kind of people who were about to die and just wanted to fight for the last time. When more than a dozen people climbed onto the Ascension platform one after another, they looked at each other, and then mobilized their mana at the same time. The Jindan mana continued to flow into the Ascension platform. This white jade platform seemed to be just as they had thought before, and was also affected by the environment of heaven and earth. Under the injection of the Jindan monk's mana, it really changed a lot. The platform itself was injected with these mana, and it actually began to tremble. But when everyone thought it was about to be activated, the movement of the Ascension platform suddenly disappeared. If it weren't for the witnesses of everyone present, some people would even suspect that it was just an illusion. Seeing this, the faces of the senior leaders of several forces were not good. But they did not give up. Looking at the signs just now, this Ascension platform should be able to be activated. Since the Gene N cultivators can't do it, let's try the Yuanian cultivators. Okay. Second, a consensus was reached again, and each party sent out a Yuanian cultivator. A total of 6 people. The 6 Yuanian cultivators climbed onto the stone platform, without any delay, and the mana in their bodies surged wildly. This time, the reaction of Ascension platform was even greater. After dozens of seconds, the vibration of the white jade platform reached its limit, and then a pillar of light that went straight to the sky rose into the sky. When everything returned to calm, the pillar of light that had shot up into the sky dissipated again, and people from several forces were shocked at the same time. Where are the people? They disappeared. Did they really get teleported to the fairyland? Can you confirm whether they are alive or dead? Is the fairyland safe? For a moment, everyone was talking about it, and they were full of curiosity about the situation of the 6 nascent soul cultivators. But soon someone shook his head and said, although they all left their life cards in their respective homes, the fairyland is too far away from our Hongwang continent. The moment the 6 people disappeared, their life cards had already dimmed. After hearing this, some people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this was good news. At least it gave them a glimmer of hope. However, more people were pessimistic. It is also very likely that this Ascension platform cannot connect to the immortal realm at all, and its transmission is cut off. The moment the 6 people started the transmission, they were already submerged in the turbulent void. Or, the immortal realm that has been cut off for hundreds of thousands of years is now extremely dangerous. And the lives of 6 nascent soul cultivators were taken away in an instant. These speculations, for the monks waiting for the results, are mostly very heavy. What they don't know is that in a distant unknown dark place, the 6 Yuanian monks who were teleported away did not die. What on earth is this place? There is not even a trace of light. The 6 monks walked down the ancient stone platform behind them, and they explored in the completely dark environment. That is, they are all Yuanian monks. That is, the 4th level life forms of the Broken Star Sea, and they have long had the ability of night vision. Even if the surrounding environment is always dark, it cannot affect their normal exploration. No matter where this is, we should be in an unknown continent. A continent completely different from the prehistoric continent. At this time, the peak nascent soul cultivator from Tai Xianmen suddenly spoke up. As for what he said, it was unanimously agreed by the other people. As for why they were so sure, the reason was very simple. The concentration of spiritual energy here was too high, far exceeding that of the prehistoric continent by 100 times. Even if they were just bathed in this spiritual energy for a few minutes. One of the 6 people showed signs of a breakthrough. You have to know that they are all Yuanian cultivators. At their stage, every breakthrough takes more than 100 years. In addition, through their continuous observation over the past few minutes, they can almost be sure that the land under their feet is very vast, with no end in sight. And it is definitely not that kind of special secret space. Based on these 2 points, they can be sure that the place they are at the moment is a super high-level floating land, far superior to the floating land of the prehistoric continent. And perhaps it is really the so-called fairyland. Unfortunately, several people tried to reactivate the Ascension platform behind them, but they were unable to do so, let alone teleport them back to the prehistoric continent. For a moment, some people who had originally thought that they had really found the legendary fairyland and were complacent, soon fell into panic again. There was no way. If it was really a normal fairyland, everyone would naturally not have other thoughts. But in this endless eternal night environment, anyone who came would feel that it was abnormal. You should know that even in the prehistoric continent, which is surrounded by a special energy field, the darkest time of the night will never be like this. There is no light at all, as if the concept of light does not exist in the whole world, which makes people impatient and frightened for no reason. Compared with the Yuanian cultivators of other forces, the Yuanian sword cultivator of Luofu's sword sect seems to be much calmer. This person is not Zhou Ping, but he also has a market walking order in his storage bag. It was given to him by the sect master before, and he indicated that he could try to activate this silver token secretly, and try to connect to the market of the heavens through this market walking order. so as to get in touch with Zhou Ping in the subsequent market transactions. After finding an excuse to explore separately, the Yuanying sword cultivator of Luofu's sword sect quickly separated from the other 5 people. At a certain point in time, Zhutian market. Huh? Song Qi, who was trying his best to comprehend the spatial law in the sky above the market, exclaimed softly, and his eyes, which were staring at the trace of spatial law in front of him, suddenly turned and looked at the 4-story and below. As the master of the market, he could not only sense the spatial fluctuations coming from a certain market walking room, and determine the specific identity of the creature entering the market, but more importantly, he also knew that this market walking room was the one corresponding to the second market walking order that Zhou Ping exchanged for a brand new item not long ago. This discovery, together with the information about Ascension platform and Immortal Realm mentioned by Zhou Ping before, made Song Qi think of many things instantly. Could this person be the one sent to the Immortal Realm by Luofu's sword sect through the Ascension platform? Or is he the same as Zhou Ping, who also landed in the prehistoric continent? If it is really the legendary Immortal World, is it related to the Immortal Civilization? Countless thoughts flashed through Song Qi's mind in an instant. But he quickly calmed down. No hurry, what will be the result? We will have the answer in the next market transaction. Although he comforted himself like this, Song Qi still couldn't help but focus most of his attention on the market walking room, carefully observing the newcomer from Luofu's sword sect. A few minutes later, through the surprise on the other party's face, Song Qi actually had a basic guess in his heart, but he hadn't been completely sure yet. Time passed, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a new market transaction started again. In the past, Song Qi would have most likely handed over the transaction to his clone. But this time he did something out of character. He was not busy practicing or comprehending the rules. After the market transaction started, he separated 2 strands of his mind and focused them in Zhou Ping and the newcomer from Luofu's sword sect. It was no wonder that he cared so much. After all, it was related to the Fairyland civilization. Based on Song Qi's own understanding over the past few hundred years, he had always guessed that the prehistoric continent had some intricate connection with the Fairyland civilization. And the most likely possibility was that the prehistoric continent was once a part of the Fairyland civilization. It is precisely because of this speculation that he attaches so much importance to it. According to the records of Xinhua human civilization, although the Fairyland civilization has been destroyed for more than hundreds of thousands of years, before the birth of Xinhua human civilization, the Fairyland civilization was one of the real overlord-level civilizations in the Broken Star Sea. Many alien civilizations in the Star Sea have recorded this. Since it is an overlord-level civilization, it means that the Fairyland civilization once had mythical combat power. And the core floating land of its civilization, the Fairyland continent, is very likely also a level 10 floating land in the Star Sea. This alone was enough to make him exhaust his thoughts to explore and pursue. The 10th level floating land in the Star Sea was a floating land that could breed mythical creatures. According to the myths and legends of the prehistoric continent, the so-called Fairyland they ascended to hundreds of thousands of years ago. Song Qi subconsciously believed that it was the Fairyland continent. In his wild thoughts, as he expected, who else could have logged in first this time, if not Zhou Ping? However, after logging in, Zhou Ping did not rush to leave the inn, but waited in front of a walking room on the 3rd floor of the inn. The waiting process lasted for nearly half an hour. Just when Zhou Ping was getting a little impatient, the door of the walking room in front of him finally opened, and then the newcomer from Luofu's sword sect appeared in his sight. The two looked at each other, and then looked around, and the next second they walked into the walking room quickly. In the walking room, Zhou Ping was about to ask, but was interrupted by the person in front of him. Then the nascent soul cultivator, who was obviously much older than Zhou Ping, suddenly waved his hand, and a circle of mana surged out of his body, and finally formed a layer of space around the two. Until then, this person spoke. Outside, being in the sky, being completely covered by the market rules, Song Qi's mouth corners slightly raised, which no one could detect. As the master of this market, he could do anything in this market. The other party's crude cover-up had no effect on him. A few minutes later, Song Qi's eyes moved unsteadily. He had captured everything Zhou Ping and the other party talked about. The floating land of life with a very high level. Could it really be the missing Fairyland continent in the rumor? What is the eternal darkness? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind again, but in the end, he only had one. We must find a way to establish a spatial anchor point on that floating land. No matter how many thoughts he had now, it would be better to go there and explore it in person. As long as he could establish a spatial anchor point on that so-called eternal darkness continent, then everything that follows would not be a problem. However, as to how to establish a spatial anchor point there, it was a bit difficult. Because even if Luofu's sword sect later exchanged a market projection order and actively summoned the market projection to assist in the battle, the illusory market projection could not quietly establish a spatial anchor point there. Unless, using the virtual sea projection Emperor Stone to summon the Tianxu Sanqing projection, and then taking the opportunity to use the virtual real conversion feature to control this step. However, how to send the virtual sea projection Emperor Stone is also a problem. Moreover, even if it is successfully sent, it is not easy to say whether the virtual sea projection Emperor Stone can be successfully activated. Emperor Tomb projected in the virtual sea, although it is a black component, the location of the immortal continent, is obviously abnormal, which means that the status of the Zhutian market is against the sky, which is why the two people from Luofu's sword sect can log in and communicate smoothly. It is hard to say whether Emperor Tomb projected in the virtual sea can be effective. Let me think about it carefully. What are the possibilities of forming an eternal night environment? Eternal night environment, this is obviously not something that can be formed by normal means. Song Qi is going to use this as a starting point, to see if he can infer that the suspected immortal continent, where exactly is the floating land in the star sea? Is it a seal of a strange object? The first thing Song Qi thought of was the ability of the time cage of the time chessboard. Although the time in the time cage was frozen, it could also be a seal of other attributes, not the blocking ability. In addition, he also thought of various factors such as black holes, and the dark side of the virtual sea. Time passed, and 24 hours passed quickly. After sending away all the alien races, Song Qi did not rush to count the gains from the transaction this time, but returned to the Tianpan River system through the Dragon Ridge anchor point left in the Dragon Ridge continent. After returning, he took out the Yugwang Order number 32 as soon as possible. He planned to consult the members of the Star Tower about the Fairyland civilization. Compared with the Song family, which has only been passed down for more than 3,000 years, the forces with deeper foundations behind the members of the Star Tower might have more detailed information. Chapter 604 Corpse Royal Family. Number 32. Jingzhe, at all members, do you know anything about the ancient Fairyland civilization? Longji continent. After returning through the space anchor point, Song Qi immediately asked in the Yoguang Xingling group chat. As a branch tower of Beidu Qixing Palace, Yoguang Xing Tower, although its level is not low, it has a big limitation. It can only be activated and communicated within the territory of Xinhui human civilization, so after sending the message, Song Qi did not have much hope in his heart. Now is the most intense moment of the war between the two top civilizations. Most of the members of Yubwang Star Tower should have gone to the 8-armed Snake Demon River community to participate in the war. There are probably not many people left in the territory of Xinhui human civilization. This is indeed the case. If it were in the past, Song Qi's message would have triggered many people's discussion. But this time, there has been no response. Fortunately, it is not too bad. After dozens of seconds, the first reply message came from the Xingling group chat. Number 17. Yulong, Fairyland civilization? Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Wait a minute, sister will help you check in the family database. Seeing someone reply, Song Qi was slightly happy. Number 32. Jingzhe, sister Yulong, are you still staying at home? Number 17. Yulong, I can't compare to you, I'm still at the extreme battleship, and my position in the family is logistics deployment, I won't join in the fun. The two were chatting, and soon a very unexpected member appeared. Number 19. Zhuiyang, Jingzhe. You didn't participate in the war? You suddenly became interested in the Fairyland civilization. Have you discovered new relics of the Fairyland civilization? Number 19. Zhuiyang, as for the information of the Fairyland civilization, I don't know much. I only know that it was destroyed nearly 400,000 years ago. At that time, our human civilization had not yet been born. Number 32. Jingzhe, no, I have two incomplete parts related to the Fairyland civilization. If they can be repaired, the level of the two parts will be higher. Number 32. Jingzhe, but speaking of your personality, Brother Zhuiyang, you didn't join the civilization war at the first opportunity? This is not like you. Facing Zhuiyang, who suddenly appeared, Song Qi naturally couldn't reveal the information of the floating land that was suspected to be the Fairyland continent, but used the incomplete parts as an excuse. In the past 300,000 years, the human civilization of Xinhua has obtained a lot of legacy inheritance from the Fairyland civilization, such as Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort and Tianing Sinan Pan. And there are not a few such parts. So this is a very appropriate excuse. While waiting for the news from Cui Yulong, Song Qi and Shuiyang talked a lot, and also found out the reason why Shuiyang had not yet gone to the front line of the civilization battlefield. It turned out that Shuiyang had just broken through and entered the fearless captain not long ago. Recently, he has been consolidating and familiarizing himself with his own strength, and comprehending new secrets. During the communication, Yulong's reply came quickly. Number 17 Yulong, this is all the information I have about the Fairyland civilization. Jingja, please see if it is useful. As she said this, she uploaded a file with not much information in the group chat. However, this so-called not much is only relatively speaking. In fact, the information contained in the file is not small. The Changsun family of the prosperous Tang dynasty is an immortal giant family with a heritage of more than 100,000 years. The information contained in the family database is extremely astonishing. For a once dominant civilization, the information recorded is naturally not less. Half an hour later, Song Qi narrowed his eyes suddenly after reading the entire information. Eternal exile, in this case, that floating land is very likely to be the former Fairyland continent. Muttering, Song Qi thanked him carefully in the Xingling group chat, and then he quickly returned to the Zhutian market, with no more relaxation between his words and actions. This is not an illusion. According to the information recorded by the Changsun family, the ancient Fairyland civilization seemed to have been attacked by an extremely powerful and mysterious force in a short period of time more than 400,000 years ago. In a short period of time, the civilization was severely damaged, and more than 80% of the peak combat power was almost wiped out. Under this, the Taoist ancestor of the Immortal Realm civilization paid the price of his own life, and exiled the Immortal Realm continent, which was mostly shattered in the war, into the dark side Void Sea. Since then, the dominant Immortal Realm civilization has completely lost its ability to resist, and everything that remains is eventually divided up by the various civilizations in the Star Sea. Those mysterious forces that suddenly appeared. No one knows what forces they are. Only that they disappeared quickly after severely damaging the Immortal Realm civilization. But Song Qi is not curious about these things now. He is more concerned about the Immortal Realm continent itself. The final result of the Fairyland continent recorded in this document is very consistent with the floating land found on the Hongwang continent. After all, the boundless virtual sea on the dark side of the Star Sea is itself a place of eternal darkness. Even if there is no other evidence, this is enough for Song Qi to explore at all costs. There is only one thing he needs to do next. To try every possible way to set up a space anchor point on the eternally dark floating land. 8-Armed Snake Demon River System Community. 8-Armed River System. Demonic Snake Floating Land. As the center of the 8-Armed Snake Demon Galaxy Community, and with a diameter of nearly 10 million light-years, the 8-Armed Galaxy naturally became the ancestral galaxy of the 8-Armed Snake Demon Galaxy Community. The Demon Snake Floating Continent is the largest floating continent in the 8-Armed Galaxy. Its diameter reaches 4 million light-years. It is a true 9th-level extreme floating continent, and it even has the trend of being promoted to the 10th-level star continent. The 10th-level Star Sea Floating Continent is a super floating continent in the Broken Star Sea that can breed mythical creatures. The civilizations of all parties in the Broken Star Sea have a special name for this level of floating continent, the Star Continent. The fact is that it is precisely because the demonic snake floating continent has a tendency to be promoted to the Star Continent that the 4 great empires of the human race have so resolutely started this civilization war that is not well prepared. Because for the top advanced civilizations in the Star Sea, the level 10 Star Continent is a huge variable. Demonic Snake Continent. 8-Armed Temple. This is the 8-Armed Snake Demon's ancestral home. And it is also the place where all the ancient beings of the entire 8-Armed Snake Demon civilization communicate and gather. Deep in the temple, in the hall covered by colorful light, there are many majestic beings whose faces cannot be seen clearly standing here. A low and hoarse voice kept ringing in the hall. Xinhua human civilization is definitely not making a small move this time. How dare they? Even if Song Yuan went out to explore the Star Sea 10,000 years ago, we still have 10 9th-level combat forces, in addition. They also need to be distracted to guard the human Emperor's city, who gave them the confidence. It's meaningless to say this now. The war has already begun. This is a fact. Song Jia, How about the Corpse Emperor clan? Are they taking any action? Well, they have responded. I believe that Shinhua human civilization will soon be under pressure from the other side. Very good, give the order. High-ranking tribesmen do not need to hold back in the near future. Attack with all their strength. Make sure to make the Shinhua human civilization feel enough pressure, and it's time for us to show up. Compared to wandering around the Shima River system, occasionally participating in the frontline wars, most of the time shuttling between the 6-level floating lands, the Tianshu Sanqiu mirror warship secretly picked up leaks. At this time, the rear of the Shinhua human civilization territory, but faced a huge threat. The southernmost part of the Shinhua human river community, this is the territory of the Shinhua human civilization farthest from the 8-armed snake demon river community. In theory, this star field should be the most peaceful place in the entire river community, however. The fact is not so. The Divine Xia dynasty, the Tianan River system. Due to special considerations, the territories of the 4 empires of the Shinhua human civilization are distributed vertically from south to north. This also leads to the fact that although the 4 empires are all bordering the 8-armed snake demon river community in the north, they all have their own territories at the southernmost end of the river community, and this Tianan River system is the southernmost river system under the jurisdiction of the Divine Xia dynasty. Tianan River system, Tianan Starry Sky Fortress. Fortress Command Center. Beep beep. As the rapid alarm sounded in the command room, the entire Tianan Starry Sky Fortress quickly entered the first level alert state. Please note, a large number of Corpse King Clan Fortress Level 5 ship corpses were found 3,000 light-years away, and are rapidly approaching the fortress defense line. Please note, the energy fluctuations of the 9th level Corpse King were detected. Please be on guard. Please note, the second 9th level Corpse King aura was detected. This rapid alarm, one more terrifying than the other. Fortunately, the fleet stationed at the Tianan Fortress was the 3rd Emperor Dragon Fleet of the Xinxia dynasty. The members of the fleet were of high quality. Although they were panicked for a while, they quickly made various effective pre-war responses. In addition, the Tianan Fortress itself is a Titan Type 1 space mechanical fortress. With the blessing of a colorful/lower quality defensive artifact, it has already had the conventional 9th level defense power. So the fleet stationed at the fortress quickly calmed down. Time passed, and soon, the Corpse Emperor clan army, thousands of light-years away, stopped tens of billions of miles away from the Tianan Fortress. Don't think that the number of 10 billion miles is very large. In the boundless starry sky, it is just a very short distance. Therefore, the fleets of both sides were on edge, and a war could break out at any time. As the atmosphere became increasingly heavy, 2 figures suddenly appeared from the Corpse King clan army in the distance. The 2 figures were wrapped in boundless pressure. Even though they were 10 billion miles apart, the aura they exuded, like the abyss, still caused the 8th level dark energy shield on the outer layer of the Tianan Fortress to continue to tremble. They were monstrous in size, stretching for hundreds of millions of kilometers, and larger than most low and medium-level floating lands. Even a glance from afar could make the captains of the 3rd Dragon Fleet of the Divine Xia dynasty panic. Fortunately, 2 galaxy ships quickly flew out of the fortress. Although their aura was far inferior to that of the 2 9th level Corpse Kings in the distance, they at least eliminated 80% of the pressure on the ordinary fleet members in the fortress, allowing everyone to wake up from their fear. It was not until this time that a captain with a good background and a high vision spoke up. It's the Corpse King clan. They actually deployed their troops at this node in the southern part of our Shinhua human river community. Corpse King clan? What kind of race is this? For a moment, the fleet's various communication groups began to popularize the relevant information about the Corpse King clan. The Corpse King clan is a high-level Star Sea civilization group. Its civilization territory is located in the south of the Shinhua human river community. However, they have not yet controlled the entire river community. There are only 3 9th level Corpse Kings in the group. It is still a long way from the top advanced civilization. What surprised the fortress guards was that, as far as they knew, the Corpse King clan civilization territory was still separated from the southernmost end of the Shinhua human river community by nearly 100 river communities. Who knows how they got here? Behind us is the territory of our human civilization. Friends of the Corpse Emperor clan, please stop. Otherwise, I will regard you as a provocation. Outside the Tianan Starry Sky Fortress, Jiang Qingyu, the commander-in-chief of the 3rd Emperor Dragon Fleet of the Xinxia dynasty, a member of the Tianzhu Jiang clan of the Xinxia dynasty, and the 8th level galaxy captain, spoke loudly. With the blessing of his 8th level psionic energy, His voice spread throughout the starry sky, and even the Corpse Emperor clan army, which was tens of billions of miles away, could hear it clearly. However, even with these threatening words, they still failed to get a response from the two 9th level Corpse Emperor masters in the distance. And the other party even made a move to continue moving forward. This response made all the garrison personnel of Tianan Fortress look depressed. The other party's intention was very clear. Originally, the Corpse King clan only occupied more than 300 river communities. Under the warning of Xinhua human civilization, they would never dare to openly show their provocative intentions. The current results showed that the other party had already colluded with the 8-armed snake demon civilization and wanted to disrupt the rear of Xinhua civilization, so as to let the peak combat power of Xinhua civilization return to help, thereby reducing the pressure on the 8-armed snake demon civilization. The strength of Xinhua human civilization is the strongest in the surrounding area. There is no doubt about this. So the surrounding forces have been very tacit for 100,000 years, trying to maintain the balance that has lasted for 100,000 years. But they obviously miscalculated this time. Since the Xinhua human leaders have made the decision to go to war with the 8-armed snake demon civilization, how could they not have considered this? Just as the two 9th level Corpse Kings in the distance were pressing forward step by step, the tens of millions of fleet personnel stationed in the Tianan Fortress were in a panic. A supergiant warship appeared from the void. Shani Qiongyu, this warship, which is larger than the galaxy ship, did not hide its name. When the 5 words Shani Qiongyu were seen, the entire Tianan Fortress was filled with thunderous cheers. It was obvious that the members of the garrison fleet were not unfamiliar with this warship. Compared to the cheers in the Tianan Fortress, the reaction of the Corpse King clan in the distance was also not small, especially the two 9th level Corpse Kings in the front. Jiangyi, you actually broke through. One of the Corpse Kings spoke. His tone revealed a strong shock, and even the aura emanating from his body fluctuated greatly. Soon, another Corpse King followed suit. So that's how it is. Is this the reason why you, the Xinhua humans, dare to take the initiative to launch a civilized war against the 8-armed snake demon? As they spoke, the two Corpse Kings exchanged a quick conversation, and red light flashed in their eyes filled with corpse evil spirits. The next second, both of them attacked at the same time, and two giant energy vortices appeared in the vast starry sky. The surrounding starry sky energy quickly gathered towards the two energy vortices. Chapter 605 Tianjington Clan. Buzz. As more and more energy gathered inside the space vortex, two starry sky corpse evil seals quickly condensed in the center of the vortex. Finally, driven by two 9th level Corpse Kings, the two starry sky corpse evil seals, carrying the power of the 9th level, pushed all the way towards Tianan Fortress. These two corpse evil seals were not only condensed by the innate magical powers of the two 9th level Corpse Kings, but also with the help of the original evil spirit emitted by a colorful lower level corpse evil attribute wonder. The power has already exceeded the ordinary 9th level. If it only relied on the two galaxy ships and the Tianan Fortress itself, even if it could withstand it, the loss would not be small. This is also the fundamental reason why all the captains panicked before. The starry sea is vast, and it breeds countless strange objects. It is not only their Xinhua civilization that can collect and use the starry sea strange objects. As a quasi-top advanced civilization occupying more than 300 river systems, the Corpse King clan has many starry sea strange objects. It can't last long just by relying on defense. But now it is different. With the Shani Qiongyu and relying on the Titan 1 space mechanical fortress of the Tianan River system, it will not be too difficult to stop this Corpse King clan army. I saw the Shani Qiongyu ship in the sky suddenly emitting a dazzling light. It was a huge tripod of divine light formed by the interweaving of the marks of the infinite law of light. After completing the condensation at the fastest speed, the huge tripod of divine light rushed towards the two corpse seals that were pushing in from afar. It is the Eternal 9 tripods, the secret method of the Tianjujiang clan. In the Tianan Fortress, someone recognized the huge tripod of divine light and exclaimed excitedly. Not long after, the huge tripod of divine light collided with the two corpse seals. Boom, boom, boom. A satisfying buzzing sound sounded, which was the sound of a large-scale space collapse, but it was soon covered by a violent roar. As expected, the two corpse seals finally defeated the giant divine light tripod. However, they were both emitted by two 9th level corpse emperors with the help of colorful mythical objects. It was impossible for them to be completely eliminated by a secret technique, even if the one who used the secret technique was also a 9th level creature. Captain Xinhua, known as Jiangyi, seemed to have known the result long ago. The bow of his ship immediately shot out 2 corrosive beams, which completely dimmed the 2 corpse seals. After that, the 2 sides seemed to have found a balance, and they tacitly stopped fighting, but just confronted each other. The communication group chat of the 3rd Emperor Dragon Fleet of the Xinxia dynasty. What's going on? The other side came with great momentum. But there is no follow-up. Do you want to have more follow-up? That's not what I mean. I just feel that the other side is a bit anticlimactic. You are wrong. This is called doing your best and stopping losses in time. With the Shinichiongyu in charge and the Tianan fortress behind us, it is difficult to threaten the Xinhua civilization territory behind us in a short time with this army of corpses alone. Even if we can really capture the Tianan fortress, it will take a long time, and the casualties of the other side will be difficult to estimate. Under this premise, it is the best solution to tie up one of our 9th level Xinhua warships without spending a single soldier. Compared with the discussions of ordinary captains, the topics in the joint chat group, such as the Star Destroyer in the sky, the Galaxy ship, and the Shinichiongyu, are not limited to this. Ancestor E, are we really going to waste time with them here? If nothing unexpected happens, this group of corpse royals should leave soon. While we are on an expedition to the 8-armed snake demon river community, we will greatly speed up the occupation of the river community where they are. We will not really waste time here. That being said, we cannot gamble. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, the operation of the 4 empires will fail. Thousands of years later, we may have to face a mythical 8-armed snake demon. With a change of offense and defense, we will be nailed to the pillar of shame of the entire human civilization. Snake Mother River System. A 6th level floating land. Boom boom boom. Amid the fierce sound of artillery fire, a large number of Sky Serpent warships chased a dark dreadnought, rushing out of the floating land shield. The reason for this is that not long ago, Song Chi controlled the mirror warship to sneak into the floating land, and looted a large secret vault of a snake demon temple in the floating land. He was discovered at the last moment, and was chased by a large number of 8-armed snake demons. After rushing out of the floating land shield, Song Chi activated the Starlight Shine Stone Talisman component without hesitation. After 2 consecutive times, the mirror warship had escaped several light years away. Just when Song Chi was about to use this buffer gap to make a warship jump, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from afar, which made him cancel this action. Mirage Dragon Pearl. Mirage, activate. With the activation of this silver concealment feature, and the superposition of the void membrane, with the feature of extra 1 level increase in concealment authority, the mirror battleship suddenly completely disappeared into the depths of the void. In this case, even a 7th level master holding an 8th level golden detection artifact cannot discover the existence of the mirror battleship. After this step, the 2 engines of the mirror battleship exploded at the same time, and the pusher battleship rushed towards the source of the energy fluctuation at a high speed. In less than half an hour, after using the escape orb and the angel wing escape feature, the mirror battleship successfully arrived at its destination. Energy shock waves were still rising from time to time. As for the initiator of this energy storm, it was 3 7th level 8-armed snake demons, and their opponents were 2 star destroyers, hiding at the edge of the battlefield. Song Chi did not rush to take action. The original body far away in the Snake Tooth River system showed a trace of doubt on his face. This star field is located in the south-central part of the Snake Mother Galaxy, at least 100,000 light-years away from the real battle line of the southernmost galaxy. Not only did these 2 star destroyers penetrate deep into the enemy's rear, but they also fought directly with 3 7th level Snake Demon Masters? Seeing that he really couldn't figure it out, Song Chi didn't dwell on it too much. These had nothing to do with him. At the moment, he was only concerned about the 3 Snake Demon Masters. For more than 70 years, there has been no major war since the first battle. Now Soul Devouring Altar is still at the 2nd stage 21%. And he feels that it is a bit slow. If we can seize the right opportunity to kill a Snake Demon Master here, the progress of Soul Devouring Altar should be greatly improved. Just as I was thinking, an eagle cry came from the battlefield ahead. Looking up, 2 illusory giant eagles condensed by the law were wrapping 2 star destroyers respectively, providing additional protection for the 2 star destroyers. Star Crown Shining Eagle. Shining Eagle State. Which clan is this under the jurisdiction of Chiyu Divine Dynasty? This Snake Mother River system was originally the advancement route of Chiyu Divine Dynasty, and Song Chi naturally narrowed this range to the Chiyu Divine Dynasty. Adding the fact that there were at least 2 star destroyers, Song Chi quickly came up with the answer. It was most likely the Tianyington clan of the Qiyu Divine Dynasty. The Tianyington clan was a giant clan of the Qiyu Divine Dynasty. There was Captain Xinghe in the clan, and there were 2 star destroyers. However, no matter how famous the Tianyington clan was, it could not change the fact that the battle situation was at a disadvantage at the moment. 2 against 3, there was an 8-armed snake demon at the peak of the 7th level. One of them held back a star destroyer, and the other 2 snake demon masters relied on the double 8-armed snakes to suppress another star destroyer. Fortunately, the Xinhua warship is known for its single-unit combat power. In addition, the 2 star destroyer captains are of high rank, and the warships have good components, which can barely stabilize the situation. However, if it really continues for a long time, the result will definitely shift to the side of the 8-armed snake demon. Although Song Chi knew this, he lay dormant, and completely ignored the gradually broken hulls and armor of the 2 star destroyers. "Boy, you've been hiding for long enough, come out and help." Song Chi, shocked. This voice in the mirror battleship was transmitted by some unknown means, which really surprised Song. It can be discovered even under double concealment, which means that one of the 2 star destroyers in front must have a patrol radar of no less than black quality. But although he was surprised, Song Chi seemed not to have heard it, and continued to lie dormant in the void, with no intention of showing up and assisting the 2 star destroyers in fighting the enemy. Tens of seconds later, the voice was heard again. "I said, kid, I found you a long time ago, but you are still hiding it? Help me quickly. You will definitely get benefits in the future." Only after these words came out, Song Chi responded with his mind control. "What are the details?" "You." These 3 words, which were as precious as gold, choked the other party, and he couldn't speak. Finally, after a long pause, his voice was heard again. "One extreme stone. Is this okay?" "Okay. I recorded it. Remember your promise? And let me kill you in the end." Regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, when a contract cannot be signed, it was just a verbal promise. As for betting on the other party's character, it's not really true. It was just a long-range shot. It would be a good thing to get the extreme stone. If he couldn't get it, he wouldn't lose anything. It's not like he had to take the risk of letting the mirror battleship get close. Song Chi's mind was spinning. Multiple parts on the mirror battleship were activated at the same time. The extreme stone, one of the special resources that the dreadnought might use when it was upgraded to a star destroyer, still had a lot of appeal to him. "Can you control the 7th level snake demon on the left?" Just 1 second, before the battleship's super main gun completed the final charge, Song Chi asked in the mirror battleship, as if talking to himself. Then, the 7th level 8-armed snake demon on the far left of the battlefield in the distance. Indeed. Pause for a moment. Then, a blood-colored spear roared out from the void on the side. And before the 7th level snake demon could get out of stiffness, the blood-colored spear pierced the head of the 7th level snake demon fiercely. What is hard to see with the naked eye is that, before the blood-colored spear fell, a beam of blood actually penetrated into the body of the 7th level 8-armed snake demon, which was the weakness mark of the hunting god that could trigger double damage. The blood-colored spear fell on the head of the 7th level snake demon, and a violent energy storm suddenly spread out. In addition to the blood-colored spear condensed by the blood judgment, a micro-black hole appeared later, and the secondary explosion of the weakness mark caused great damage to the 7th level peak snake demon master. Of course, it is impossible to kill in one strike, unless Song Chi activates the 9-layered purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder of the purple sky divine thunder cannon with the last high-level thunder attribute crystal in his hand, and then adds weakness marks, black hole explosions, etc. Then there is still some possibility. However, this is enough to turn the tide of the battle. With the heavy damage to the 7th level peak snake demon master, Yaoingtan Star Destroyer gradually gained the upper hand, and it still kept its promise, leaving the last blow to the mirror battleship. Chapter 606 Black Strange Item. In the main control room of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Chi immediately turned his attention to the soul-devouring altar component. The soul of a 7th level snake demon master directly made the cumulative progress of this component rush to 93% of the 2nd stage, and it was close to entering the 3rd stage. Gathering his thoughts, he quickly turned his attention back to the mirror battleship. In just a few seconds, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Perhaps the death of the peak 7th level 8-armed snake demon completely ignited the boundless fear in the hearts of the remaining 2 snake demon masters. They didn't care and simultaneously burst out all the master power and the law of Earth in their bodies. Taking advantage of the moment when the two star destroyers dodged, they each burst out a burst of golden light. The two golden objects controlled by the two, one of which was wind attribute, and the other was space attribute, both of which were of great auxiliary effect in escaping. Even though the two star destroyers of the Tinington clan reacted immediately and quickly activated the remote control components, they were still a step slower and could only watch the other party disappear at the end of the dark starry sky. Of course, the radar map of the warships could still capture the traces of the two Snake Demon Masters at the first time. But the two-star destroyers of the Tan family gave up the pursuit. After all, this is still the opponent's territory. The longer the entanglement lasts, the more dangerous it will be for them. Thank you, kid. This is the extreme stone I promised you. But you won't get the master's body. The familiar voice sounded in the magnetic wave communication group chat of the three warships. This time, Song-Chi saw the other party's appearance clearly. Tianing Tan clan. Tan Tian Feng. The moment he saw the other party, Song-Chi already had the answer in his heart. During the period of dormancy before, he returned to Longji continent and got the relevant information of Tianing Tan clan. So he had a certain understanding of the internal personnel of Tianing Tan clan. However, before he could think more, the captain of the Tianing Tan clan Star Destroyer, who was named Eclipse Wind King, quickly said, "You are really brave." A dreadnought dared to go deep into the rear of the battle line for 100,000 light years. I don't know where you come from. As he said that, he changed the subject. Let's go. Come back with us. Lord Ji-hung has seriously injured the 8th level Snake Demon Master of the 8-armed Snake Demon, and the other party has now escaped to the 7th level peak floating land called Black Snake. The fleet has officially launched a full-scale attack on the Black Snake floating land. It's still in time to attend this feast if we go back now. Song-Chi didn't want to reveal his identity, and he didn't want the other party to know that the mirror battleship was unmanned, but was a battleship clone. The one who was now communicating with the two-star destroyer captains was the ethereal body that the original body had deliberately sent over not long ago. Because of this, knowing that he did not want to reveal his identity, Tan Tian Feng did not ask about his background, without waiting for Song-Chi to refuse. Eclipse Eagle instantly shot out multiple mosaic light bands from the ship, tightly wrapped around the mirror warship, and quickly disappeared into the starry sky through space jump. Half a month later, 3 warships mixed into the Xinhua Civilization joint fleet responsible for attacking the Snake Mother River system. Even if it was 2 star destroyers plus a dreadnought, it did not attract much attention in this huge starry sky fleet of hundreds of millions. After entering the combined fleet, it seemed that they were in a hurry to report something. The 2 fusion star destroyer of Tinington clan did not pay much attention to Song-Chi. Song-Chi was also happy with this. He controlled the mirror battleship and quietly mixed into this large fleet. Soon, he completely disappeared. Originally, Song-Chi had no intention of staying here for long. He let the mirror battleship come out alone, thinking of secretly picking up leaks. Not wasting time here. The target of the Snake Mother River System Xinhua combined fleet was the 7th level peak Black Snake floating land in front, facing a 7th level peak floating land shield. It would be difficult to break it without 100 years. The fleet's attack had just begun, and it would take a very long time to follow up. The reason why the joint fleets of Song and Luo were able to break through the shield of a 7th level floating land in just over 10 years was that, in addition to the fact that the floating land itself had just entered the 7th level, the main reason was that there was no master of the same level inside the floating land, and it could only passively accept the attack of 2-star destroyers and a master king insect. In addition, the various air-breaking components of the 2 fleets and the weakening of the floating land shield by the shield-breaking naval guns could greatly reduce the time. It is different now. There are not only several 7th level Snake Demon Masters inside this Black Snake floating land, but also an 8th level 8-armed Snake Demon guarding it, with the blessing of the original will of the floating land. The difficulty is extremely great. The reason why the mirror battleship was still left in this fleet was because Song-Chi accidentally activated the peering eye feature of Eye of Heaven and discovered that there were 2 black supreme wonders on the Black Snake floating land below, and there were as many as 9 golden wonders. This discovery inevitably gave him some thoughts. Not to mention the 2 black wonders. It would be great if he could get a golden holy wonder. Under this premise, in the next few decades, Song-Chi also transformed into one of the hundreds of millions of starships and began to continuously bombard the shield of the Black Snake floating land in front. Strictly speaking, The Black Snake floating land should be called the Black Snake Twin floating land. Like the Morning Star floating land, the Black Snake floating land is also divided into yin and yang. But the two are completely different levels of floating land. The Black Snake floating land in a broad sense is the Black Snake Yang land that has been nurtured by the 8-armed snake demon civilization for tens of thousands of years. It is now a peak level 7 floating land, while the Black Snake Yin land is now just an ordinary level 6 floating land. The diameters of the two differ by 100 times. Because of this, the Black Snake Yin land was already conquered by the joint fleet, and most of the rare resources on the floating land were plundered. Time passed, and 110 years passed in a flash. In a group of scattered fleets on the left side of the Black Snake Yang land, the inconspicuous Tianqiu Sanqiong mirror warship, which was all black, was mixed in, and did not attract the attention of other captains at all. After all, it was the headquarters fleet of the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, and there were quite a few dreadnoughts in the scattered fleet, and there were even star destroyers among them. After 110 years, watching the floating shield of the Black Snake land below change from full at first to extremely dim now, Song Qi and others had a hard time, and even felt a little scared, because in the past 100 years, the 8th level 8-armed snake demon inside the floating land would quietly attack every once in a while. And each time it attacked, tens of thousands of starships from the combined fleet would sink. Fortunately, everything is over, and now it is time to reap the final fruits. Group chat of Sanrin Fleet. Dreadnought Shinjo Kunlun. It is estimated that the floating shield of Black Snake will be completely broken within 5 minutes. Everyone, be prepared. Chasing dear ship, call me King of Understanding. Hee, I can't wait. Battleship, I am legend. 100 years. Do you know how I spent these 100 years? Cruiser Knight 7. Follow the boss. Sprint to the deer. For thousands of years, unify Black Snake. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire communication group chat was ignited, and as the initiator, Song Qi quietly opened the Mirage of Mirage Dragon Wanhua's characteristics, turned into a hidden spectator. The reason why he took the initiative to guide this wave was because Song Qi knew very well that, in the early stage of the floating land shield being broken, it would inevitably face a strong attack from the 8-armed snake demon inside the floating land. In order to dilute his presence and danger, someone would naturally have to go over and step on the mine. Right? 5 minutes later, the floating land shield of the Black Snake floating land shattered, and then a large number of warships of the joint fleet came down from the starry sky and rushed into the sky of the Black Snake floating land. Looking at the original location of the mirror warship, there are still tens of thousands of warships that have not moved, including the Call Me the King of Understanding, and I Am a Legend, who responded actively before. It is clear that Song Qi is not the only smart person. Looking down, as a large number of warships officially poured into the Black Snake floating land, the 8-armed snake demons inside the floating land began to attack with all their strength, and the entire Black Snake floating land sky was suddenly covered by various energy storms. Of course, the batch of warships that stayed outside the floating land did not mean that they were completely watching from the sidelines. After the most dangerous period at the beginning passed, they followed into the battlefield and joined the melee in the floating land sky. This melee lasted for a long time. It was not until half a year later that the battlefield gradually shifted from the sky of the floating land to the ground. Black Snake floating land, Black Snake East region, the 5th Black Snake King City. As the name suggests, the 5th Black Snake King City is one of the top 5 cities in the entire Black Snake floating land. At this moment, 1 million warships are gathering outside the 5th Black Snake King City. On the surface, in the low sky, outside the city shield, there are melees everywhere. And the mirror warship is also in it. After half a year, the battlefields of all parties have been demarcated. Among them, the 8-armed snake demons of the 8th and 7th levels have their own galaxy ships and star destroyers to deal with them. As for the other captains in the joint fleet, they all have only one task: kill as many 8-armed snake demons as possible. Although the floating land shield of the Black Snake floating land is broken, the original will of the floating land is still there. Inside this floating land, the blessing of the original will of the 7th level peak floating land can be imagined. The impact on the battle situation. Only by killing as many 8-armed snake demons as possible on the floating land can the floating land original will of the Black Snake floating land be quickly weakened, and the balance of the battlefield can be gradually pushed to the side of the Xinhua civilization. As for why the mirror battleship chose the 5th Black Snake King City, it is very simple. The Eye of Heaven shows that one of the 2 Black Supreme Wonders is in the Black Snake King City. As time goes by, This battle is very long. The two sides are in a stalemate, which has lasted for several years. The balance of the battle has always maintained a rough balance. The two sides have fought back and forth, and the casualties are not low. But in the end, the Xinhua civilization Xinhua warships were more powerful. Even with the blessing of the Black Snake Floating Land's original will, as the number of dead 8-armed snake demons increased, the effect of this blessing was gradually weakened. After several years, the balance finally began to tilt towards the Xinhua human side. On this day, Song Qi controlled the mirror warship and went out with a fleet. The 5th Black Snake King City also sent a team. However, hidden in the warship group, Song Qi quietly activated the Purple Thunder God Cannon 10,000 Symbols Purple Thunder Prison features, and a large amount of black hole energy was added. As the thousands of Purple Thunder symbols exploded in the 5th Black Snake King City team, waves of space collapse were heard from time to time. This attack alone caused most of the team sent by the 5th Black Snake King City to be killed or injured, which made the 5th Black Snake King City, which was already extremely tight in combat power, even worse. However, in order to prevent the King City from being directly attacked, this damaged 8-armed snake demon army could only bite the bullet and face the Xinhua civilization fleet. In the one-sided battle situation, at a certain moment, the Sky intelligent brain in the mirror battleship suddenly emitted a sound of improvement. Attention! The Black Supreme Treasure that the captain has marked has changed its position, and is currently moving rapidly toward the edge of the shield of the Royal City. Boom! Killing another level 6 8-armed snake demon. Song Qi in the mirror battleship turned his sight and looked at the coordinates marked by the Sky intelligent brain. Soon, he narrowed his eyes and saw a 140,000 meter long dark red dreadnought, which was flying rapidly toward the sky above the Royal City under the pursuit of several level 6 8-armed snake demons. At this moment, there was no need for the Sky intelligent brain to mark anything, because many captains saw the black object that was tightly pulled by the dark red dreadnought. Obviously, it was a black and rare item. As the dark red dreadnought that somehow got into the 5th Royal City continued to fly, it was about to be blocked by the city shield that had not yet collapsed. At this time, several warships outside the Royal City opened fire in tacit agreement. Multiple energy beams fell on the same position of the energy shield above the Royal City. With the bombardment of these multiple energy beams, the energy shield of the Royal City, which had been worn down for several years and was no longer as good as before, dimmed again, although it was only partial. It also made it possible for the dark red dreadnought to break out of the Royal City. At the last moment, 48 giant quantum sword lights fell together, completely breaking a gap in the energy shield of the Royal City. Buzz! In the sky inside the 5th Royal City, the dark red dreadnought activated the active characteristics of the warship engine, and the engine power suddenly soared, pushing the warship to rush towards the shield gap in the sky at a high speed. Stay here! Below the dreadnought, the 6th level 8-armed snake demon, who was in the front and more than 160,000 meters tall, suddenly shot out a thick petrifying pupil light from his eyes. The dark red dreadnought seemed to be equipped with special control-free components, but this petrifying pupil light was obviously different from ordinary petrifying rays. It was the 6th level 8-armed snake demon fully stimulated by the 2 magical powers of the snake magic phase and the 8-armed snake prison, and its power far exceeded ordinary petrifying rays. Hit by this petrifying pupil light with a frighteningly large diameter, the dark red dreadnought was completely petrified. Although the duration was not long, it cut off its continuous external pulling force. Naturally, the black strange object that was being pulled by it lost control and flew into the sky under the action of inertia. In addition, the dark red dreadnought was less than 100 meters away from the gap in the energy shield of the Royal City in the sky. This black strange object that attracted countless eyes around flew out of the 5th Black Snake Royal City. Chapter 607, The Royal Family of Akelamon Tianzhu. The sudden change made the battlefields around the entire 5th Black Snake King City explode instantly. The battleship domain law handprint space teleportation invisible transposition electromagnetic explosion. For a while, all the trump cards hidden by the Xinhua captains, the secrets were activated one after another. Some of the battleships that were originally trapped in the bitter situation all resolved the battles quickly in various ways, or left the battlefield, as if they had agreed to rush towards the sky above the Black Snake King City. Among them, the Tianqiu Songqing mirror battleship was no exception. Song Qi used the escape B component to directly allow the mirror battleship to escape to the gap in the energy shield of the Royal City. However, he did not continue to control the mirror battleship to absorb the thrown black supreme object. Because at the moment the mirror battleship appeared, there were many battleships around it that also emerged from the void at the same time. Obviously, he was not the only one who used the battleship's escape component in that instant. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sound of metal friction echoed in the sky, followed by the huge tremor of the mirror battleship. Warning, the battleship collided with the outside world. The hull armor of this ship was damaged by 3%. The current hull armor integrity is 97%. The multiple warships that flashed here at the same time inevitably collided. That is, the mirror battleship inherited all the properties of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Not only had the hull armor strengthened to the 8th level, but also the outer layer of the armor was covered with a black hole evolution layer with the same defensive properties, which only lost 3% of the hull armor integrity. Like the two battleships among the warships, the side of the ship that collided was almost torn apart, and the armor of the ship was damaged by more than 30%. Even so, the competition continued. All the Xinhua warships that flew over were not affected by the collision at all. The warships continued to emit energy of various attributes, and the collision intensified. The difference was that after the collision of the warships, compared with other warships that were either trembling or thrown away, the mirror warship was in a permanent control-free state given by the Golden Blood Battle Monument, and the ship body always hovered steadily in the original place without any movement. Don't underestimate this small difference. It gave the mirror warship the first chance to capture it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Light shot out from the black ship, turning into a traction beam and shooting towards the black strange object below. Seeing that the traction beam accurately captured the other party, Song Chi quickly turned the ship around and controlled the mirror warship to fly upward, trying to get away from this area where a melee was obviously about to break out. However, the facts prove that imagination is beautiful, but reality often does not develop in the direction you expect. When the mirror battleship successfully captured the black object, the surrounding warships immediately stopped colliding with each other and shifted their attention to it. The reason why they were not attacked immediately was because the captains tacitly allowed the mirror battleship to take the black object away from the gap in the energy shield of the 5th Black Snake King city below, which ensured that the object would not accidentally fall back into the Black Snake King city during the subsequent battle. At present, the mirror battleship has completed this mission. Subsequent attacks have arrived one after another. A divine blood chain shot out from the void and tightly wrapped around the mirror warship with lightning speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void was filled with waves of energy fluctuations, and gray-yellow, red, and light blue and other law handprints condensed around. The light above the entire royal city even suddenly dimmed, and a warship blocked the surrounding space. All these means were formed almost at the same time, and the targets were undoubtedly all the mirror warships under Song Chi command. In this regard, Song Chi did not show too much panic. If it was before the civilization war started, he might be helpless. But it was different now. As his mind turned, the ethereal clone who stayed in the main control room of the warship looked at the starlight flashing stone talisman on the side. The starlight flashing escape feature of this component can ignore the effect of space blockade, which is enough for him to escape. However, as soon as he turned his eyes, the scene he caught in the corner of his eyes made him freeze suddenly. Is this supermagnetic interference? It turned out that just now, the traction beam emitted by the mirror battleship was disrupted by a wave of supermagnetic interference from the side, and it completely lost the acquisition of the black object. The mirror battleship itself has a permanent control-free state of the Golden Blood Battle Monument, which can be immune to various interferences and control effects, but it can only guarantee the battleship itself, and the traction beam of the body is not included in this. Without the traction of the black object, Song Chi naturally no longer activated. Starlight Flash Spirit Escape. The ship turned around and rejoined the battlefield with multiple warships. As time went on, the collision intensified, and the two battleships in the middle withdrew from the battle due to serious damage. But the number of Xinhua warships in the field did not decrease, but increased. Because the first batch of warships that participated in the battle were the first to enter the field, the warships that flew by entered the field one after another in the subsequent period, and the news leaked, and 1 or 2 dreadnoughts came from other battlefields from time to time. It was normal for the number of warships to increase. As the warships were fighting for the treasure, a large number of level 5 and 6 8-armed snake demons gradually rushed out from the 5th Black Snake King city below, making the situation in the field even more chaotic. At a certain moment, a male voice came from the dark red dreadnought that brought out the treasure. Everyone, kill these 8-armed snake demons first, and then we can continue the fight for the treasure. Okay. Okay. This proposal was recognized by most people. Although the black treasure is coveted, this is still during the Civilization War, and the main enemy is always the 8-armed snake demon clan. Besides, killing all the 8-armed snake demons first can reduce the number of people competing for the treasure later. And the two are not in conflict. The 8-armed snake demons, which were already at a disadvantage, were naturally difficult to resist when the dreadnoughts fought together. In less than half an hour, all the 8-armed snake demons and the serpentine mothership on the sky were killed. During this process, only the peak level 6 8-armed snake demon that led the pursuit of the dark red dreadnought caused some damage to the captains. With the blessing of 2 snake demon magical powers, it madly aimed at a dreadnought with a captain of only 100,000 meters and attacked desperately, and finally sank the dreadnought. Of course, after that, it was also killed by a group of dreadnoughts. After that, more than 10 dreadnoughts fought again for nearly 20 minutes. But unfortunately none of them could completely take down this black supreme wonder. Perhaps it felt that it could not continue like this. At a certain moment, a dreadnought with a length of nearly 160,000 meters among the warships suddenly transformed from a warship to a mythical mecha. At the moment when the mecha form was completely transformed, a circle of blood-red energy surged out of its hull, and a deep red field condensed around the mecha giant at a very fast speed. Coupled with the long sword emitting the light of eternal darkness that appeared in the mecha giant's hand, the deterrence it brought was extraordinary. At the same time, a deep voice came from the dark red dreadnought that brought out the artifact. Stop it all. The coordination of the two really made the other dreadnoughts around pause. But that was all. Don't underestimate the attraction of a black ultimate artifact. This is the highest quality among mythical artifacts. Many ordinary star destroyers may not be equipped with one. For a group of dreadnought captains, it is rare to see it in 1,000 years, which is enough to make everyone crazy. Seeing that the dreadnoughts were still ready to move, the dark red dreadnought once again shouted angrily. Say it again, everyone stop. What? Can't you see the foundation of this crimson domain? Hearing his second angry shout, the surrounding dreadnought captains quietly paid attention to the bloody domain released by the giant mecha. Soon, suspicion flashed in the eyes of several dreadnought captains. Is this the domain of the gods? In the mirror battleship, the eyes of the ethereal clone also shrank slightly. Song-Chi really didn't know this crimson domain, but when he heard the words domain of the gods, a lot of memory information instantly emerged in his mind. Domain of the gods is a secret technique recorded in the Twilight of the Gods Secret Technique Inheritance Monument, which is unique to the Akerman family. As for the Akerman family, it is the royal family of the Holy Temple Federation among the 4 empires of Shinhua, and is one of the 4 pillar royal families of Shinhoi humans. Finally, all the dreadnoughts stopped their actions and turned their eyes to the giant mecha. If it is really the realm of gods, then it means that this person must be from the Akerman family. This kind of identity is not something that ordinary people can mess with. They didn't wait for long. The dark red dreadnought on the side came out again to explain. It is most likely the servant of the captain who is suspected to be from the Akerman family, or a follower, who is trying his best to explain at this moment. Everyone, my prince is a genius of the royal family of the Holy Temple Federation. This time he came here specifically for this black wonder. Please give him some convenience. As if in response to his explanation, the blood-colored energy around the giant mecha turned, and then several blood-colored majestic figures condensed again in this crimson field. These blood-colored figures were high in the sky above the field, exuding an unspeakable oppression. And even occasionally there would be ancient whispering divine sounds coming from their bodies. And the space inside the entire crimson field was infinitely compressed. Picture of the gods. They are really from the Akerman family. After this episode, the other fearless captains completely stopped their actions. Although they belonged to the Chiyu divine dynasty, they could use their identities to attack the other party. If they really wanted to do something secretly, they could send them to the cannon fodder team at any time in the subsequent war. Just as the dark red dreadnought was flying towards the black object, preparing to take it down, the abnormality reappeared. Another wave of space fluctuations flashed by. Even with the restrictions of the domain of the gods, it still could not completely confine the entire space. Before the dark red dreadnought, the mirror battleship used the Starlight Shine Stone Talisman to escape to the vicinity of the black object. This time Song-Chi changed his method. He did not use the tractor beam anymore. Instead, he released multiple slave creatures through the hatch that had been opened earlier. Through these slave creatures, He quickly brought the strange object back to the warship. All this happened in just a moment. By the time everyone reacted, the object had been sent into the mirror warship. Until the last breath of the battleship hatch closed, the Ackermann family responded through the mecha giant. A beam of light shot out from its mecha body. But it was obviously too late. When the golden light hit the mirror warship, the hatch of the warship had been completely closed. Song-Chi's actions obviously caused extreme anger among the two on the opposite side. My friend, this thing is indeed urgently needed by my prince. Please return it to us. Song-Chi was not prepared to say anything. But the other party's words really made him laugh. What do you mean by return? Is the thing yours? In the War of Civilizations, the spoil shall be taken by those who are capable. Since I got it first, it shall naturally belong to me. Hearing the mockery in Song-Chi words, the voice came out again from the dark red dreadnought, but this time, the tone was obviously extremely impatient. I brought the things out of the city. If it doesn't belong to us, does it belong to you? Heh, without our help, you can get out of the city energy shield. The two people's argument continued, but the main person, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. This strange object is very important to me. Do you want to take it out yourself, or should I help you? As soon as the real owner spoke, everyone around him suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes began to move back and forth between the mirror battleship and the mecha giant, as if they were looking forward to Song-Chi's next choice. In the mirror battleship, the ethereal body had disappeared, and Song-Chi himself was replaced by the space anchor point. He had just roughly checked the properties of the Black Supreme Wonder, and confirmed that it was a very top-grade wonder that could be transformed into a shipborne component. He could not return it. You can try. As soon as the words fell, the whistling sound came from the front. Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, and controlled the mirror warship with his powerful mental power to make an extremely slight deflection in a very short time. It was this almost negligible micro-manipulation that successfully avoided a crescent-shaped sword beam that shot from the front. But this was far from over. More crescent-shaped sword beams followed closely, and this time Song-Chi did not hide again, because the attack angle chosen by the opponent was very tricky, and there was no way to dodge. Dozens of crescent sword beams fell on the battleship's energy shield, consuming a lot of the battleship's outermost holy light shield. In this close combat, the inability to transform into a mecha form is a huge disadvantage, but there is no way, because this is just a mirror battleship. Song-Chi did not prepare weapons in the battleship. Meteorite Spear and Silver Dragon Spear are still in the main body of Tianqiu Sanqiong, and there is no way to get them at this time. In order to get rid of this embarrassing situation, he can only choose to distance himself. However, the mecha giant on the opposite side, with the blessing of the realm of the gods, attacked extremely swiftly, and did not give him the opportunity to distance himself. Angel King's Wings. Angel Wing Escape, activated. In the end, Song-Chi could only use the dodge feature. Chapter 608 Success. The space wave passed by, and the mirror warship disappeared immediately. When it reappeared, it was already at the top of the Crimson Domain. This seemingly ordinary scene made all the captains who were watching this battle feel a chill in their hearts. When they looked at the mirror warship, there seemed to be something inexplicable. Especially those people in the deep domain. No one knew the restraint of this domain of gods better than them. The flash escape parts on this ship are at least of gold quality. This was a common thought in their minds at the moment. Song-Chi didn't care about the thoughts of the captains around him. His eyes were like torches, and he stared closely at the giant mecha below. With the addition of the Starlight Shine Stone Talisman components from the Zhutian market, he could actually leave at any time, but he didn't do so. The Ackermann clan prodigy of the Holy Hall Federation, and also at the Dreadnought stage, was a rare opponent. With the help of the development of the Zhutian market for hundreds of years, he had long wanted to see how he would compare with the real top monsters of the four great dynasties, and what the result would be. Of course, before that, the Black Supreme Treasure had been sent to the market by the slave creatures under his command through the market walking order. In the instant when his mind was racing, the giant mecha below had already reacted. The blood-colored energy flowed around the mecha, and with the blessing of the domain power, it made his speed incredibly fast. The black light sword was raised high, and together with the giant mecha, it turned into a residual image and rushed straight into the sky. Seeing this, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, and while his mind was overclocked, another golden component on the mirror battleship, the Posha Zen meditation seal, was activated immediately. Then, a large amount of time energy gushed out from the warship. colliding with the blood-colored energy of the god's realm outside. And a time domain was also quickly formed. The moment the Pajuo time realm was constructed, the sky above the fifth Black Snake King city was completely transformed into a world of two energies. The domains constructed by the two occupied a part of the sky, covering all the surrounding things. The god's realm occupied only about 40%, and the Pajuo time realm occupied 60%. After all, the realm of the gods is just a secret method, which was triggered by a 6th-level fearless captain. In comparison, the Pajuo time realm relies on a golden component that has been strengthened to the 8th level. At present, this result can only be said to be within expectations. However, the giant mecha below soon launched a counterattack again. A large amount of energy began to overflow from the inside of the mecha again. This time it was no longer the deep red blood energy, but the power of space. In this majestic power of space, from time to time, you can still see a wisp of mysterious patterns flashing by. Law of Space. As a master of the law of space, Song-Chi naturally recognized these ancient secret patterns at the first time. This also caused his heart to tremble slightly. The blood-colored energy that permeated the realm of the gods before, which also contained a lot of blood law, and now the law of space has appeared, the result is obvious. This fearless captain, who came from the royal family of the Holy Temple Federation, is a super genius who has comprehended both the laws of blood and space at the same time. With the influx of a large amount of space energy and space laws, the two original laws intertwined, the power of the realm of the gods began to surge, and the Pajuo time realm soon fell into a suppressed state. Taking this opportunity, the mechanical left arm of the mecha giant came on stage, and the straightened alloy arm pointed directly at the mirror battleship in the sky. The alloy armor plate quickly shrank, and a dark muzzle soon appeared in the palm of the left arm. Song-Chi didn't know what kind of ability the other party used, in short. Since the second shot from the muzzle, the hot beam has penetrated through it, as if there is no need to charge at all. The turret used by the mecha giant is undoubtedly one of the two super main guns, and its power is extremely terrifying. However, Song-Chi responded quickly. Under the effect of Zen Seal inner speed, the bow of the mirror battleship also triggered a main gun attack. It was not the blood judgment of the blood spear, but the life annihilation arrow of the All Souls destruction bow. The characteristics of the blood judgment are too obvious. If it is really used like this, it will be easy to be traced. All spirit destruction bow is much more ordinary. Schwa! The two beams were fired almost simultaneously, and they also successfully collided in the middle. The energy storm broke out quickly, but the final result was obvious. The annihilation arrow only lasted for 2 seconds before being defeated by the piercing beam from the opposite side. The remaining power of the beam finally fell on the energy shield of the mirror battleship, causing a violent bombardment in the light shield. But at this time, the Tai Quantum Sword Light Fortress, which had been hidden all along, also burst out a Quantum Sword Light. This true immortal Quantum Sword Light was not blocked, and successfully landed on the energy shield on the surface of the mecha giant below. The attack characteristics of an ordinary silver main gun, naturally, could not cause much damage, and only dimmed the energy shield on the surface of the mecha giant. However, Song-Chi goal had been achieved, through the properties of the Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort itself, and the calculation of the Sky Intelligence Brain. He could roughly determine the specific quality and enhancement level of the opponent's energy shield. The opponent's previous cannon was also, in the following time, Song-Chi used the deterrence of the Pajuo time realm to control the mirror battleship to bombard it for a while. In the same way, he successively obtained the approximate quality and enhancement level of the opponent's 2 super main guns, and the 4 main guns, plus the previous energy shield. He basically had a rough idea in his mind. Boom! The two sides bombarded each other again at this time, and the outer energy shields of both became dimmer. Just as the mecha giant raised his arm again, preparing to attack again, Song-Chi in the mirror battleship in the sky raised his mouth slightly. During the civilization war, I won't play with you anymore. Thinking, he suddenly turned his eyes to one side. Starlight Shine Stone Talisman Starlight Shine Escape. Activated. Buzz buzz buzz. With the activation of this special golden component, the entire body of the mirror battleship emitted a slight spatial fluctuation. Although the fluctuation was not strong, the range of the impact was far greater than before. This subtle difference immediately attracted the attention of the royal family genius Akelamon below. Want to leave? Leave your things to me, or you can't leave. Accompanied by his angry voice, the mecha giant once again radiated dazzling brilliance. Inside the mecha giant, the man gritted his teeth tightly, and then he roared, "God Bone Whip! God's imprisonment, activate!" Accompanied by his roar, a bone whip made entirely of golden god's bones appeared out of thin air around the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror battleship in the sky. This bone whip contained indescribable energy. After wrapping around the mirror battleship at an extremely fast speed, Song Qi suddenly discovered that Starlight Flash Spirit Escape could ignore even space blockades and forbidden magic fields. The characteristics actually failed to take effect. After the pale golden bone whip wrapped around the warship, the grand prize Divine Spirit secret pattern emerged from the golden divine bone. This divine spirit secret pattern carried a strong sealing power, directly imprisoned the mirror battleship that was supposed to escape from the black snake floating land. Black parts? Or colorful? Song Qi breathing quickened a lot. The new method used by the opponent this time was obviously far beyond the ordinary. And this was not over yet. At the moment when the pale golden bone whip imprisoned the mirror battleship, the mecha giant below launched another attack. This time, it was not any of the mecha giant's arms, but the eternal dark rays emitted from the energy core in the mecha's chest. Although he didn't know what part triggered this black ray, Song Qi instinctively felt a sense of fear. His hair stood on end, and he felt an extreme sense of horror in his heart. Neutron Star Core Armor Neutron Star Fission. Almost without thinking, he activated the strongest defensive feature of the ship's armor. In an instant, the mirror battleship was transformed from a battleship with a length of 160,000 meters into a miniature neutron star. The temperature that exploded in all directions at that moment was over 40 million degrees. The moment the miniature neutron star transformation was successfully completed, the sense of horror in his heart dropped by 90%. But Song Qi did not stop. After activating the fission characteristics of the neutron star, he did not do anything else. He directly used the psionic energy to connect to the Star Sea market order in the Xinhua Zuqiu. At the moment when the black beam hit the miniature neutron star, his figure just disappeared in the main control room of the mirror battleship. As for the subsequent results, he no longer cared. Mirror battleship, since it is a mirror battleship, he has already prepared for today. Since he cannot escape in time, he has to abandon what needs to be abandoned. At most, he will wait for a while. When the mirror split parts are cooled, he will be a hero again. Because he knows this very well, he did not drag his feet. Even before entering the market, he did not hand over the control of the battleship to the Sky Intelligent Brain. With the configuration of the mirror battleship, if he really handed over the control to the Intelligent Brain, he was really afraid that something big would happen. For example, the high-energy particle storm of neutron star core armor, the black hole singularity explosion of black hole evolution layer, the 10,000 symbols purple thunder prison of purple thunder cannon, and the weakness mark of the god of hunting and blood judgment. If we really let the Sky Intelligence Brain play with them, the result would be hard to predict. Jutian Market. Above the freestall area, Song Qi, who entered the market, stood here. He saw a light flashing in his eyes, and then heard a murmur. It is basically certain that the two super main guns, the energy shield, and the other three are all gold parts. There are also 2 gold parts in the 4 main guns, in addition to the black sword, at least the black divine bone confinement parts. And the last shocking blow. He is worthy of being the royal family pride of the 4 empires. Just when he thought of this, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. The sudden flickering of the dim light between his eyebrows made him realize that it was very likely that the mirror battleship in the outside world had lost its ability to move. Those people did not directly sink the mirror warship, but only damaged the warship's hull by more than 80%, making it lose its ability to move. Maybe they were afraid that the black strange object would be destroyed, or they were unwilling to kill it. After all, it was still a civilization war, and a dreadnought should not be destroyed by its own people. But Song Qi didn't care about that. He disappeared again and returned to the main body of Tianqiu Sangqiong. As soon as he returned to Tianqiu Sangqiong, he took the initiative to cancel the mirror feature of the mirror split component. Black Snake Floating Land, the 5th Black Snake King City. Watching with his own eyes a dreadnought of that size disappearing out of thin air, Monto Ackelman's face suddenly darkened. How is it possible? This divine bone chain is a cross-star manifestation of a mythical artifact of the clan. Even if it is a flash escape component of the same level of color quality, it cannot break free from the shackles so quietly. Could it be a flash escape ability of the color upper level? Song Qi did not know about the subsequent situation of the Black Snake Floating Land. He was currently comparing the attributes of the Tianqiu Sangqiong and the Holy Hall Federation's royal family pride ship. In general, the Tianqiu Sangqiong was still in an advantageous position, although it was a little inferior in firepower. The opponent did not seem to have a component like the Angel Kingship wings that could provide a double-layer energy shield. And don't forget that the mirror battleship did not copy the time chessboard. A colorful high-quality component. If you really count, the configuration and combat power of the Tianqiu Sangqiong were definitely stronger. However, the pale golden divine bone whip used by the opponent at the end, and the energy beams emitted from the power supply core, made him particularly concerned. He had two guesses about the pale golden divine bone whip. The first was naturally a control component installed on the warship itself. But this possibility was not great. With the ability of the Starlight Shine Stone Talisman, even the black quality confinement ability, it would be difficult to completely restrict the Tianqiu Sangqiong or the mirror warship. But the other party did it. This also shows that the light golden divine bone whip was likely to be a colorful object or component. Song Qi also believed that the other party's warship would be equipped with a confinement component of this level. More likely, it should be similar to the Song family Dragon Whale Hull, which is the high-level wonder that the Ackermann family integrated into the core of their ancestral land. As for the attack fired from the self-powered core, Song Qi suspected that it might be a special component like Star Destroyer's Fury. After all, the opponent's two super main guns are located in the palms of both hands, and the four main guns are in the form of telescopic turrets, with two on each shoulder. Excluding these 6 naval guns, the Dreadnought cannot be equipped with Star Destroyers, so this is basically the only possibility. Of course, it could also be another component. The Starry Sea is vast and boundless, and there are many kinds of strange components, such as the antimatter energy evolution engine. Isn't it a strange feature that a second engine appears? Shaking his head, Song Qi did not continue to dwell on this. In short, if the Tianqiu Sangqiong really fought a life-and-death battle with the opponent with its original body, he would have a good chance of winning. What he is paying attention to now is the black strange object he got from the opponent. This strange object is not ordinary, and its properties are very rare. It is no wonder that the opponent deliberately rushed to the Black Snake floating land from the advancement fleet under the Holy Temple Federation. Chapter 609 Core of the Clone Primitive and the Song Family Future Goals. 100 years have passed. The battle in the Snake-Tooth Galaxy has already entered a white-hot stage, but the Song and Luo joint fleets just ended a large-scale battle not long ago, and are currently in the recuperation stage. This also gave Song Qi plenty of time to ponder the Black Wonder he had just acquired. Wonderful item, Core of the Clone Primitive. Quality, Black. Transformable, Miracle Clone Chamber. Note, long ago, the leader of a clone army of a certain advanced civilization died in a war. By chance, his master-level clone body was not destroyed, and it drifted in the boundless starry sky for millions of years, and finally turned into a very special wonder in the sea of stars. Miracle Clone Chamber. Quality, Black. Unique feature, Miracle Clone. Miracle Clone. At the cost of all the original energy contained in the component, specify a component or a strange object with a quality not exceeding Black to clone. After the cloning is completed, this component will completely inherit all the properties of the original component. This cloning effect can last indefinitely. If the captain actively cancels it, this component will retain this clone template and fall into a constant cooling period of 100 years. Note, the cloning chamber can retain up to 3 templates of the strange objects that have been cloned. The cloning chamber can clone any strange object with a quality not exceeding Black at will. The properties of this part are amazing. No wonder the genius of the royal family of the Holy Temple Federation is so eager to get it. After reading the properties, Song Qi's eyes became brighter. He had only taken a rough look before, but now that he had checked its complete information in detail, he felt that the properties of this Miracle Clone Chamber part were even more excellent. Black Hole Armor. Time Platform. Flame Star Ship Armor. For a moment, his mind involuntarily thought of many parts, all of which were Black quality parts, which were the type that maximized the value of cloning. At one point, Song Qi even thought of the Dragon Whale Hull far away in the Dragon-rich continent. With the properties of the Dragon Whale Hull, if it could really be cloned, the value could be imagined. But he quickly shook his head again, knowing that this possibility must be extremely small. Dragon Whale Hull, it is in a damaged state. Although it is only Black quality now, it is likely to be a colorful mythical quality item after repair. Miracle Clone Chamber as a Black component, it is basically impossible to clone it. But despite his guess, Song Qi still went back to the Dragon-rich continent. Needless to say, he soon withdrew from the family ancestral hall and returned to the Snake-Tooth River system. Until he appeared in the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong again, there was still a hint of helplessness on his face. However, although the Dragon Whale Hall could not be cloned, Song Qi's disappointment did not last long. Soon he thought of another object in his hand. Oh! Right. His eyes suddenly turned and stared at the soul-devouring altar component on the side. The soul-devouring altar is a black component, but it can be specified to evolve a component into a colored component. Cloning it will allow the Tianxu Sangqiong to have 2 more colored components in the future, which is absolutely cost-effective. Of course, there is a price to pay. Doing so will most likely make the miracle clone pod, like the soul-devouring altar, completely scrapped after use, and there will be no chance of secondary cloning. In addition, there is another option, which is to wait for the soul-devouring altar to complete the 4-stage accumulation in the future, and use it on the miracle clone pod, and upgrade the miracle clone pod to color quality. In this way, in the future, the Tianxu Sangqiong will have an extra color component that can transform templates at will. These 2 methods each has its own advantages and disadvantages. It is difficult for Song Qi to decide which one to choose. It is hard to say which one is more cost-effective. 2 colored lower-level components, or 1 colored lower-level component that can convert the template of the strange object at will. Shaking his head, Song Qi dispelled all his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, it will take a long time for the soul-devouring altar to fully accumulate the progress of the 4 stages of soul-devouring. It will not be too late to talk about the details when the time comes. Mirror image. Consume 300,000 psionic energy. Current cooldown. 15 days. Glancing at the mirror image parts, Song Qi saw that it would take another half a month to condense the mirror battleship again. And he went directly to the Zhutian market. After entering the full attribute training room, he immediately began to practice the guidance technique. In the past 100 years, not only has the Tianpan Joint Fleet achieved remarkable results in the advancement of the Xia River system, the fleets of the 2 kingdoms have occupied nearly 70% of the star fields of the Xia River system. Song Qi's own practice has not fallen behind. 100 years later, with the help of a steady supply of deep-sea pearls over 50,000 years old, super-quality bodybuilding potions, and the bonus of the LV-65 all-attribute training room, his guidance technique has now reached LV-63, and is not far from LV-64. For this reason, he wanted to intensify his training in the near future to see if he could break through to LV-64 in one fell swoop before completely occupying the Snake Fang River system. However, he had just entered the training state not long ago, and the ethereal body that stayed in the outside world suddenly received a special communication message. The message was sent by the original ancestor, and the content of the message also made people think about it. Shaoqi, the first ancestor, summoned all the core members of the family to discuss matters. Come quickly. All the core members of the family. This kind of discussion obviously cannot be a trivial matter. While quickly recalling some major events that happened in the family and the fleet recently, he wanted to try to find the reason for this discussion. At the same time, Song Qi was not slow to act and withdrew from the Zhutian market as soon as possible. The joint fleet of the Song and Luo families, Dinghai Longxiang, was at the docking point. In less than half an hour, many high-level members of the Song family gathered together. After all the core members' ships arrived, Dinghai Longxiang suddenly adjusted the magnetic field of its star destroyer to the strongest level. And at the same time, an encrypted group chat with a high level of confidentiality was created. After everyone present entered the encrypted group chat, Song Wujiang's voice sounded in the group chat. This meeting has only one purpose: to decide the future development direction of the family. As the voice sounded, Song Qi and others were shocked at the same time. Development direction. Although they didn't know what the ancestor was referring to, everyone in the group chat instinctively held their breath. Song Wujiang solemnly summoned all the core members to come here, and said everything. Before they could think about it, Song Wujiang spoke again. In just these 200 years, the star field we have occupied has exceeded 200,000 light years. As long as the subsequent civilization wars have not stopped, this number will increase further. So now there is a key question in front of us. Where will our Song family go in the future? Should we continue to stay in the Tianpan River system and co-manage the Morning Star Kingdom with the Morning Star family? Or should we become independent and create our own kingdom? After listening to the words of the ancestor, Song Qi and others basically understood the meaning. Several people looked solemn, and no one was in a hurry to speak. Establishing an independent country is a big deal. And it is definitely not a child's play. We must be very careful. After a long silence, Song Xiuan was the first to say, I personally think that it is inevitable for us to leave the Tianhan River system. Although the Tianhan River system is large, the Yaoan Kingdom has already occupied the most essential part of it. The remaining 300,000 light-year barren territory can easily support an immortal family. But the key is that there is still a Morning Star family on the side. In this way, continuing to squeeze into the Morning Star Kingdom will be extremely detrimental to the future development of our Song family. Song Xiuan words, which attracted the approval of many people in the group chat. Song Qi was the same, but his eyes narrowed slightly, and the second person spoke. Although my grandson agrees with this, there is one thing that cannot be ignored. If you really choose to leave the Tianhan River system, what about the Dragon Ridge continent? The Dragon Ridge continent is the hard work of countless clansmen in the family for thousands of years. Are you going to give it up? His words, which seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Soon several people spoke up one after another. Song Yin, that's right. Although there are level 7 floating lands in the Red Plate, Snake Fang and other river systems, the Dragon Whale Palace merged with the Dragon Spine continent, which is the most difficult to solve. Song Xuansong, there is another point. Leaving the Tianhan River system is to strive for a better future for the family. But can the Longji Song family, relying solely on the Red Plate or the 8-armed Snake Demon River system that was captured later, occupy a sufficiently rich and large star field? Song Xuansong, you know. After all, we have just entered the Immortal Clan. Even if the subsequent results are good, we may not be able to compete with other old-fashioned clan forces. At one time, everyone expressed their opinions one after another. Although most of them expressed their concerns about the change of territory, they all agreed with the proposal to leave the Tianhan River system. Only Song Shishing, who was just brought from Longji continent by Song Qi, expressed a completely different opinion. Song Shishing, the civilization war is only in its early stages now. Is it too early to consider this now? My suggestion is to wait and see. Maybe in the future wars, my Song family will make great contributions, enough to be allocated half, or even the entire river system. Hearing this, Song Wujiang, who had not spoken since the topic was raised, spoke up. Shishing, your idea is wrong. It is precisely because it is the early stage of the civilization battlefield that there is enough room for maneuver. Only by setting clear goals and plans as soon as possible can we integrate all the energy of the fleet and achieve this goal as much as possible. It must be clear that the 8-armed Snake Demon River community is not as good as our Xinhui Human River community. In addition, the royal families of the 4 empires will inevitably take a huge share after the war, leaving less for other forces. If we don't prepare in advance now, it is very likely that we won't be able to get our turn later. As for the family heritage that Xiuan mentioned, don't worry about it. Luo Yi and I have reached a consensus. They also have this idea. If we combine the strength of our 2 families, we have a certain chance to take over the entire river system. As soon as Luo Yi said the word, the faces of the people in the group chat changed. As a Star Destroyer captain, Luo Yi's words are obviously enough to represent the entire Qigu Luo family. If we really count the Qigu Luo family, if we combine the strength of the 2 families, there is really a good chance of this. Song Xiuan, ancestor. If this is true, then where will the royal family belong in the future? As everyone's thoughts flowed, the original ancestor asked another question. Regarding this point, the ancestor and Luo Yi had obviously discussed it long ago. Song Wujiang quickly said, we have a 3-eyed royal family flagship, and a 7th-level slave unit like the Overlord King Bug. Luo Yi is very clear about this. He promised that if a country is really established in the future, he will respect our Song family as a royal family. In the main control room of Tianqiu Songqiong, Song Qi nodded lightly, without much surprise in his eyes. He now has a detailed understanding of Qigu Luo's situation, given their previous situation in the Jin Pan Kingdom. Even if they had a Star Destroyer captain, they would not have much room for development in the future. Taking this opportunity to move to another new galaxy is the best choice. In this case, why not just take the Qipan galaxy as the target? It just so happens that our 2 families have occupied nearly 300,000 light years of it. We will then trade territory with the Morning Star family, which is nearly 400,000 light years. We only need to try our best to reach a territorial deal with several families in the Yaoan Kingdom in the next war. There is a good chance of taking over the entire Qipan galaxy. As everyone talked, they all set their sights on the Qipan River system. a small to medium-sized river system with an area of nearly 1,000,000 light-years. But in the end, they inevitably turned back to the four words Dragon Ridge Continent. All of this is based on the fact that the Dragon Ridge Continent can be successfully transferred with them. If not, then everything is empty talk. After a moment of silence, Song Wujiang mentioned a special component. Have you heard of the special component that pulls the floating land? Seeing the puzzled look on everyone's face, he continued, it is said that there are some special parts that are enough to pull the Shanghai floating land. I heard about this kind of parts in the Silver Plate floating land when I was young. It seems that there is a special consortium in the Xinxia dynasty that specializes in this matter. As long as enough money is paid, they can actively pull the Shanghai floating land to move according to the requirements. Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised, and then turned their eyes to Song Qi. Song Qi understood the meaning, and his figure flashed and disappeared in the battleship's main control room. After returning to the Dragon Ridge continent, he took out the Yoguang Star Order and asked about this in the group chat. 2 minutes later, a reply came from the Star Order group chat. Number 17 Yulong, towing a high-level floating land? I'm not sure about this, but I seem to have heard that there is a chamber of commerce specializing in this kind of work in the Xinxia dynasty. Before Song Qi could reply, a second message popped up in the group chat. Number 30 Baimei, the Yixing Chamber of Commerce of the Xinxia dynasty. This chamber of commerce is the best at this. Tens of thousands of years ago, they completed the towing of an 8th level light floating land, and became famous for it. However, every time this chamber of commerce makes a move, it asks for a very high price. Number 32. Jingzhe. Baimei. Yulong, I understand, thank you. After thanking him, Song Qi returned to the Xia River system. After receiving the news he brought back, the core members of the Song family finally reached a consensus. They took the Qipan River system as their final target, and notified the Qigu Luo family. Chapter 610, The Summons of the North Sea Royal Court. The top leaders of the two families finally agreed on this goal, and the two sides also started another detailed discussion on the follow-up action plan. The final result was that the two families decided to each bring out a lot of trump cards, and before the civilization war came to an end, they would bring out most of their strength and try to make more contributions in advance, so as to strive for the opportunity to trade and fight for territory with the Yaoan family and the old aristocratic forces of the Xinhua civilization after the war. After the top leaders of Song and Luo decided on the final action plan, the two fleets finished recuperation as expected and returned to the front battlefield. Driven by the two joint fleets, the final battle of the Snake-Tooth River system came 10 years later. However, it was different from the tragic situation they imagined. Because of the presence of the Blood Sui Yang family galaxy ship, the 8th level 8-armed snake demon of the Snake-Tooth River system did not end up. And without the 8th level unit to influence the battle situation, the 8-armed snake demon army of the Snake-Tooth River system, which had already fallen into decline, was defeated by the Tianpan coalition as expected. This decisive battle lasted only 5 years, and ended with the evacuation of all the remaining snake demon armies in the Xia River system, and the Tianpan River system coalition completely occupying the Xia River system. However, because of the galaxy ship's action, the Xia River system naturally could not be divided up by the two kingdoms of the Tianpan River system like the Qipan River system, and a large portion had to be allocated to the Zhenyuan king of the Blood Sui Yang family. This also further proves Song Wujiang's previous speculation that this was just the beginning of the river fleet's entry into the 8-armed snake demon river system community. As the progress went deeper, more and more forces would sneak in. There will be more monks than porridge, and this point cannot be changed in any way. More importantly, the Corpse King clan was firmly blocked outside the territory of the Xinhua human civilization by the Tianan fortress and the Shiniqiangyu, which had already achieved the 9th level, and the information that they were suspected of withdrawing after only 30 years of confrontation, after decades of brewing, had already spread throughout the star regions in the southern part of the Xinhua human civilization. This made the clan forces in the south completely put aside their worries, and completely shifted their focus to the civilization war in the north. As one side gained, the other lost in recent years. More and more fleets have been involved in the civilization war, and the subsequent competition for various river systems will only become more and more intense. Jutian Market. The Snake Fang River system was completely conquered. Now, each family is stepping up their search for the entire river system, and the Song family fleet is no exception. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Qi is practicing the guiding technique with all his strength. On this day, the all-attribute training room was flooded with a violent psionic aura, and at the same time, a pressure belonging to the breath of life was also emanating from the training room, until the surging psionic energy reached its limit, followed by a sudden surge in the pressure of life. A few days later, when the door of the all-attribute training room was opened, Song-Chi walked out with a smile on his face. After several years of polishing, his guiding technique successfully broke through from LV63 to LV64. This also means that he is one step closer to the master level, which is naturally worth celebrating. However, Song-Chi soon calmed down. Now he is over 600 years old. In his previous life, this is equivalent to the time of 2 dynasties. What he gained from the baptism of long years is the absolute control of his own mood changes. Compared with this joy, what he wants to do now is to start a new market transaction. At the innermost side of the market, the ultra-long-range space gate random launch platform. With Song-Chi confirmation, a large number of light spots shot up into the sky. A few hours later, hundreds of thousands of alien races from the stars he gathered in the market. At a certain moment, a terrifying energy storm suddenly arose above the sky, and an indescribable pressure immediately enveloped every corner of the market. What's going on? Could it be that the master of this Shution market wants to kill us? Isn't it said that the master behind this Shution market is a supreme being, who has always maintained absolute fairness in market transactions? Are they all lies? Or are those so-called market elders just talking nonsense? The sudden change caused panic among the many alien races who entered the market for the first time. As for those regular visitors to the market, they were also a little frightened at first, but when they looked up and saw the rapidly gathering purple mist covering the sky, they soon understood. Why panic? This is the Lord of the Market, His Majesty, making a move across the starry sky. An elder of the market must have activated the market projection order in order to seek protection. Your Majesty is responding to the call across endless time and space. That's right. Look at that space crack in the sky. This is the iconic means of attacking across time and space. With the explanations of many old people in the market, the whole market became quiet again, and a large number of low and middle-level alien races in the star sea looked up at the sky with fiery eyes. That was the worship of high-level creatures by low-level creatures. Across the starry sky, in their cognition, this is definitely a means that only the Supreme Being can possess. Among the alien groups, some low-level alien races clenched their fists, and secretly vowed in their hearts that they must stay in the market. Only under the protection of such a great existence as the Lord of the Market can they control their own destiny and have the opportunity to rise up. Just a moment ago, a floating land in the unknown star sea. In the unknown sea, the deep-sea Nanda and the deep-sea blackline whale, 2 deep-sea races with high bloodline levels, are engaged in a bloody race war. Tens of thousands of kilometers under the deep sea, a black giant whale with a body length of more than 10,000 kilometers is rampaging. Around his body, the terrifying blood and the power of domination are intertwined, and then an indescribable special area is formed. It is the law force field that will be generated after the dominating creatures have stabilized their own realm and law perception. Under the effect of the law force field, the surface of the black giant whale is completely isolated from the surrounding seawater. This is a vacuum zone formed by the strong physical strength and the law force field repelling the surrounding seawater. You have to know that this is tens of thousands of kilometers below the sea surface. The seawater pressure is extremely terrifying. From this, we can see what kind of pressure is permeating the surface of this black giant whale. Awing! There was only a sharp roar. A large amount of water was affected by the energy spit out by the roar of the giant whale and rushed forward at a high speed, turning into a powerful undercurrent rushing towards the several 6th-level deep-sea Nagas fleeing at a high speed in front. Even though several deep-sea Nagas reacted quickly, the undercurrent affected too large an area. Even though they turned around to dodge early, one Naga was still caught in the undercurrent. Puff! The body of the 6th-level Naga was thrown forward, and a large amount of blood spurted out of its mouth. Not only from its mouth, but also from all over its body. The water pressure of tens of thousands of kilometers under the deep sea already put a lot of pressure on its body. The surging undercurrent just now was like a giant steel beast hitting its back with all its strength. The combination of the two made it difficult for it to bear it. Queen of the North Sea, today is the day you will be removed from the North Sea Royal Court. Seeing that the attack had hit the target, the black whale behind him roared, and the isolated water flow allowed him to communicate without any scruples on the seabed. But what he had not noticed was that a small submarine was hidden deep in the cracks of a rockery on the seabed hundreds of thousands of meters away. Inside the submarine, Two figures were crowded at the moment. How is it? Is this deep-sea Type 3 magic submarine very powerful? This is made by my 4 family, with a special metal found in the starry sky. It not only has excellent concealment performance, but also has extremely strong toughness. Not to mention tens of thousands of kilometers of seabed. Even if it is twice as deep, this magic submarine can go there. As he said this, Luke, who was short and had 2 fangs in his mouth, became more and more excited, and he was ready to introduce it to Degun on the side. However, Degun was worried about his mother at the moment. So how could he have the time to listen to it? Luke, can you get closer? Hearing this, the goblin stopped talking, and then shook his head. No, that is the true emperor of your sea world. A terrifying existence equivalent to the master of the Sea of Stars. The pressure he exudes is much stronger than the sea water. The great Luke is not in a hurry. So why are you in a hurry? If the time is right, your mother will send a message through the magic energy communicator. As he was speaking, a beeping sound suddenly came from the magic energy submarine. It was the message from the Queen of the North Sea that she was taking action. Without Luke's reminder, Degun, who had been nervous all the time, immediately activated the tightly grasped market projection order in his hand with the energy in his body. With the injection of energy, the market projection order continued to vibrate, and then a large amount of purple mist energy was released. Soon, this infinite purple mist energy condensed above the rockery on the seabed outside, and finally gathered into an illusory projection of the market of the heavens. Seeing that the projection of the market of the heavens he summoned had successfully descended, Degun's respectful and hurried voice soon sounded. Your Majesty, Lord of the Market, please do justice for our North Sea Naga tribe. In just a few months, the Black Whale King in front has killed more than 100,000 of our tribesmen. This hatred is irreconcilable. Hundreds of thousands of meters away, the black whale that was so ferocious just a moment ago was trembling faintly at this moment. This illusory projection condensed by the purple mist energy really made him feel frightened. 8th level. At this moment, only 2 words appeared in his heart. But it was these 2 words that filled his dark eyes with fear. Splash. The sound of violent water surges was heard. The giant whale's tail twitched with all its might. It suddenly raised an undercurrent that was dozens of times more powerful than before, and rushed directly to the direction of the underwater rockery where the magic submarine was located. Inside the submarine, Luke and Degun's breathing stagnated at the same time. In their eyes, the overwhelming undercurrent in front of them was like a monstrous beast. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of meters apart, it still brought them panic and oppression, making them unable to think of any resistance. But just when they felt they couldn't breathe, a purple mist hand suddenly stretched out from the purple mist projection above their heads. The moment the purple mist hand stretched out, the overwhelming undercurrent in front of them seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and it completely collapsed in an instant. This was not the end. After defeating the undercurrent, the purple mist hand continued to extend all the way to the black giant whale that turned and fled.